Family farming. I have a skill set panel. This video is purely for entertainment and does not infringe on copyrights or laws. The rights to the novel and image belong to the original author. We do not claim ownership. Don't like waiting and want to listen to this fanfic in full now? Subscribe to our Patreon, where you'll find the best fanfics. Chapter 276, Red Demon Puppet Killed. The moon hangs over the mountains, and the silver light is everywhere. Silver Moon Mountain. A graceful and beautiful female cultivator has been waiting for a long time. She frowned slightly and pursed her cherry lips. Shua. Two escape lights fell. Jiang Yu and Kun Wu arrived together. Jiang Yu bowed and said, "Right, Saint Lord, that kid surnamed Zhao did not show up for the appointment." Kun Wu cursed, "You bastard, how dare you treat the right Saint Lord like this?" The left and right Saint Lords of Dasha Kingdom are both nascent soul cultivators, the left Saint Lord Ziyan Zhenjin, and the right Saint Lord Hao Yu Zhenjin. Saint Lord, I don't understand one thing, a small family of immortal cultivators, why does my holy kingdom have to investigate again and again? Jiang Yu was not as furious as the blood-marked man, but looked puzzled, trying to find an answer. Hao Yu glanced back, and Jiang Yu hurriedly bowed and lowered the curtain, not daring to look directly at it. This matter involves the major events of the Holy Kingdom, so there is no need to ask more questions. It's just that I am worried about the Holy Lord. Although the Holy Lord has crossed the secret passage, his strength is suppressed. If his identity is exposed, he may be noticed by Qing Xuanzi. Hao Yu stretched out a slender jade hand and picked up the jade branch from the storage bag. He said without comment, "It's just an incarnation. If Qing Xuanzi comes in person, I can abandon it, that's good, but the head of the Zhao family has no intention of keeping the appointment. What is the Holy Lord going to do?" Hearing this, Hao Yu's face showed a hint of coldness. At this moment, Shishin. "You are a Yuanying cultivator." Zhao Xiuxuan's face was more solemn than ever. And Shai was also shocked by his words. "My husband, did you make a mistake? How could a Yuanying cultivator from the demonic kingdom appear here?" It was not that she did not believe Zhao Xiuxuan, but there were only 4 or 5 Yuanying cultivators in the entire Yan kingdom, and each of them was an old ancestor among old ancestors and a monster among monsters. She had heard of the 2 Yuanying saints from the demonic kingdom, but she could not connect the female cultivator in front of her with a Yuanying cultivator. It can't be wrong. If my soul had not retreated in time, I would have been seriously injured. Zhao Xiuxuan's heart was pounding. Just now, his soul power turned into a soul sword and slashed at the female Niwen, wanting to break her magic in one fell swoop. Unexpectedly, as soon as he entered the Niwen, he felt a soul power that did not belong to a giant and cultivator at all, and was almost swallowed by it. If it were not for the extraordinary condensation of his soul, this soul power would have been cut off on the spot to save his life. There would actually be a Yuanying cultivator appearing. This was something Zhao Xiuxuan had never expected. However, this nascent soul cultivator does not seem to be real. I originally thought that she was hiding her cultivation. However, now that I think about it, it may be a bit strange. You give me surprises one after another. Just when Zhao Xiuxuan was in shock, the white veil on the face of the female cultivator turned into a white light and disappeared, revealing an exquisite and beautiful face. At the same time, soft moonlight radiated from her graceful figure. It made her whole person seem to be immersed in the moonlight. A nascent soul cultivator, but a beautiful young woman. Senior is a nascent soul cultivator. Why do you want to embarrass my Zhao family, a giant family? Zhao Xiuxuan, based on the principle of fooling around, first tested the female cultivator in front of him. Hao Yu glanced at him with her bright eyes, like a yellow aureole, and said, "Young Zhao family, don't pretend to be confused when you know the truth. I don't know how I have offended you." Zhao Xiuxuan's words made Hao Yu look a little angry. Zhao Xiuxuan's pretending to be stupid made him secretly unhappy. Immediately, she took a deep breath and said, "Although you killed my demon country's giant first, I am not here to ask for punishment today. Instead, I want to do a business with your Zhao family." Do business. Although Zhao Xiuxuan knew that he was most likely here for the Red Firehouse, he acted directly to the end. "That's right, but your Zhao family has no right to refuse this business." Hao Yu's words were cold and did not give the Zhao family any room for maneuver. Zhao Xiuxuan looked embarrassed. "Senior, please speak frankly. What kind of business is it?" Hao Yu also said straight to the point, "This business is to buy the entire Red Firehouse, and from now on, the Red Firehouse belongs to our Dasha Kingdom." Sure enough, Zhao Xiuxuan had an epiphany in his heart and confirmed that this demon country cultivator was coming for the Red Fire Valley. Using the Red Firehouse as an excuse again and again, it is obvious that he wants to annex the Red Fire Valley so as to plan the secret passage in it. It is unknown where the secret realm leads to, which attracted the Yuanying cultivator to come in person. Not to mention the secret passage under the Red Firehouse, Zhao Xiuxuan would never sell the Red Firehouse alone. 80% of the Zhao family's spiritual stone income comes from the Red Firehouse, which is a cash cow. How could they give it away? However, he wanted to hear what price the demon country was prepared to buy it. What conditions are you prepared to pay? Zhao Xiuxuan had recovered from the shock of the nascent soul cultivator, and his demeanor was much calmer, because he was not without a hand. Seeing him like this, Haoyu was also slightly surprised. Then, she frowned and said, "There is a guardian elder in our holy country, and you have the cultivation resources of a country to assist you. With your cultivation talent, you may be able to cultivate to the nascent soul in the future. As long as you nod your head and agree, when the nascent soul heavenly tribulation comes, I and true Lord Ziyan can ensure that you will have no worries in the first 6 levels of thunder tribulation. Moreover, all the operations of the Red Fire Shop will still belong to the Zhao family, and 50% of the profits will be handed over to me. If a giant cultivator wants to break through the nascent soul, he must go through the thunder tribulation. The thunder tribulation is divided into 9 levels, and each level of thunder tribulation is extremely dangerous. If there are 2 nascent soul cultivators to protect the law and pass through the first 6 levels of heavenly tribulation, even if it is the last 3 levels of the most powerful thunder tribulation, it will be much easier because the strength has been reserved in the front. If what this woman said is true, then it is indeed a good condition for the giant cultivator. She did not talk about how many spirit stones, because she knew that for cultivators, the improvement of realm is the greatest temptation. In the face of the temptation of breaking through the nascent soul, there are many people who are willing to give up their entire clan and sect. However, for Zhao Xiuxuan, this temptation was not enough. My lifespan of Jinden is more than 500 years. With the improvement of realm, when I reach the late stage of Jinden, my lifespan can reach more than 700 years. I have only practiced for more than 30 years. Let's not talk about whether the skill panel can directly upgrade Jinden by adding points. Even if I need to overcome the thunder tribulation, I have plenty of time to prepare. There is no need to rush, although the skill panel needs natural materials and treasures to help form the elixir when it breaks through the foundation. The thunder tribulation is not a prerequisite. It is more like a heavenly punishment used by the heaven to prevent cultivators from going further. It is unknown which of this heavenly way and the skill panel is better. In any case, Zhao Xiuxuan is definitely unwilling. Senior, you are joking. I have been able to become a giant through my practice so far, all thanks to my luck. My talent is limited, and I dare not peek into the nascent soul realm. Moreover, as the head of my family, this Chuhuifeng is the lifeblood of my family. I am sorry that I cannot agree. As soon as Zhao Xiuxuan finished speaking, he felt cold all over. Oh, you are a young man with endless tricks. First, there is the ancient sword formation, then the 3rd level puppet. The sword energy is exquisite, and the soul is so strong that it is rare in the world. I don't believe that a simple word of luck can pass it by. However, I just said that you have no right to refuse this deal. The moonlight around Haoyu suddenly appeared, and a piece of jade broken branch withered and withered, pointing at Zhao Xiuxuan from a distance. More than a dozen leaves that looked like money suddenly grew larger, bursting with strong spiritual energy, and hit Zhao Xiuxuan and Shi Yi. This seemingly random attack is not something that ordinary golden elixir can do. Not good, Year. Protect yourself, don't worry. Husband. The Taoist couple only had time to express their concern for each other, and the shadow of the money and green leaves was already approaching. Zhao Xiuxuan's eyes condensed, raised his hand and tapped on the sword ball. The sword energy was sharp, and a green lotus suddenly formed at his fingertips. Go! The sword energy green lotus followed the sword and flew out with a clang sound. After flying out for more than 10 feet, it turned into a huge green lotus. Bang! The sword energy green lotus collided with the leaves of the money tree. Most of the leaves of the jade tree were cut off by the green lotus. The remaining 1 or 2 fish that were caught on the net were also cut off by Shi Li's sword. However, this was only the first wave of Haoyu's attack. Immediately afterwards, countless branches spread out like a jade umbrella like thunder and lightning, and hit Zhao Xiuxuan. Break! The sword energy of the two condensed into giant swords, like two mountain-splitting swords, directly stabbing at the branches that were overwhelming and pressing down. Break. Shili's giant sword broke first, and soon after, Zhao Xiuxuan's giant sword also creaked. However, after these two blows, Zhao Xiuxuan was happy in his heart. Although Hao Yu was indeed a Yuanying cultivator, his cultivation was not the real Yuanying strength at all. Although he didn't know what an incarnation was, Zhao Xiuxuan had already made a similar guess in his heart. This woman must have passed the secret realm by suppressing her cultivation, but her strength should not be underestimated. A giant cultivator basically has no chance of winning, but Zhao Xiuxuan thought for a while, and immediately dispersed his sword energy, showing weakness. Wait a minute, senior. I have something to ask you. Wow. The shadow of the emerald branch immediately retreated, and the entire battlefield immediately returned to its original appearance. Hao Yu came here today, and she didn't intend to make a big fuss. She only took action to make Zhao Xiuxuan give in, so as to reach a deal to give up the Red Fire Valley, so that she could get what she wanted before the Yuanying cultivators of Yan State got involved. Senior, I want to know, is it you who entered the Red Fire Valley some time ago and triggered the ancient sword formation? Hao Yu did not deny Zhao Xiuxuan's words on her beautiful face, but nodded and said, since you ask so, you must know what is under the valley. Zhao Xiuxuan complimented, yes, Junior does have some clues. After hesitating for a while, Zhao Xiuxuan pretended to be tentative, and then said, since your purpose is also for it, then I would like to ask you to at least tell me where it leads to. Hao Yu frowned and said, you don't need to test, as long as you become the guardian of my holy country, you will naturally know. As he said, Hao Yu pointed with her white hand, and a group of blood-colored runes emerged from her fingertips, like a ball of blood and fire beating. Okay, sign my holy country's blood oath, and I will grant you the status of a guardian, and you will be under my Zuo palace from now on. When the demon country cultivators stepped out of the secret realm, they ravaged several mountain gates around the Yunmeng Mountains and controlled many Yan country cultivators with blood oaths. This blood oath is a control method of the demon country's blood department. The one who planted the blood oath cannot violate the will of the one who planted the oath. Of course, planting the blood oath also requires the other party to be willing. Zhao Xiuxuan saw that he had to plant this thing to get the information he wanted, so his face immediately changed and his tone changed. I'm afraid the senior has misunderstood. My Zhao family has no intention of becoming the mountain gate of your country. Moreover, I have said that the Red Fire House is the lifeblood of the Zhao family. I'm sorry that I can't agree to the senior's request. Hao Yu has been practicing in the Black Flame domain for hundreds of years, and his status has always been extremely respected. Because his original body is a nascent soul cultivator, he doesn't take Zhao Xiuxuan, who is only a golden core cultivator, seriously at all. It was only for the secret realm passage under the Red Firehouse that he talked to Zhao Xiuxuan a few more words. Unexpectedly, a mere cultivator in the early stage of the golden core could play such a trick on her. Hao Yu's delicate face immediately raised her eyebrows and said in a cold voice, you are a cultivator in the early stage of the golden core, but you are quite courageous. Today, I will see what confidence you have to dare to be my enemy. As he spoke, Hao Yu pointed again, and the branches in his hand once again turned into tree shadows all over the sky, covering the sky and the sun and attacking Zhao Xiuxuan and the others. Zhao Xiuxuan was naturally prepared for the same trick. He saw him tap the storage bag on his waist, and 5 dark blue chains emerged from the storage bag. At the top of the dark blue chain, each was connected to a short spear. The short spear seemed ordinary, but it pierced through the jade branches that fell on his head with one strike. Huh? This time, Hao Yu's face was slightly surprised, as if he did not expect that his attack would be broken so easily. Although the branch of the money spirit tree in her hand was a broken branch, it was definitely a 4th level medium-grade magic weapon, and it was also her greatest reliance. Although it was just a casual attack, it was really incredible that it was broken so easily by a giant and cultivator. However, as she cast the spell in her hand, the broken branches in the sky grew wildly like a spider web and enveloped it again. Although you have some skills, how can a mere giant and cultivator resist a 4th level magic weapon? Hao Yu didn't have time to be proud. The next second, a huge red puppet suddenly appeared in the air, holding a silver spear in each hand, and smashed it hard at the branches of the money spirit tree. Bang! 2 cold rays splashed, and the branches of the jade tree in the sky suddenly broke into 2 huge holes. The red demon puppet jumped up and rushed towards Haoyu like a meteorite falling from the sky. Fourth order puppet, Haoyu's face changed drastically. He didn't have time to react. The branches of the money spirit tree in his hand fell to the ground. The extremely rich spiritual energy gushed out and turned into a giant tree that protected him. Bang! The red demon puppet was like a gong who was angry and touched Mount Buzzhao. He held two spears and smashed hard on the shadow of the money spirit tree. Crack! The shadow of the money spirit tree was shattered, and Haoyu's body was directly knocked away 100 feet away. A mouthful of blood spit out from his mouth and sprinkled on the white long skirt. Under this sudden attack, even a nascent soul cultivator suffered a loss. Of course, this is not Haoyu's fault. Who would have thought that a giant and cultivator could actually control a fourth order puppet? That is a true existence comparable to a nascent soul cultivator. If Haoyu's real body came in person, the red demon puppet would naturally not be his opponent. A clone is only 30% of the real body's strength. Under carelessness, it immediately lost the opportunity. One wrong step, every step is wrong. The red demon puppet is like a wild beast. It leaps up again, holding two spears upside down. Its body is still in the air. It stretches out its body, and dozens of ghost chains come down to bind Haoyu, making her unable to move. At this time, Haoyu's face finally shows shock. Seeing the red demon puppet's powerful blow to split to Ocean Mountain in front of her, she said with a pair of cold eyes, "Zhao Xiuxuan. If you destroy my clone, you will be irreconcilable with my holy country. If you let me go, there is still room for maneuver, Junior. I wish you the best," Zhao Xiuxuan's playful voice sounded. Following closely, the red demon puppet's ferocious face and two spears smashed down fiercely. Bang! A peak of Chishan was directly blasted to the ground. The whole Chishan was shaking, and dust filled the sky. Thanks for subscribing. Chapter 277 The Storm is Coming. In the Black Flame Domain, on top of a towering white tower, there is a towering palace, and in front of the palace is a round moon Taoist platform. In and out of the palace, all are beautiful maids in moon-white dresses. Damn it! With a cry, a terrifying spiritual pressure erupted in the palace, and the entire white tower seemed to be blown by a hurricane, causing countless maids to dodge in a hurry. What happened to the Holy Lord today? All the maids raised their delicate faces and looked at the palace in confusion. In the palace, there is a quiet room specially used for retreat. Haoyu, wearing a silver moon-long dress, sat cross-legged on the white jade platform, with a cold expression on her beautiful and delicate face. Zhao Xiuxuan. Destroy my clone, I will never let you go. As the right holy lord of the Black Flame Domain, Haoyu's Henjin bit his cherry lips with his white pearly teeth and uttered Zhao Xiuxuan's name word by word. A mere nascent soul cultivator was so embarrassed in front of a golden core cultivator. How could she accept this? After taking a deep breath, Haoyu calmed down and finally sat down for a while. Then he opened his eyes, and became calm and lofty again, like a silver moon hanging in the night sky. I have to admit that Zhao Xiuxuan is indeed not an ordinary giant and cultivator. Regardless of the fourth-level puppet, his sword cultivation skills and the soul condensation that far exceeds the giant level are not comparable to those of an early giant and cultivator. Haoyu carefully reviewed Zhao Xiuxuan's various methods and couldn't help but praise him in his heart. At this time, the voice of the maid came from outside the quiet room. "Holy Lord, Lord Zhuosheng has sent a message, asking you to go to Zhuosheng Mountain." Haoyu thought for a moment, stood up, waved his hand to open the door of the quiet room, and walked out. The towering Zhuosheng Mountain also has a magnificent palace. A man in a purple robe and a majestic face stood on the high platform above the palace with his hands behind his back. A silver moonlight fell, and Haoyu bowed and said, "Master, the two saints on the left and right are not only the co-rulers of the Dasha kingdom, but also master and disciple." Seeing Haoyu coming, True Lord Ziyan nodded with a smile and said, "What's wrong with the outside world?" Haoyu's face was ashamed, and he said, "My walking clone was destroyed, and the things that Master told me were not completed. Fortunately, I have found out that the entrance to the Zuanayan realm has not been open yet. However, a giant family has discovered the secret of the Zuanayan realm. I wanted to control it with a blood oath, but I never thought that the only giant and cultivator in that family actually had a fourth-level puppet in his hand. I was not careful for a while and my clone was destroyed." Haoyu paused, bit his lip and continued, "This matter is serious. I will condense my incarnation again soon. It is necessary to bring the entrance to the Zuanian realm into the Holy Kingdom to avoid more trouble at night. However, true Lord Zhuo Shangziyan just said lightly, "It is a pity that you came here in person and failed to succeed in one fell swoop. However, this matter can only be put aside for now. Now there is a more important thing that needs you and me to deal with." Hearing this, Haoai was startled. "Master, is there another black tide movement in the Black Abyss?" "Well, the thing in the abyss has been restless recently," Ziyan sighed, with a worried look on his face. "The Black Abyss is the lifeblood of the Black Flame domain. For thousands of years, before the Great Sha Kingdom entered the Black Flame domain, the Black Abyss had already existed. There are countless spiritual creatures in the Black Abyss, and there are also countless dangers. What's worse, there is a giant in the Black Abyss that controls the life and death of the entire Black Flame domain. The surge of the Black Abyss is caused by this thing. If it is not appeased in time, it will bring great disaster to the Black Flame domain. If this is the case, it really cannot be delayed. Although how you wanted to get rid of Zhao Xiuxuan as soon as possible, this matter was prioritized over the surge of the Black Abyss. HMPH, let that guy live a little longer. There is no time to lose. Let's go to the Black Abyss quickly." "Yes, Master." Then, the two nascent soul cultivators moved and disappeared on the spot. Chishan, Zhao Family Hall. Zhao Xiuxuan sat in the upper seat, holding the broken branch of the golden money spirit tree in his hand, thinking uncertainly. After killing Haoai's incarnation, Zhao Xiuxuan summoned the tribesmen to appease them. It was already half a cup of tea after the tribesmen left. All the tribesmen left with sad faces, but Zhao Xiuxuan was the only one who was thinking about something in his heart. I thought it was because his cultivation was suppressed, but it turned out to be just the incarnation of a Yuanying cultivator. Moreover, I'm afraid that this incarnation also suppressed his cultivation to pass through the secret realm. If so, it must be quite difficult for me to descend. In this case, there is no need to worry too much. It's just that after all, he is a Yuanying cultivator, and it's hard to say whether he has any backup plan. Thinking of this, Zhao Xiuxuan frowned and became uneasy. Xiuxuan at this time, a person walked in from outside the hall. Zhao Xiuxuan looked up and saw a burly man walked in and greeted him. "Xiu Ming, you came back, is there anything wrong?" The person who came was Zhao Xiu Ming. He had just dispersed. Zhao Xiu Ming practiced a Vajra Sutra and the art of Dharma, and his body became stronger and stronger, with muscles bulging, and his skin was slightly golden, and the whole person looked like a golden bull. Zhao Xiu Ming looked bitter and resentful, and said a little embarrassedly, "Xiuxuan, the clan just encountered a big enemy. I shouldn't leave the mountain, but my Dharma practice is at a critical time. I need to go to the Dead Sea to fight monsters and refine their blood, and, let alone the nascent soul cultivators, even the battle of the Golden Core, I can't help." You see, Zhao Xiuxuan immediately understood that his cousin felt that leaving the mountain at this moment would make him feel guilty towards the family, but he wanted to improve his strength as soon as possible, so he was hesitant and wanted to hear his thoughts. Zhao Xiuxuan put the golden money tree branch in his hand into the storage bag, hesitated for a moment and said, 3 months, you will leave the mountain again after 3 months. There is something you need to deal with soon, Zhao Xiuming said him in a sullen voice, bowed his hands and bowed, and left. This guy, he didn't even ask what happened. Zhao Xiuxuan smiled in surprise. Knowing Zhao Xiuming's temper, he didn't think he had any complaints. After thinking for a while, Zhao Xiuxuan returned to the cave. Seeing Zhao Xiuxuan coming back, Shiai said with concern, "Husband, the Yuanying cultivator's incarnation was destroyed. I'm afraid he won't let it go. Why don't we spread this matter to King Xuan Valley and ask Senior King Xuanzi to come forward? The 2 saints of the Demon Kingdom are real Yuanying cultivators. They destroyed her incarnation, and this hatred was considered to be formed. Even if Zhao Xiuxuan is powerful, how can he compare with a real Yuanying cultivator?" So she was naturally very worried in her heart, and even thought of persuading Zhao Xiuxuan to leave Chishan and escape far away to save his life. However, she knew that Zhao Xiuxuan would definitely not agree, so she could only hide this idea in her heart. To put it another way, if the nascent soul cultivator of the demon country appeared so openly, perhaps Queen Xuanzi would intervene. In this way, the Zhao family would also avoid the risk of facing the nascent soul directly. Zhao Xiuxuan hugged her slender waist and rejected it. "This is not appropriate. Let's not talk about whether we can ask to see Senior Queen Xuanzi. You must have guessed just now that this nascent soul cultivator is eyeing a secret of the clan. I can't tell you about this for the time being, but I don't want Qingxuan Valley to get involved. Xia was a little helpless when she heard this, frowned and sighed. In this case, maybe we won't destroy his incarnation. Xia was also worried and confused, and blurted out a slightly annoyed word. Absolutely not. Zhao Xiuxuan pinched her waist and interrupted her. This person is coming for the Zhao family. Even if we don't destroy his clone, he will not let the Zhao family go. To put it nicely, it's a blood oath, but in fact it means being enslaved by him. Once this happens, life and death will be truly out of our control, and the entire Zhao family will be at their mercy. If I had been indecisive and hesitated for even a moment, the nascent soul incarnation would have escaped, and I'm afraid there would never be room for maneuver. As she said, okay. Well, I'm just worried. I don't know if it was to punish the master's slip of the tongue, but Zhao Xiuxuan's hand went up from the waist, grasped a pair of soft hands, and played with them wantonly. Well, Kibor and the others are still outside. The master blushed and panted. Zhao Xiuxuan waved his hand casually. As the cave formation was closed, the Huanguang, 180-400 plus 20, 2 days later, Zhao Xiuxuan opened his eyes and felt the softness in his arms against his chest. He lowered his head and saw that his master's eyebrows were trembling slightly, her face was rosy, and her breathing was even. She was actually sleeping soundly. Zhao Xiuxuan was also in good spirits, and the trace of worry between his eyebrows yesterday was gone. He had slept a lot in the past 2 days. Zhao Xiuxuan couldn't help but sigh. Since I built my foundation, I have hardly slept. I didn't expect that this rare sleep was like a revelation. It seems that I need to do this more in the future. After building the foundation, the spirit and energy of a cultivator can be replenished by sitting and practicing, and there is no need for sleep at all. Because of the matter of the nascent soul cultivator, Zhao Xiuxuan was not scared, but he still had some worries in his heart. After 2 days of joy, he woke up from a good sleep and felt cheerful. With a red demon puppet, I am not without the power to fight back. Moreover, I now have the method to refine magic weapons, so I can refine my own magic weapons. The own magic weapons are the most powerful means of giant and cultivators. With my own magic weapons, my strength can be further improved. Moreover, killing a Yuanying incarnation is not without gain. Zhao Xiuxuan's mind moved, and the broken branch of the money tree flew out of the storage bag and was held in his hand. With a slight movement of mana, a surge of spiritual energy rushed out from it, and a shadow of a jade branch immediately spread throughout the cave. Although this jade branch is tender, its power is at the level of a 4th-tier magic weapon. Although the purity of the mana of a giant and cultivator cannot control a 4th-tier magic weapon, the broken branch of the money tree cannot be classified as a 4th-tier magic weapon. This kind of broken branch of a sacred tree only needs to be injected with enough mana to be able to hurt people. Although Zhao Xiuxuan did not see with his own eyes that Zuo Dao Chong used this to resist the attack of Hao Yu's Henjin in the Yunmeng Mountains, he learned from the comparison with the ancient books of Xian'ai Sword Sect that this branch was the broken branch of the ancient spiritual tree money tree. As one of the 5 ancient sacred trees, the money tree is called the money tree just because its leaves look like ancient money. Its magical power is that the spiritual energy is endless. The place where this spiritual tree is planted will gather spiritual energy crazily. However, a broken branch does not have this magical power. At most, it borrows magic power to grow countless branches for attack. How you use this broken branch to use 3 methods. The overwhelming jade branches can not only trap people, but also hurt people. The leaves of the money tree fly thousands of miles in an instant, with an amazing speed. The last one is to defend with the dharma of the money tree. Although it did not resist the full force of the 4th-level puppet, its role cannot be ignored. Zhao Xiuxuan, feeling refreshed, swept away the haze, put on his clothes, and saw that his master was still sleeping, so he strode out of the cave. Master, Kidder was in the Kangayu bamboo forest, fiddling with 3 archer puppets. A dozen huge bamboo rats were running around in the bamboo forest, gnawing on the tender bamboo. Huyaner said, Master, clan leader. Then she handed over a cup of hot heart mist fine leaf spiritual tea. Zhao Xiuxuan wondered, if you let the bamboo rats run away like this, aren't you afraid that they will run away? Before he finished speaking, a bamboo rat had already crossed the bamboo forest and ran out happily. Pa! A gray shadow flashed by, and the bamboo rat returned to the bamboo forest with a confused look on its face. Zhao Xiuxuan was dumbfounded. So that's it. With his eyesight, of course he saw what the gray shadow was just now. It was the elusive phantom lizard. Since this beast eavesdropped on Zhao Xiuxuan's words, it has been fulfilling its rat-herder duties with all its heart. You guy, you don't practice all day. I don't know how you practice to your current level. Zhao Xiuxuan laughed and scolded, and a flash of spiritual light flashed through the bamboo forest. The fantasy lizard held an unknown spiritual fruit in its mouth, and stared at Zhao Xiuxuan with a pair of eyes. Zhao Xiuxuan didn't know the temperament of other fantasy lizards, but this spiritual beast was really lazy. Since arriving at Chishan, it has become a living treasure, either eating or sleeping, and also likes to peek. This beast can't be taken out, lest others use beasts to infer people, thinking that his master is also such a thing. Thinking of living treasures, Zhao Xiuxuan suddenly thought of Xiaohu. It has been a while since I saw Xiaohu, and I don't know where it ran to. After asking a question, Kitter was also a little surprised. It was Huyaner who said, "Chief, Xiao Wei had been following Sister by Zhi. One day, he suddenly fell into deep sleep and could not be woken up no matter how we called him. Fortunately, he did not seem to be in trouble, so Sister by Zhi built a nest for him in the bamboo house and let him sleep. It has been some time, and he has not woken up yet. However, Yaner has been checking him every day, and it seems that he is about to advance." "Oh, advance?" Zhao Xiuxuan was a little surprised. He naturally thought that it was an advance from a first-level monster to a second-level monster. But after thinking about it carefully, Xiao Wei was just a hare. How could he advance to a second-level monster in just a few years? But after thinking about it carefully, the demon core of a first-level monster will also have 3 stages of transformation. Maybe the advancement that Huyaner said was from the lowest first-level monster to a first-level intermediate monster. With a sweep of his mind, he saw that there was indeed a furry thing sleeping soundly in Guangxin Beizi's bamboo house, and its demon core was gray and hazy, absorbing the spiritual energy around it. Seeing that it was fine, Zhao Xiuxuan no longer cared about it. Speaking of which, outside the bamboo forest, there are already several palaces and courtyards under construction. That is where Zhao Xiuxuan's nominal Taoist temple will be located in the future. In the future, guests will pay homage to him and clan members will ask to see him. And the Kangayu bamboo forest and the fire date spirit tree will become the forbidden area of Xiuxuan Peak. Except for the 3 maids, Zhao Xiuxuan and his wife, and Kiwer, the girl, the rest of the people must be allowed to enter this place. This is the rule set by the clan to avoid disturbing Zhao Xiuxuan's practice. Zhao Xiuxuan glanced around and sat down to instruct Kiwer and Huyaner on their practice. When the Gongsun sisters came back from the clan, Zhao Xiuxuan asked a few questions casually, and the twin sisters listened to Zhao Xiuxuan's instructions together. With no worries about resources and elixirs, Kiwer's current cultivation is already in the late stage of key training. The 3 girls dispersed their skills and started to practice again, and now they have also cultivated to the late stage of key training. With the optimized version of Zhuanshan Guang and the previous cultivation experience, it is unlikely that there will be any major problems in the cultivation of several people. After a little guidance, Zhao Xiuxuan took out a jade slip from the storage bag and handed it to Kitter. This jade slip contains hundreds of puppet refining methods. With your talent in puppetry, it is best to give it to you. However, you still need to practice first and enter the foundation building as soon as possible. Kitter happily accepted the Xianji puppetry given by Zhao Xiuxuan. It contains the essence of the Xianji sex puppetry. If it is placed outside the mountain, it is definitely a secret book of inestimable value. After encouraging the 4 women, Zhao Xiuxuan then went to the Snake Valley and sacrificed a human puppet again. One was completely destroyed by Hao before. Sacrifice another one to guard the mountain gate. As long as there is no variable like Hao again, ordinary giant and cultivators can still stop it for a while. Next, Zhao Xiuxuan patrolled around Chishan Mountain, his mind covering 100 miles. After confirming that there was nothing unusual, he spent several days, almost consuming half of his mana, to set up many restrictions around Chishan Mountain and Shahuafang. As long as a giant and cultivator or above stepped in, he would be able to sense it, and the human puppet would go to investigate immediately. Although it could not prevent the giant and cultivator from breaking through, it was also a reminder to Zhao Xiuxuan. After doing all this, Zhao Xiuxuan went into the alchemy room and started to refine the elixir without stopping for a moment. A month later, As soon as Zhao Xiuxuan came out of seclusion, he flicked his 10 fingers and sent a message talisman flying out. Zhao Lingcheng, Zhao Lingquan, Chu Yazi, Zhao Ziyun, Zhao Ziming and others all received the golden light of the message. After crushing it and taking a look, they hurriedly gathered in the Zhuang Wu Peak Hall without stopping for a moment. At that time, dark clouds were gathering and strong winds were blowing, and it looked like a storm was about to come. Chapter 278 belonged to my Chishan Zhao family. Bagan Mountain. Inside a walled city built of white stones. A middle-aged monk in a brown robe and jade belt was practicing with his eyes closed. With his breath, a stream of white gas spewed out on a jade hook floating in front of him. The jade hook was curved, and the green and misty spiritual light and the white gas turned and turned, green and white, like two swimming fish. If there were any older monks in Huangyan County who saw his appearance, they would probably be shocked. This person is the ancestor of Xiandong sect Sun Hai, who has not appeared in the world of immortal cultivation for nearly 100 years and is rumored to have passed away. 100 years ago, this person was known as one of the most promising monks in Huangyan County to impact a nascent soul. However, after a thunderstorm, Sun Hai disappeared and never showed up. Xiandong sect is the golden elixir sect of Huangyan County. 30 years after the ancestor Sun Hai disappeared from the world of immortal cultivation, the second-generation disciple Mu Qing Taoist formed a golden elixir, took over Xiandong sect, and continued his sect's great cause. In terms of surface strength, the Xiandong sect is not considered powerful among the many giant sects in Huangyan County, but if the world knew that the ancestor Sun Hai was still alive, I am afraid that the ranking of the Xiandong sect in their hearts would be improved a lot. Ancestor, I have something to report. At this time, the voice of the doorman came from outside the door. Sun Hai opened and closed his eyes, revealing a hint of doubt in his eyes. If it were not an emergency, no one would disturb his meditation. Come in. Sun Hai put away his skills, took a breath, and swallowed a jade hook with white air into his stomach. With a creak, the door opened, and a square-faced monk with deep red cheeks bowed and walked in. Ancestor. The square-faced monk first bowed to the ancestor respectfully. What's the matter? Sun Hai said impatiently. Yes, ancestor, elder, you asked me to report that the last array symbol of the ancient teleportation array has been repaired. What? Good. Sun Hai's face was overjoyed, and he stood up suddenly. Then, he turned into a flash of light and disappeared outside the door. Deep in the Bagan Mountain, through a long cave, there is a hollowed-out underground cave. In the center of the underground cave is the ancient teleportation array that is a mixture of bronze and jade and surrounded by mysterious runes. There are more than a dozen places on the teleportation array that have been replaced with brand new materials, and obvious signs of repair can be seen. Moreover, a medium-grade spiritual stone filled with spiritual energy is inlaid on the array eyes on all sides. A faint spiritual light like green smoke rises from the ancient teleportation array. At this time, there are 6 or 7 monks standing beside this ancient teleportation array, 3 of whom are wearing black clothes and masks on their faces. The other 3 are wearing green clothes and wearing a white jade belt around their waists. There is also a 60-year-old man with a beard as white as snow and wrinkles on his face. If Zhao Xiuxuan were here, he would also recognize that this person is the famous second-level top-grade array master in Huangyan County, Master Zhang Xiuquan. The second-level top-grade formation Qingling Huanayu formation that Zhao Xiuxuan obtained at the auction of Dushifang was Zhang Xiuquan's masterpiece. Later, Zhao Xiuxuan's King Huan sword formation was also accidentally obtained from this person. Obviously, the restoration of this ancient teleportation formation is inseparable from Zhang Xiuquan's hand. Zhang Xiuquan lay on the ground, stroking the various formation eyes of the ancient teleportation formation on the ground with surprise and joy. His look of excitement could not be fake. At the same time, there was a trace of worry on his face, and it can be seen that he was not so willing to repair this teleportation formation. In addition to Zhang Xiuquan, the other 2 groups of people were dressed very differently, and seemed to belong to different sects. Moreover, the monks in black clothes were obviously lower in attitude to the monks in green clothes, and they also spoke to them as the main ones. These 3 people were the 3 brothers in black clothes of the Zhilong sect who were killing people in Bagan Mountain when Zhao Xiuxuan passed by Bagan Mountain. The eldest of them bowed to a green-robed monk and said, "Ha, brother, your hard work pays off. This time you have finally repaired the ancient teleportation array. For such a great contribution, brother, Don't forget to say a few good words for me to Patriarch Sun and Sect Master Mu Qing. The monk named Yu had a pointed chin and a pair of thick eyebrows, which made his whole face look a little out of proportion. The Yu monk had his eyes fixed on the ancient teleportation array that was slightly glowing with green light. Upon hearing this, he replied nonchalantly, "Your Zhilong sect has contributed money and effort this time. Not only did you go through a lot of trouble to find the sea dragon jade, but you also took out so many mid-grade spirit stones. Naturally, I will not forget to tell the ancestors and the sect master about your contribution. That's great. Since my Zhilong sect has already joined the Xiandong sect, worshipped the Xiandong sect as the upper sect, and presented such a huge treasure as the ancient teleportation array, this is naturally what we should do." Boss Wu's face was covered by a mask, and his expression could not be seen, but he was full of flattery when he spoke, and he looked like he was following the leader. Senior brother, you just said him lightly." On the contrary, another thinner green-clothed monk beside him sneered, "What Boss Wu said is nice. It's not that you Zhilong sect are afraid of not being able to bear this teleportation array, otherwise, I don't believe you will voluntarily hand it over. On the contrary, if it weren't for the ancient teleportation array, how could my Xiandong sect accept you monks who plunder and cause trouble to all directions?" This person spoke very impolitely, causing the other two Zhilong sect foundation building masks to be furious. However, Boss Wu didn't care at all, but bowed his hands and said, "Brother Chen, don't blame me. Back then in the Hengdun Mountains, Wu was blind and didn't recognize the Great Mountain. How about this? If Brother Chen still has a grudge against Wu, Wu has a piece of purple beard cold star iron in his hand. I heard that Brother Chen has been searching for it for a long time. How about this as an apology?" As he said, the monk surnamed Wu took out an irregular piece of purple ore from his storage bag. Purple bearded cold star iron. The Xiandong sect cultivator, who had just been full of sarcasm, immediately changed his face. After hesitating for a moment, he took the purple bearded cold star iron into his pocket. He was soft-hearted and his tone became much better. "In that case, I'll take it. I'll turn the page on this." That's right. Boss Wu smiled and cupped his hands. "Okay," the Yu cultivator interrupted the two and said solemnly, "I have just had someone inform the ancestor of the restoration of the ancient teleportation array. The ancestor may be on his way." "Don't say anything else." "Yes, senior brother," several people responded with cupped hands. Just the next second, a beam of light came quickly, and the light dissipated. Sun Hai stood on the ancient jade teleportation array with his hands behind his back. "Ancestor," the cultivator saluted hurriedly. Zhao Xiuxuan also stood up on his knees. Sun Hai glanced at the ancient teleportation array, and then looked at Zhao Xiuxuan, who lowered his eyebrows and kept silent, with a worried look on his face. He had not said a word. He silently pointed with his right hand, and a series of prohibitions were hid around the ancient teleportation array. Then he opened his mouth and spit out the jade hook with a green light, which flew to the ancient teleportation array. Suddenly, a blue and white light column centered on the jade hook enveloped the entire ancient teleportation array. After doing this, he patted the storage bag again, and held the teleportation order that was exactly the same as the one in Zhao Xiuxuan's hand. With the teleportation order in hand, he did not see how he moved, and suddenly the yellow light became stronger. At the hundreds of array points of the entire ancient teleportation array, the intermediate spirit stones projected wisps of rich spiritual energy, and then this spiritual energy was absorbed by the teleportation array like a vast sea of smoke. Buzz! As the spiritual energy entered the array, the entire ancient teleportation array emitted a buzzing sound, and a strange spatial fluctuation spread throughout the underground cave. Correspondingly, the teleportation order in Sun Hai's hand bloomed with a richer yellow spiritual light, which complemented the teleportation array. This is it, the eyes of the other people were shining when they saw this scene. The teleportation array is activated. In less than a moment, several runes on the teleportation array began to jump, and the colorful rays of light replaced the spiritual energy just absorbed. A few strokes on the teleportation array outline a mysterious star map, and 4 stars of different distances flashed dazzling brilliance in the rays of light. And the rays of light also gushed out, wanting to soar into the sky. Break through the cave. However, the next second, the rays of light were suppressed by the blue and white light column of the jade hook magic weapon spit out by Sun Hai, and no matter how hard they struggled, they could not escape the range of the light column. Seeing this, Sun Hai closed his eyes and felt a few breaths, until the rays of light rumbled and the entire teleportation array began to tremble, and then he put the teleportation order in his hand into his pocket. Shoo! The star map dissipated. The various colors of rays of light also began to disappear at the moment the teleportation order disappeared. Ha ha ha. Great. It's repaired, Sun Hai laughed out loud, ecstatic. With this teleportation array, my Xiandong sect has added another big step to its foundation. I have sensed that this teleportation array has connected the 4 teleportation points in the Yan Kingdom's cultivation world, Jiuji Island, Fengyan Mountain, Luoxing Valley, and an unknown area. Looking at the coordinates, it should be somewhere in the Dead Sea. God is helping me. The value of the ancient teleportation array is self-evident. With this teleportation array, the cultivators in the 4 surrounding counties must use the teleportation array to save time, and any sect that gets the teleportation array can charge a lot of money. Even if it costs 100 spirit stones for 1 teleportation, as long as there are 10,000 cultivators, that's 1 million spirit stones. Even if the maintenance cost of the teleportation array is excluded, it's still a lot of profit. Congratulations, Ancestor. Congratulations, Ancestor. Boss Wu judged the situation and congratulated everyone first. Not bad, not bad. You guys did a good job. Here are a few bottles of pills, which are your rewards. Sun Hai waved his hand, and everyone except Zhao Xiuxuan got a bottle of pills. The reward for a giant and cultivator, even if it is not a top-grade pill, is almost the same. As for you, Sun Hai glanced at Zhao Xiuxuan. Zhao Xiuxuan's heart immediately jumped, secretly groaned, and hurriedly said, Senior Sun, you said before that you would let me go after the ancient teleportation array is repaired. I am willing to swear an oath and never reveal this matter. Sun Hai stared at him for a long time, then pinched his beard, smiled and said, Master Zhang misunderstood. What Sun said will naturally not go back on his words. However, my Xiandong sect is very shallow in the art of formations. In the future, I will have to trouble Master Zhang to maintain this formation. In order to prevent Master Zhang from running back and forth, there is a place with abundant spiritual energy in Began Mountain where you can live. You will practice here in the future. If you have any requirements, just ask. You will get the benefits in the future. Sun Hai's intention was obviously to put Zhao Xiuxuan under house arrest in Began Mountain to maintain the ancient teleportation array for Xiandong sect. In addition to the consumption of spirit stones, the teleportation array will also have some losses every time it is teleported. It needs frequent maintenance, and Zhao Xiuxuan is the best candidate. Zhao Xiuxuan dared not speak when he heard this. Fortunately, his life was not on danger for the time being, so he could only remain silent with a cold face. Sun Hai didn't care about his attitude. Of course, if Zhao Xiuxuan's attainments and formations were not well known, he would have been wiped out long ago. Well, now that this teleportation array has been repaired, the next step is to draw forces from the sect and start to arrange the Hunyan Kunsha formation. Once this formation is arranged, we will not be afraid of exposing our plan here. 3 boys of the Wu family, your Zhailong sect will move here in the future. Do you have any objections? Sun Hai changed the subject and looked at the 3 foundation builders of the Zhailong sect. The 3 brothers of the Wu family didn't dare to object, and even bowed their hands and said yes. Well, in the future, Sun Hai's words were not finished. There was a loud boom. There was a shocking movement outside Began Mountain, as if there was a huge object roaring in the air. What's going on? Sun Hai frowned, swept his mind, and then his face changed. Outside Began Mountain, a huge flying boat was seen across the sky. The whole body was glowing red, and the hull was engraved with mysterious runes. A 5-finger-long mountain was engraved on the hull, making the whole flying boat more majestic. This was obviously a magic weapon from a certain mountain gate. Moreover, this formation showed that the attackers were not friendly. Ancestor, someone is attacking the mountain, the cultivator surnamed Yu from the Xiandong sect said angrily. The consciousness of the foundation building cultivators naturally knew what was happening outside. Sun Hai first subconsciously moved with spiritual pressure and was about to kill. Then, he seemed to have thought of something and suppressed his spiritual pressure. The Hunyan Kunsha formation has not been set up yet, and I have not got the first chance. I should not expose myself at this time. If I take action, those old monsters in the surrounding counties will come to me. At that time, I may be divided into a share of the pie. Sun Hai pondered for a while, and immediately ordered, You guys, Go out and explore the other party's intentions first. If they just come to Baigan Mountain to seize territory, then you can kill them. If they come for the ancient teleportation formation, then I will not care about exposing myself, although in Sun Hai's heart, the secret of the ancient teleportation formation is very strictly protected, and the other party is unlikely to come for the teleportation formation. But if that is the case, then he can only act brazenly and not leave any alive. Then quickly take action to set up the Hundian Kunsha formation. At that time, even if a giant and cultivator knows the existence of the ancient teleportation formation, with the Hundian Kunsha formation, it is enough to deal with 2, 3 or 4 Jindan at the same time without losing the upper hand. Unfortunately, the Hundian Kunsha formation was too loud, and once it was set up, some Jindan old monsters might get wind of it, so Sun Hai could only set it up after the teleportation formation was repaired. Yes, ancestor, the 6 foundation building monks responded and jumped out of the cave with a few big steps. Then they each urged their magic tools and flew into the air with a swish. In order to hide from others, the 3 Xiandong sect monks also waved their hands and changed into black clothes, and also put on a strange mask on their faces. Several people flew into the air with their tools, and saw the flying boat with red lights swallowing and spitting out a full sense of oppression. The monk surnamed Zhu was startled at first, and then shouted angrily, "Where did you come from? This mountain is guarded by the Zhilong sect. Leave quickly." As soon as he finished speaking, buzz, on the flying boat, the red light parted, revealing a team of monks standing on the flying boat. There were about 50 people, neatly arranged and with firm faces. They wore green robes with black tortoise patterns and carried various magical instruments on their backs. The strong wind fluttered their robes and they were all very heroic. The first 2 were even more eye-catching. One of them was tall and strong, with golden light shining on his face and a sad and sorrowful look. The other one had a cold look, one eye, and 10 short blades were floating around his body, with black light rippling. They were Zhao Xiuxuan and Zhao Xiuxuan. Zhao Xiuxuan stepped forward and said loudly, "You should leave quickly. From today on, Baigan Mountain will belong to our Chishan Zhao family." Thanks for subscribing. Chapter 279 Battle of Baigan Mountain. The Zhao family of Chishan? The Zhao family of Nanshan County, the 6 foundation builders of Baigan Mountain looked at each other with some confusion. Although the Zhilong sect and the Xiandong sect both belong to the mountain sects of Huangyan County, they have also heard that the leader of the Longyu sword sect, one of the 3 major sword cultivation mountain sects in Huangyan County, and the fairy master Shi, who is also one of the most beautiful in the cultivation world of Huangyan County, has become a Taoist couple with the head of the Zhao family of Chishan in Nanshan County. It is said that the head of the Zhao family has just entered the golden elixir and has no reputation. It is only because he is the first golden elixir in the ruined cultivation world of Nanshan County in hundreds of years that he has some reputation. For the cultivators of Huangyan County, if it were not for the name of Fairy Master, they would not have noticed this person at all. But why did the Zhao family want to seize Baigan Mountain for no reason? These cultivators of Huangyan County actually sneered at the cultivation world of Nanshan County. They thought they were superior to others and did not take the place of Nanshan County cultivation world as a shitty place seriously. Therefore, even if the divine sense had just detected someone coming to attack, they would have thought it was from a sect in Huangyan County. They never expected that it was the Chishan Zhao family, the only Jindan family in Nanshan County. Humph, Chishan Zhao family. You are so bold. Don't think that just because your family has a Jindan cultivator, you can be arrogant and do whatever you want. I won't hide it from you. Behind Baigan Mountain, there are also Jindan cultivators protecting you. Moreover, they are not comparable to your Zhao family master who has just formed a Jindan. I kindly remind you that it is not easy to practice. Don't let a single thought ruin the foundation of the sect. During this special period, the cultivators of Xiandong sect were unwilling to cause trouble. They suppressed their anger and wanted to use the title of Jindan cultivator to force the invaders back. Unfortunately, he was wearing a mask to cover his eyes, so the fierceness of his face could not be shown, and only the chill could be heard from his voice. The wind was howling, whistling over Baigan Mountain. The head of the family has ordered, "Conquer Baigan Mountain." In response to him, Zhao Xiuxuan's unwavering pre-war surrender document was issued. Then, Zhao Xiuxuan raised his eyebrows and shouted angrily, holding a ball of dazzling light in his hand and slamming it hard on the hull. Suddenly, The Chihu boat carrying many members of the Zhao family was rolling with red light, like boiling water. After a breath, the runes on the hull lit up one by one, and the red light gradually gathered at the huge bow, and a terrifying spiritual pressure was about to come out. Oh no! It's the spirit-gathering cannon. This scene made Beiganch and Liu Jiujishidor all over. The spirit-gathering cannon is a method that many large magic tools like to place. It is called a cannon, but it is actually a large magic array that gathers a large amount of spiritual energy in a short period of time and can make a shocking blow. The first-level spirit-gathering cannon is comparable to a blow from a foundation-building cultivator. And the second-level spirit-gathering cannon is close to the power of a golden elixir cultivator. The Chihu boat in front of him was so loud that it was definitely a second-level spirit-gathering robe. If this fight really happened, how could these foundation-building cultivators resist it? Not to mention the many key refining cultivators and disciples in the Bigan Mountain market. The fire at the city gate affected the innocent. Although Bigan Mountain was a small market, it gathered many independent cultivators. The independent cultivators who were just curious and watching, saw such a powerful attack, and fled one by one. Seeing the independent cultivators fleeing in all directions, the several foundation-building cultivators had no opinions, nor did they expect these independent cultivators to play a role. However, the disciples of the two sects were panicked and at a loss, which was a bit annoying. Don't panic. There is a mountain protection formation in the mountain that is enough to resist. Pass the order. Attack that flying boat. Fortunately, the several foundation-building cultivators did not lose their composure. They knew that the spirit-gathering cannon of the Chihu boat was still in the charging stage, so they immediately ordered the disciples to attack with long-range spells. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. Hundreds of disciples from the Zhilong sect and Xiandong sect in Bigan Mountain received the order, rubbed their spiritual energy with their hands, and flew spells at the Chihu boat. Among these disciples, the spells used by the disciples of the upper and lower sects were clearly distinguished. The Zhilong sect disciple reached out in front of him, and a black arrow flew out with a strong wind. The Xiandong sect disciple flicked his hands, and a ball of fire twice as big as the rest of the cultivators appeared out of thin air. Countless fireballs and arrows flew towards Chi Huazhao. Bang! Bang! Bang with a series of endless explosions. All long-range spells were covered by a colorful aura shield around Chi Huazhao. With the aura shield to resist, the Zhao family members did not panic. They waited seriously, waiting for Chi Huazhao's spirit-gathering cannon to blast open the mountain protection formation. Seeing that everyone's attack was ineffective, the Wu brothers of the Zhilong sect looked at each other, clasped their 6 hands, and chanted. After a while, with the 3 people as the center, a thing like a long nail condensed. This thing was full of black light, and with the black clothes of the 3 people, it looked more like a method of magic cultivation. Go, see the long nail condense. The 3 shouted angrily in unison. The black nail immediately broke free from the embrace of the 3 people, jumped a few times, and fiercely pierced the spiritual shield of Chi Huazhao. Crack, the black nail, who didn't know what kind of magic, pierced a hole in the spiritual shield of Chi Huazhao in an instant. The Wu brothers were delighted, laughed strangely, and drove the black nail directly to Zhao Xiuxuan, who was still activating the spirit cannon. Seeing that the black nail was about to penetrate Zhao Xiuxuan's body, Chi two huge arms blocked one hand and grabbed the black nail that was invincible. The black nail pierced between the palms, but it couldn't even pierce the skin. How is it possible? The Wu brothers looked closely and found that it was the golden man who had a deep hatred and didn't say a word. He didn't know what kind of magical power he had cultivated. He even took the black thorn cast by the 3 of them with his bare hands. Body cultivator. Such a solid defense. As the 3 were shocked, Zhao Xiuxuan squeezed his hands, and the Wu Duo Si in his hand, which was like a fish out of water, immediately dissipated with a bang. This scene shocked the 3 again. At the same time, Zhao Xiuxuan's spell was completed, and the red light on the bow of the entire Chihu boat had condensed into a spiritual light column with a diameter of 4 or 5 inches. With the outline of the last rune, a red light column that resounded through the mountains rumbled and hit the Bigan Mountain's mountain protection formation. Bang! The second-level mountain protection formation of Bigan Mountain was directly shattered. This was not over yet. There was a tremor, and a huge pit appeared on the mountain of Bigan Mountain. At this time, the Zhao family members took their own proud spells and began to fight back. Suddenly, a spell poured down from the Chihu boat. Fireball, flying sword, wind bullet in the crowd, A wave of spiritual energy suddenly appeared, and a green shadow flew out. It turned out that dozens of winged eagle puppets flew into the sky, and spit out green spiritual energy bullets from their mouths. This is not over yet. Several unique blue spiritual lights appeared among the Zhao family monks. A beautiful young girl was activating the spell. Several puppets with bows and arrows shot out a series of spiritual energy arrows with a bang. Bang 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 bang, half monks and half puppets. The Zhao family's magic spells fell on the monks of Began Mountain like drizzling rain through the forest. The monks who had time to activate the protective spiritual energy shield could still escape the disaster, but those who didn't had time could only die or be injured. After this wave of shooting, the Zhao family relied on the remaining protective spiritual energy shield without any casualties, and Began Mountain was already wailing. Many cultivators in the Zhao family were excited. However, the protective ore shield on the Chihu boat was also destroyed in this wave of attacks. If they were targeted by magic again, they could only use the protective ore shield to resist. Seeing that they were defeated in the first wave of fighting, the 6 Began Mountain Foundation building cultivators could not sit still. Looking for death, several people simultaneously urged the spiritual light of magic tools, waved their sleeves, and rushed towards the Chihu boat. The 3 people from the Xiandong sect each sacrificed a blue flying sword. The 3 people from the Jilong sect had different magic tools. The brown of the eldest Wu was spinning straight, and the second Wu patted his storage bag, and a silver-white long and short scimitar flew out to the left and right. The third Wu had a purple hook that flashed in the air. On the Zhao family side, the moment Zhao Xiuxuan broke the mountain protection formation, 10 black light short blades turned into a series of link meteors, taking the initiative and surrounding the 3 people from the Xiandong sect with a clanging sound. Zhao Xiuxuan groaned, and his body suddenly grew. His already burly figure became several feet taller, and his whole body was radiating golden light. Immediately, he stepped on the Chihu boat with his right foot, and rushed out from above with a bang. While in the air, his spell changed, and a red iron stick as big as a beam was held in his hand. Hit! Zhao Xiuxuan suddenly shouted, raised his hand and swept the stick. The powerful and heavy red iron stick turned into a dense stick shadow and hid it. Mixed origin golden killing stick. Several people divided into 2 groups and immediately fought in a group. The cultivator surnamed Yu glanced at Zhao Xiuxuan who was fighting with the 3 brothers of the Wu family, and sneered at Zhao Xiuxuan who was controlling the chain of poisonous blades. You 2 cultivators in the early stage of foundation building dare to fight with us separately? I think you are tired of living. However, Zhao Xiuxuan smiled coldly and said, who said it's just the 2 of us, huh? Not good. The cultivator surnamed Yu suddenly felt a chill on his back, and quickly changed his spell, and turned around to block the flying sword that was originally swallowing sword light. Sure enough, a gray wind whistled from behind, but just when the cultivator surnamed Yu thought he had blocked it, the gray wind suddenly turned a corner. Bang! There was a dull sound, and among the 3 people, the cultivator surnamed Chen was like being hit by a cannon, and was hit by the gray shadow that attacked from behind and flew more than 10 feet away. A late-stage second-order demon beast. Junior brother Chen, are you okay? Senior brother Yu was furious because he saw a lizard-like demon beast hiding under his nose. He just took a quick glance and saw clearly that it was the demon beast's tongue that hit junior brother Chen's back. Illusionary lizard, a common demon beast in Huangshan, Huangyan County, but it is rare to cultivate to the second order. Unexpectedly, the Zhao family in Chishan actually raised this beast. Be careful. This beast's whereabouts are unpredictable. In fact, he didn't need to say it, and several people knew clearly about the unique magical power of the illusionary lizard. Junior brother Chen, who was hit, returned again, his face pale and said, this beast. One hit destroyed my protective armor. Why are you talking so much? Saving your life is better than anything else, senior brother Yu scolded angrily. Junior brother Chen stopped talking immediately, but his eyes flashed with murderous intent. He took out a green talisman from his storage bag and suddenly stuck it to his temple. His eyes immediately glowed with 2 green rays. Second level eye clearing talisman. Okay, you will deal with this beast. Senior brother Yu was overjoyed. With this talisman, the magical power of the phantom lizard was equivalent to invalid. Junior brother Chen didn't waste any words. He raised his sword and flew towards a swiftly passing figure somewhere on the battlefield. Swoosh! A black light took advantage of senior brother Yu's distraction and suddenly pierced. Senior brother Yu quickly gathered his mind and activated the protective ore shield to resist. Puff! After a sound like a hot knife cutting butter, His protective aura shield was useless and was instantly pierced by a black short blade. Fortunately, he reacted quickly, and suddenly spit out a cold breath from his mouth, hitting the short blade that was within reach, freezing the short blade with a crackle, and then he retreated and escaped. However, the short blade flashed with black light, and the frost covering the whole body melted immediately. Damn. This weapon is weird. I almost got into trouble. The monk surnamed Yu escaped from death and hurriedly pulled away, his heart pounding. Although he was a monk in the middle stage of foundation building, he also knew that if he was stabbed by this strange black short blade, he would be in danger. Zhao Xiuxuan's 10 Yaoquan chain blades were made from the unique magic weapon in the hands of the Yaoquan assassin, smelted by the Juke City refiner, and added with a top-grade material phantom mirage sand, and finally created a mother and child chain magic weapon. Not only does it have a phantom when it is activated, it can also easily break the monk's spiritual shield, and it is even highly poisonous. As long as the skin is slightly scratched, this nether spring chain blade can cause the injured to have bone-eroding pain and heart-piercing poison. It is a second-level top-grade magic weapon that is unique in the entire Yan Kingdom's cultivation world. Looking back, the nether spring assassin was holding such a short blade, treating the cultivator's protective magic weapons and spiritual shields as thin paper, and harvested countless heads of Yan Kingdom's foundation-building cultivators. After seeing the powerful two Xiandong sect cultivators, they no longer dared to underestimate Zhao Xiuxuan and hurriedly used all their skills. On the other side, Zhao Xiuxuan was fighting alone with the 3 people from the Jialong sect. Every attack of his stick could easily break the offensive of the 3 people, and his own defense was strong. Even if he was occasionally scratched by a magic weapon, it was just a minor injury. But after a meal, with the cooperation of the 3 people, he began to feel a little powerless. The 3 brothers of the Wu family had been engaged in many killings and lootings. In terms of fighting experience, they were much stronger than the 3 men of the Xiandong sect. In addition, the 3 of them were close to each other and cooperated very skillfully. Zhao Xiuxuan, a cultivator in the early stage of foundation building, was proud of the fact that he could hold on until now. The hook of the 3rd brother Wu was like a demon snake waiting for an opportunity to move, which had been restraining Zhao Xiuxuan's movements. The long and short scimitars of the 2nd brother Wu slashed out silver-white knife lights, offsetting half of Zhao Xiuxuan's stick shadow. The of the 1st brother Wu was elusive, always causing Zhao Xiuxuan a bleeding wound at an angle that he didn't pay attention to. This was also because the 3 of them had learned the lesson of the Xiandong sect cultivators being ambushed by demon beasts, and they didn't dare to fight with all their strength, otherwise, Zhao Xiuxuan would have been unable to hold on at this time. Although the 3 brothers of the Wu family saw that they were sure to win, they were not sure in their hearts, because Zhao Xiuxuan was a complete monster. He fought against 3 people alone, but he became more and more courageous. The more he was injured, the colder his eyes became. He changed his bitter and vengeful appearance. Not only did he show his fierceness, but he also always gave people a tireless look, which was unpredictable. Physical cultivators are so tough and thick-skinned. Boss Wu saw that his magic weapon was successful frequently, but Zhao Xiuxuan was not seriously injured, but had a lot of minor injuries, which was also a bit astonishing. However, there was a time when the iron body would be worn out. He didn't believe that a physical cultivator in the early stage of foundation building could escape from the hands of the 3 of them. They fought for another cup of tea. The 6 people from Bigan Mountain sacrificed several magic weapons. Gradually, the 2 Zhao family members began to be unable to hold on. At this moment, Zhao Xiuxuan suddenly clenched the red iron stick and swept it away, knocking the magic weapons of the 3 brothers of the Wu family away. Then he took this opportunity to pinch the storage bag, and a round bead with a golden light flew out of the storage bag. There seemed to be a manic and unstable monster shadow inside the green round bead. Before the 3 of them could take a closer look, Zhao Xiuxuan suddenly pinched and sucked, and the golden bead, with a click, turned into golden light, and was sucked into Zhao Xiuxuan's stomach like a cow sucking water. On the other side, Zhao Xiuxuan also pinched his right hand, and the spiritual energy in his body was pumped back like a water pump, drilling into a talisman with a rolling dragon shadow in his hand, and the green talisman immediately burst into dazzling green light. Thanks for subscribing. Chapter 280, Sword Strike. No. It's a talisman. The green dragon talisman in Zhao Xiuxuan's hand burst into dazzling green light, and the astonishing spiritual pressure was like a raging sea. In the huge waves, a shadow of a green dragon was looming. The first time this green dragon talisman appeared was at the auction of the poison sand shop, and it was bought by a female cultivator who concealed her figure. Later, this talisman appeared in the hands of several spirit beast sect cultivators who were eyeing Zhuanghuan. The female cultivator wanted to use the green dragon talisman to kill Zhao Xiuxuan, who was still a foundation building cultivator at the time, in one fell swoop. As a result, she was strangled to death by her sword energy King Lian, and the green dragon talisman left behind was also obtained by Zhao Xiuxuan. After that, it was never used. After Zhao Xiuxuan established his foundation, he simply gave this talisman to Zhao Xiuxuan. The talisman was made by giant cultivators using damp fire to condense part of the power of their own life magic weapon. Once it is sacrificed, it is extremely powerful. Because refining a talisman will consume one's own magic weapon, few giant cultivators will really do so. Even if they refine a talisman at all costs, they will not easily give it to their favorite sons or nephews, or their close disciples. Based on this, the talismans circulating in the open are extremely rare. When the talisman appeared, the three cultivators of Xiandong sect began to panic. Senior brother Yu used his hands to cast several spells to stop the activation of the talisman, and shouted in a hurry, "Three brothers of the Wu family. Quickly kill this kid together, don't let him use the talisman." However, in response to him, it was the voice of the old man Wu who was in great pain. "Senior brother Yu, I'm in big trouble too, you guys just wish me the best." What? Senior brother Yu subconsciously looked back. He saw a 2-meter tall violent golden ape with bloodshot eyes, holding a red iron stick like a stone pillar, chasing the three brothers of the Wu family at an incredible speed and swinging a stick shadow. This is Blood Golden Ape. No. It's not a real monster, it's a Dharma image. In Huangyan County, Dharma image skills are not uncommon. In addition, when he took a quick look before, he noticed that Zhao Xiuxuan swallowed a monster spirit, so he didn't understand. The monster was just an illusion, and the real one was a Dharma image driven by the spirit of the monster. The Blood Golden Ape is one of the most difficult second-level monsters in the Dead Sea. When it runs, it is like golden light jumping. It is made of flesh and blood. It can smash rocks and knock down trees when it hits them. It is also extremely powerful. It can be said that it has speed, defense, and strength. The most difficult thing is that this monster is the most vengeful. Once it is targeted, it must fight to the death. Generally, cultivators in the late stage of foundation building will not easily provoke this beast if they fight alone. To condense a blood-eyed golden ape spirit bead, if you are lucky, you must kill at least 3 blood-eyed golden apes. If you are unlucky, you may not be able to get one even if you kill 10 unexpectedly. A cultivator in the early stage of foundation building can actually activate this Dharma image. The Dharma phase technique has extremely high requirements on the physical body of the cultivator. The more powerful the Dharma phase is, the greater the physical strength required, so only physical cultivators can practice this technique. Although the conditions for practice are relatively harsh, the beauty of the Dharma phase technique is that as long as there is the corresponding monster spirit, it can exert the power of the monster 100%, or even 130% or 140% of the monster, or some of its magical powers. When facing a cultivator with a higher cultivation level than oneself, this technique often works wonders. Boom! With a blast that pierced the air, the blood-eyed golden ape smashed down on Wu Laoer with a stick. Dang! First, the 2 silver-white long and short scimitars were smashed to pieces. Bang! Then the protective spirit shield was smashed to pieces. Finally, a powerful and heavy stick hit Wu Laoer fiercely. Wu Laoer only had time to groan before the whole person exploded directly. A pile of blood and flesh fragments splashed everywhere, dragging a blood mark several feet long on the ground. Old second, the faces of the other 2 changed drastically, and grief rose in their hearts. The 3 of them have been walking in the world of immortal cultivation for decades. With their tacit cooperation, they have killed countless cultivators. There are also several late-stage foundation building cultivators who died in the hands of the 3 of them. Unexpectedly, they capsized in the gutter today and were killed by Zhao Xiuxuan, an early-stage foundation building cultivator. Boss Wu took off his mask. His face was ferocious under the mask. He chewed his yellow teeth tightly, as if he wanted to grind Zhao Xiuxuan to ashes. The next moment, he bit his tongue hard and spat out a stream of bright red blood with a puff. After spitting out this mouthful of blood, Boss Wu's face was pale, as if he had consumed a lot. The blood hit the spinning body and was absorbed by the body. In a blink of an eye, as the body rotated, A circle of blood-colored blades appeared on the side of the body. Go! Boss Wu fiercely cast a spell, and the blood-colored body turned into bloodline at a speed 2 or 3 times faster than before, and fiercely chopped on the back of the blood-eyed golden ape. This attack, which was strengthened by the blood essence, immediately created a huge gap on the back of the blood-eyed golden ape. This was not over yet. The blood-colored sword suddenly turned in place, and the blood blade twisted a deeper wound in the gap. Moreover, 3 or 4 blood blades broke away from the sword with a swish and were about to drill into the Dharma phase. The Dharma phase can be understood as the double body of a cultivator refined with magic power and the essence of monsters. If the Dharma phase is injured, it will not cause damage to the cultivator who activated the Dharma phase. However, once the blood blade drilled into the Dharma phase and hit Zhao Xiuxuan, it would inevitably be immediately removed and cause him considerable damage. Roar! The blood-eyed golden ape roared, and golden light flowed all over his body. The magic power gathered on his back, clamping the blood blade so that it could not move forward even half a step. At the same time, he grabbed the blood-colored sword with a huge claw, and with a swish sound, he was about to pull it out 3 or 4 inches from his back. Seeing that the attack failed, Boss Wu's eyes flashed with cold light, and he suddenly cast a spell. Bang! After a deafening explosion, the back of the blood-eyed golden ape Dharma image was bloody, and a big hole appeared. It turned out that Boss Wu had ruthlessly blew up his own magic weapon. After the explosion, the entire Dharma image began to crumble. At this moment, Boss Wu, who had been waiting for an opportunity, finally made a move. He had been practicing a Wu Duosi in his hand for a long time. When the blood-eyed golden ape was seriously injured, he seized the opportunity and hit the broken part of the Dharma image behind him. Wu Duosi is a magical skill practiced by the 3 brothers. It was obtained from the storage bag of an evil cultivator after the 3 of them robbed and killed him. This skill is not easy to practice. It requires one's own blood essence as the root and the soul as the supplement. Only by taking 3 points of each can such a Wu Duosi be condensed. Not only that, this skill can also be used by 3 people to attack together. Once the combined attack is used, the power can be much stronger. Although Zhao Xiuxuan caught the Wu Duosi with his bare hands before, he was just restrained. If it hit him, he would definitely be seriously injured. Even if he couldn't kill Zhao Xiuxuan, he could completely disperse his Dharma image. As long as the Dharma image disappeared, the remaining 2 Wu brothers would be sure to kill him. Shui, the Wu Duosi turned into black light and was about to pierce the big hole in the Dharma image that was blasted by the magic weapon. Wu Laoshan showed a smug look on his face. Suddenly, the situation took a sharp turn for the worse. The blood-eyed golden ape suddenly paused, and its bloodthirsty eyes suddenly opened. The golden light moved, and there was another air explosion. Its huge body immediately disappeared from the spot. The next second, a shadow appeared behind Wu Laoshan. Not good. Wu Laoshan was immediately frightened and his soul flew away. In panic, he raised the flying weapon to escape. However, it was too late. Boom! The ground of Began Mountain shook after being hit by the stick of blood-eyed golden ape, and a pool of blood stuck to the red iron stick. Old 3, 2 of the 3 brothers of the Wu family were killed by the 2 sticks of blood-eyed golden ape. In the heart of the old man, Wu Laodao was no longer furious, but was thinking about how to escape from this place. Among the 3 brothers, Wu Laodao had the highest cultivation level, reaching the 5th level of foundation building, while the other 2 were cultivators of the 4th level of foundation building. 3 cultivators of the middle stage of foundation building surrounded and killed a cultivator of the early stage of foundation building, but they were killed in return. This made the old man regret it secretly. If he had known earlier, he would not have waded into the muddy water of the teleportation array. Although the 3 brothers were nominally elders of the Zhilong sect, and there was a late stage of foundation building sect leader sitting above them, the status of the 3 in the Zhilong sect was very transcendent, and the sect leader of the Zhilong sect would respond to any request of the 3 brothers. Originally, the 3 of them accidentally discovered the ancient teleportation array, which was a great opportunity. However, after careful consideration, the 3 brothers knew that with the strength of the Zhilong sect, they could not hold on to the teleportation array. After thinking for a long time, they decided to exchange the ancient teleportation array and the rarer teleportation order for the qualification of the Xiandong sect's vassal gate. Moreover, as long as the teleportation array was completely repaired, the Zhilong sect could also obtain 10% of the profit from the teleportation array. and the three brothers could also enter the Xiandong sect as guest monks, get more cultivation resources, and their future cultivation path would be smoother. This was the safest way for the three to deal with the hot potato of the ancient teleportation array after thinking about it. However, they never expected that the ancient teleportation array had just been repaired and two brothers were lost. Boss Wu lost all his fighting spirit and turned around and fled to the direction of the three foundation building of the Xiandong sect. However, when he turned his head, he saw a green dragon coming out of the green talisman floating in the air. After winding around, it brought with it a terrifying spiritual pressure, roaring towards Began Mountain with a momentum that changed the color of the sky and earth and reversed the wind and clouds. Talisman. Green Dragon Talisman. The attack of the talisman was a real blow for a giant and cultivator. With the cultivation of a foundation-building cultivator, even if it was touched, it would be dead or disabled. Seeing the power of the talisman, the Xiandong sect cultivator could not care so much, and immediately begged and shouted, "Ancestor, save me," seeing that the green dragon was about to hit the three disciples. A full-bodied voice came from Began Mountain, "Useless thing." Sun Hai finally couldn't help but take action. Shui, a beam of light crossed 100 feet in an instant, and soon after, a double-headed beheading knife fell from the air and chopped off the head of the talisman green dragon. Puff! The beheading knife was as easy as chopping melons and vegetables, and it cut off the head of the talisman treasure green dragon with one blow. With a whine, the talisman treasure green dragon immediately disintegrated and turned into spiritual light and dissipated. Sizzle! The light of the green dragon talisman in Zhao Xiuxuan's hand dimmed, and a faint crack appeared on the talisman. A talisman treasure was damaged like this. If it was sacrificed once more, it would be completely destroyed. This made Zhao Xiuxuan extremely distressed. Xiuming. Retreat. The appearance of the giant and cultivator was not something that Zhao Xiuxuan and Zhao Xiuming, the two foundation-building cultivators, could contend with. Without thinking, Zhao Xiuxuan immediately retreated dozens of feet. Zhao Xiuming fled faster than him. After he smashed Wu Laozhen into pieces with a stick, his skin suddenly cracked all over his body, and a series of intricate blood holes appeared on his body. That was the backlash after using the Dharma image. If it were any other Dharma images, it wouldn't be so serious. The blood-eyed golden ape was the most powerful one among the Dharma images he could collect, and it was also the one with the most serious backlash. This is a matter of drinking and eating. Although the Dharma image skill can increase a huge amount of strength in a short period of time, things will turn around if they are too extreme. If one fails to control it well, it may cost him his life. Many things in the world of cultivating immortals are like this. Although the two retreated quickly enough, Sun Hai obviously did not intend to let them go. This ancestor has taken action, and you still want to run. Stay here. Sun Hai's face was furious. His face, which was originally young, was covered with crow's feet like a circle of ripples because of anger. Go! The beheading knife that had just killed Fu Baoking Jiao turned its spearhead and whoosh, it intercepted the two people and the Chihua Zhao directly. On the Chihua Zhao, the Zhao family members who were originally exchanging spells with the big ancient cultivators immediately crackled countless spells and hit the beheading knife. HMPH. An ant trying to shake a tree. You don't know what you're talking about. Cut him off. Sun Hai's spell changed, and the beheading knife exploded in the wind, turning into a giant blade of 7 or 8 feet long. In an instant, he swung it diagonally, intending to cut Zhao Xiuxuan, Zhao Xiuming, and Chihua Zhao, who were flying with weapons, in half at the same time. Everyone was shocked. Boom! At this moment, there was a loud bang on Chihua Zhao. Countless green sword ki rolled up like the steam of boiling water in winter. The sword ki rolled on Chihua Zhao and immediately turned into a giant sword several times larger than the beheading knife. From bottom to top, it swung up to meet the blade of the beheading knife. Dang! After a sound of metal clashing that resounded through the mountains, Sun Hai's face changed, and the beheading knife flew back with a whoosh, gradually shrinking in the air, and finally became normal and fell behind Sun Hai. Sun Hai took a glance calmly and found that there was already a finger-deep notch on the blade of the beheading knife, which shocked him again. He didn't have time to look at it anymore. He stared at the direction of Chihua Zhao and frowned and shouted, "Which Taoist friend is it that made the move? Since you are here, why hide your head and show your tail?" As soon as he finished speaking, someone immediately responded, "Why bother to get involved in the fight between the younger generation? Taoist friend, it's better to show mercy." The person who spoke could knock the beheading knife away with a sword, so it was naturally no one else. Zilla. Along with a burst of purple lightning, Zhao Xiuxuan flew out of a flying tower on the Chihuahua and landed steadily on the bow. His green clothes fluttered in the strong wind, and his eyes, which stared at Sun Hai from a distance, showed no joy or anger, only a green light, scanning him tentatively. Sun Hai's eyes narrowed immediately, and he looked so gloomy that water seemed to be dripping out of him. Thanks for subscribing. There will be a recommendation around the 3rd of next month, and I should update 2 more chapters by then. I can recommend it only because of the support of all the big guys, thank you. But my energy is really limited, and I can't update more in return, cry. Chapter 281, Golden Elixir Battle, Hunan Bag. Clan Leader. When the Zhao family members saw Zhao Xiuxuan, they immediately calmed down. They all stood behind him, led by Zhao Xiuxuan. Zhao Xiuxuan and Zhao Xiuming escaped and fell behind him. A gray tongue made a smacking sound and rolled onto the Chihu boat. Then a gray shadow landed on the Chihu boat with the help of the tongue. The body of the phantom lizard was covered with bruises, and one of its legs was very awkward when walking. It was obviously injured. Zhao Xiuxuan quickly put it into the spirit beast bag and threw a few bottles of healing pills into it. After placing his spirit beast, he looked at Zhao Xiuxuan and Zhao Xiuming. Zhao Xiuxuan was fine, only the King Jiao talisman was damaged, but Zhao Xiuming was covered in blood, looking extremely scary. But Zhao Xiuming still had a face full of bitterness and hatred, and it was hard to tell how serious his injury was. Seeing Zhao Xiuxuan's look, he said in a muffled voice, "I'm fine. The backlash of the blood-add golden ape Dharma image is too great. It will be fine." After a while of recovery, Zhao Xiuxuan breathed a sigh of relief and put his mind at ease. To be honest, in the previous battle, Zhao Xiuxuan relied on the Dark Spring Chain Blade and the Green Dragon Talisman to fight 1 against 2, while Zhao Xiuming fought 1 against 3 and killed 2 of them in an instant. This record made Zhao Xiuxuan, who saw him fight with all his strength for the first time, look at him with new eyes. He also had a new view of the power of the Dharma image Gongfa and thought in his heart whether he should practice it himself and try it, maybe he could improve his combat power. His thoughts turned here, and in the eyes of the people in Began Mountain, he was fearless. Sun Hai couldn't help but ask gloomily, "It seems that Aoyao is the mastermind behind the attack on Began Mountain." Sun Hai didn't know Zhao Xiuxuan, and because he was concentrating on retreat and didn't care about worldly affairs, he didn't know anything about this new giant who had been making a lot of noise recently. At this time, because of the action of the ancestor Sun Hai, senior brother Yu, who escaped from the Green Dragon Talisman, moved his lips and whispered something to Sun Hai. Sun Hai frowned even more, and looked at Zhao Xiuxuan in surprise. A cultivator in the early stage of the Golden Core, Master Yi actually became your Taoist partner? Why didn't Master Yi come with you? From his tone, it can be seen that he and Master Yi seemed to know each other. As soon as he finished speaking, another moon-white light flew out from the Chihu boat. Master Yi's expression was not very good, her eyebrows were tightly knitted, and she appeared beside Zhao Xiuxuan with a little surprise. "Ancestor Sun? So you haven't passed away yet, it's really the Master Girl. I thought it was my disciple who was talking nonsense." With a Master Girl's talent and ability, she can form a Taoist couple with this Taoist friend. It seems that this Taoist friend is not simple. Seeing the appearance of the Master Girl, Sun Hai forced a smile on his face. If the Master Girl didn't know his reputation, if it were someone else, they would probably think that this man was a kind person. The Master did not answer silently, but said to Zhao Xiuxuan with a sullen face, "Husband, this man is called Sun Hai, and he is the ancestor of the Xiandong sect 800 years ago. He was a great cultivator in the late Jiandan stage. He once attempted to reach the Yuanying stage, but failed. Since then, he has disappeared. The immortal cultivators thought that he was seriously injured and passed away. Unexpectedly, he appeared here. This man practiced the Dongai or Kigen, which is extremely difficult to practice. After practicing it, the killing power is amazing, which is even better than that of sword cultivators." After explaining Sun Hai's origins, the master paused, then opened her red lips, and added 2 sentences. "This man is vicious and insidious, so you must be more careful." As a fellow giant and cultivator in Huangyan County, the master's evaluation of Sun Hai is definitely not groundless. In fact, the words vicious and sinister do fit Sun Hai very well. It is rumored that this man was in a cave ruin 100 years ago. He wanted to take all the elixirs that were beneficial to the breakthrough of the nascent soul for himself. He attacked the Jiandan cultivators who were traveling with him. After a disagreement, he killed 2 people by surprise and seriously injured another one. Fortunately, the other escaped with a secret method. Among the 2 people who died, one was the ancestor of Wanzhang Mountain, Qiulongzi, who was in the middle stage of Jiandan. The other was a foreign cultivator, in the early stage of Jiandan. The one who escaped by chance was the leader of Yan County Qinghuo Valley, Yao Huo Taoist. After Qiulongzi's death, Sun Hai also risked the world's disapproval and bloodbathed the entire Wanzhang Mountain, destroying its sect and temples, and destroying the Taoist tradition. After the only Jiandan cultivator was seriously injured, Qinghuo Valley also declined within a few decades, and Yao Huo Taoist died of his injuries 10 years later. This incident caused a sensation in the entire Yan state's cultivation world. Perhaps it was because of this incident that Sun Hai hurriedly tried to break through the nascent soul, but as expected, he did not succeed in breaking the pill and transforming into a nascent soul. From then on, the ancestor Sun Hai never appeared in the world of cultivation. After listening to Master's introduction, Zhao Xiuxuan secretly took note of it in his heart. However, Zhao Xiuxuan just shook his head secretly at the hatred that Master showed without concealing it. In order to cultivate resources, he attacked his companions brazenly. In Zhao Xiuxuan's view, this matter is everywhere in the world of cultivation, but it is nothing. The subsequent bloodbath of the entire Wanzhang Mountain is indeed a bit cruel. As for the impact on the nascent soul later, Zhao Xiuxuan's first feeling is that this move is inconsistent with Sun Hai's character, and it is likely that he has set up a maze. In fact, when he tried to break through the nascent soul, he was probably fully prepared, but he lacked a little luck and failed to break through. He simply hid himself from then on, giving people an illusion of sitting and dying, and began to concentrate on preparing for the second breakthrough of the nascent soul. But, is the matter of the teleportation array really that important? Even such a big shot would not hesitate to come out from the dark to guard it. However, on second thought, the benefits that the teleportation array brings to the sect are indeed hard to give up. Moreover, Sun Hai is a person who has already passed away. Hiding here will also make it more conducive for Xiandong sect to completely master the teleportation array. Seeing Zhao Xiuxuan and Shi exchanging glances, Sun Hai remained calm and composed. After a moment, he lowered his eyelids and tentatively said, "Shi girl, Began Mountain is the place where my ancestor practices meditation. The market here is just a cover-up and is not worth much money. For the sake of your master, if you two leave now, I, the ancestor, will pretend that nothing happened." Zhao Xiuxuan naturally heard his probing words and said without leaving a single flaw, "Senior Sun, I did not expect it to be such a coincidence. The matter of the market is another matter. I am very interested in another thing. This place is just a first-order spirit bane, but it can allow a late Jiandan cultivator like you to stay here. I can't figure it out. Is there some opportunity here that allows you to guard it like this?" As soon as Zhao Xiuxuan's true and false words came out, Sun Hai frowned and wondered inwardly, could it be that this boy really didn't come here for the teleportation array, but just happened to catch up? If that's the case, there's no need to use that move. After all, it's also a burden on the body. The most important thing is, it's better to save that move to deal with those old monsters. The Hunyuan Kunsha formation is about to be deployed, so don't cause any more trouble. This kid just used a giant sword move, although it is very powerful, but there's no need to be so cautious. He's just a cultivator in the early stage of the golden collar. After the formation is deployed and those old monsters are beaten, use it to start the operation. Sun Hai sneered in his heart, and in a moment he had an idea. He pinched his right hand behind his back, and a round of alternating blue and white spiritual light at the fingertips dissipated. "Zhao family kid, I won't waste my words with you. Considering that you are young and it is not easy to practice, I will just leave now. I will forgive you for what happened. If you still want to have any crooked ideas and disturb my meditation, don't blame me for bullying the weak. You can ask your Taoist companion next to you. I always keep my word." Sun Hai finished speaking, and the spiritual pressure of the perfect golden elixir on his body was like a gust of wind. In his eyes, the ruthlessness and oppression were just right. If it were someone else, facing a perfect golden elixir cultivator, coupled with Sun Hai's reputation for ruthlessness, I am afraid he would have fled long ago. But Zhao Xiuxuan came for him today, and the feud had already been made. Once he stopped today, the Zhao family would definitely be secretly counterattacked in the future. No matter what the measure was, Zhao Xiuxuan would not let go easily. However, for a vicious person like Sun Hai, he actually let him go. Zhao Xiuxuan guessed a little bit of the thinking behind this unusual behavior. Sun Hai had made many enemies in the past, and the teleportation array was a big piece of fat meat. He might be conserving his strength to plan for the future. This move is understandable. After all, he had reached the golden core perfection 100 years ago, and his methods were countless. It was normal for him to underestimate us. With this in mind, Zhao Xiuxuan made a decisive move. He swung his right hand, which was also behind his back, and the ancient sword ball turned into green light, crossing most of the battlefield in an instant, and stretched between him and Sun Hai. Swish! 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 While the sword ball was still flying, the sword energy condensed into a sword ball that was difficult to distinguish between real and fake, like a shadow left by a person. As the sword cultivation method with the longest attack distance and high speed in his method, this move, the sword energy was like a torrential rain, stabbing towards Sun Hai. At the same time, Zhao Xiuxuan disappeared, and the purple lightning light jumped in a zigzag shape in the air. A series of fireballs hit Sun Hai fiercely with an attitude of destroying everything. While making a quick move, he was puzzled. Today, I want to challenge the seniors who have been famous for a long time. Seeing Zhao Xiuxuan attacking without saying anything, Sun Hai's face flashed with murderous intent, and seeing Zhao Xiuxuan's light flying fast, he couldn't help but praise what a fast light. The light of a giant in the early stage was so fast, which was obviously unusual. If it's not that he is inexperienced and doesn't know how to conserve his mana, then his mana is abundant and much stronger than ordinary giant cultivators. Could it be? Is this boy's giant more than 4 lines? Maybe it's true. He is so ignorant that he dares to attack a giant perfection cultivator casually. I'm afraid that when he was forming the elixir, he had a very good opportunity and used medium-grade natural treasures. That's why he thinks highly of himself. In the eyes of Sun Hai, the shrewd old monster, every step of Zhao Xiuxuan seemed immature and ignorant. Zhao Xiuxuan's behavior coincidentally provided a far-fetched but plausible basis for his large-scale attack on Began Mountain. A young patriarch who has some opportunities, is not weak, has a conceited personality, is just beginning to show his talents, and can't wait to help the family expand. Such a character portrait appeared in Sun Hai's eyes. For such cultivators, Sun Hai didn't know how many of them he had killed casually in his life. Since you want to die quickly, then the ancestor will grant your wish. Sun Hai completely gave up the idea of using some kind of magical power on Zhao Xiuxuan. In his opinion, there was no need to throw out his trump card to kill someone like Zhao Xiuxuan. What he didn't expect was that this difference in thought would make him extremely upset. 5 red flame fireballs brushed past Sun Hai as he dodged, and rumbled on a solitary peak of Began Mountain, and immediately the mountain was razed to the ground. The entire Began Mountain trembled, and the underground cave of the ancient teleportation array also fell a lot of boulders. Fortunately, there was a formation arranged, so the teleportation array that was repaired with great difficulty was not damaged. This scene made Sun Hai angry, and at the same time, it also added a bit of portrayal to Zhao Xiuxuan's conceited image. If they really came for the teleportation array, they wouldn't be so reckless. It seems that they really came for the purpose of conquering Began Mountain. Ridiculous. Sun Hai couldn't help but sneer, and then he waved his sleeves, and a ball of spiritual light gushed out, turning into a cloud of rosy clouds. The dense rain of swords fell into the cloud, like a mud cow entering the sea, melting without a trace. After absorbing the sword energy, the cloud drifted towards Zhao Xiuxuan slowly. The strange thing was that no matter where Zhao Xiuxuan fled, the cloud could always bite him in the first place. Although the speed was not fast, Zhao Xiuxuan always had a feeling that he would catch up sooner or later. Moreover, once he was caught up, he would be in danger. Not only that, Sun Hai took out another magic weapon from his storage bag. It was a scroll. It looked ordinary. When it was opened, a mountain in ink and water appeared 10 feet in front of it. On the mountain, there were flowers, trees, rocks, flowing water, and flocks of birds. It was lifelike. The next moment, Sun Hai cast a spell, and the mountain in ink and water suddenly shook. In a moment, leaves fell, flowers and branches broke, rocks splashed, water waves rose, and flocks of birds fluttered. The many depictions in the mountain in ink and water suddenly turned into knives in Sun Hai's hands, and rushed towards Zhao Xiuxuan. Puchy, puchy, Zhao Xiuxuan's green sword rain collided with these ink and water objects. Those leaves, flowers, gravel, flowing water, and flying birds immediately shattered into pieces. However, this thing seemed to be born to restrain the sword energy. Not only did it not dissipate on the spot, but it turned into ink drops all over the sky and rolled towards Zhao Xiuxuan. It must be said that it was quite tricky. Zhao Xiuxuan suddenly had an idea. A ball of green light rose from his storage bag. He grabbed a cloth bag and threw it out. Humiliation bag, the best magic weapon of Master Ziran. As soon as the humiliation bag left his body, Zhao Xiuxuan's spell came immediately. The magic weapon flashed with green light, like a giant toad, opened the bag mouth, and sucked fiercely. Swoosh, 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 not a drop of ink was leaked, and all were sucked into the humiliation bag. Zhao Xiuxuan saw that it was effective, so he simply turned around and sucked the group of rosy clouds and mist that were chasing him again. The rosy clouds and mist were also swallowed into the bag. Humiliation bag, thanks for subscribing. Chapter 282 Kill the Ancestor and Seize the Teleportation Array. After Zhao Xiuxuan's magic weapon showed its magical power, Sun Hai's face was slightly startled, and he recognized the origin of the magic weapon. For a moment, even a cultivator like him, who had reached the perfection of the golden elixir, couldn't help but be moved. This thing is made from the belly skin of the strange beast swallowing sky tapir. The refining process also needs to be continuously soaked in the blood of the giant monster. It can directly devour the spells of cultivators, and can also be used for one's own purposes in a short period of time. It can be said to be a rare thing among the best magic weapons. Although he thought about it, Zhao Xiuxuan's set of methods did not stagnate at all. He saw that the humiliation bag had just swallowed the ink droplets and the rosy clouds and mist into the bag, and then he cast a spell. The humiliation bag opened its mouth and spit out the ink droplets, and the rosy clouds and mist returned to their original owners and flew towards Sun Hai. Little trick. Sun Hai stretched out 2 fingers in a row, one finger pointed at the ink painting scroll, and the ink mountain peak shook again, and the ink drops in the sky seemed to be pulled back to their original positions. In an instant, flowers, trees, rocks, flowing water, and flocks of birds came back to life. With another finger, he touched the flying clouds and mist, and the clouds suddenly shrank, then collapsed and disappeared. Seeing that the scroll magic weapon was restrained, Sun Hai simply put away the scroll, greedily looked at the humiliation bag, and spit out a jade-colored spiritual light from his mouth. It was a palm-sized jade hook. As soon as the jade hook came out, it immediately poofed and exploded a strange green fire. This was not over yet. The green fire was divided into 3, and then into 9. In a breath, 9 groups of head-sized green fires floated up and down around Sun Hai, making Sun Hai look gloomy and terrifying. Without saying any more useless words, Sun Hai flicked his fingers, and 9 groups of green fire flew like meteors, chasing Zhao Xiuxuan away. The speed of the green fire was extremely fast, but fortunately Zhao Xiuxuan's purple thunder escape light was also good. The green fire and the purple thunder chased each other and moved back and forth around Bagan Mountain. Among them, a ball of green fire hit the rocks as Zhao Xiuxuan's body changed, instantly melting the entire rock into a pool of green water, and where the green water drips and spread, another piece of green fire rose up. Seeing this, Zhao Xiuxuan was also awed in his heart, secretly saying that he must not be touched by the green fire. Fortunately, Kingsun Lingla E Dun plus the 7-pattern purple thunder golden elixir allowed Zhao Xiuxuan to shuttle freely in the green fire. Although the green fire was powerful, it had no effect if it could not touch his body. This Sun Hai is indeed a veteran giant and cultivator, but in just 3 moves, whether it is magic weapons or magical powers, they are extremely powerful. 100 years ago, the giant was perfected. After hundreds of years of practice, both combat experience and fighting methods are much higher than other cultivators. Zhao Xiuxuan dodged and moved, while commenting on Sun Hai in his heart. What he didn't know was that Sun Hai's evaluation of him was also very rare. This boy is so fast and his magic is so powerful. Logically speaking, he should have shown signs of fatigue after flying for so long, but he is full of energy. It seems that he has the capital to be conceited. Young people are to be feared. Sun Hai laughed strangely twice, not at all like a senior master. Instead, he flipped his hand, and the jade hook made another puff sound, and the green light was bright. Immediately, more than a dozen green fires were shot at Zhao Xiuxuan. Zhao Xiuxuan saw that the green fire had nowhere to escape, but he was not panicked. He pointed at the void, and the sword ball trembled. Chong chuk chuk, countless sword ki drilled out of the sword ball, like a swarm of bees in a mountain nest, and like moths flying into flame to meet the green fire. Puff puff puff, as the sword ki passed through, the green fire was swept away. However, Zhao Xiuxuan was not proud, but his expression was condensed, because he had caught a glimpse of Sun Hai's actions from the corner of his eye. He waved his robe, and the jade hook in front of him rolled up with green light, and his entire figure instantly disappeared from the battlefield. This Xiandong second ancestor had made several moves. Whether he was activating magic weapons or performing magic, he was calm and motionless. This sudden disappearance obviously meant that he was starting to get serious. Seeing the enemy disappear, Zhao Xiuxuan had no time to think about it, and he raised the escape light. Sizzle, his body was immediately covered by purple thunder, and the whole person flashed with a speed several times faster, and disappeared from the spot. The next second, his figure appeared dozens of feet away. At this time, there was a jade-colored strange hand at the position where he was before, and it grabbed his phantom. Sun Hai's figure walked out of a green escape light. He hit it in vain, and his face was a little surprised. The next second, the green light on his body rolled up again, and he disappeared from the spot again. Zhao Xiuxuan was fully prepared, and his sticky divine thoughts like mud had spread all over his body for hundreds of feet. However, after this exploration, he found nothing. A giant imperfect cultivator, facing a giant and early-stage cultivator, actually used such a sneak attack. It was indeed insidious, Zhao Xiuxuan thought to himself, and his hands moved quickly. With a thought, his eyes flashed with a barely perceptible green light, green snake eyes. 6. After this look, he immediately found a group of green spiritual energy lingering around him. It seemed that it knew that it would not be so easy to succeed after the first attack failed. So Sun Hai patiently waited for Zhao Xiuxuan to lose his composure so that he could sneak attack successfully. Zhao Xiuxuan knew where his figure was, and his heart was much more at ease. While taking out something from his storage bag, he moved around in a flash, pretending that he could not detect it at all. His trick really worked. Sun Hai saw that he was wasting his magic power like a headless fly. He found a foothold and suddenly waved his hands. This time, two jade-colored strange hands came towards Zhao Xiuxuan one after another. The jade-colored hand passed through the air, and there was a faint smell of burning in the air. It was also a spell activated by the jade hook. If caught by it, it would obviously be more miserable than being hit by the green fire. However, since Zhao Xiuxuan had already seen through his position, this flaw was naturally exposed on purpose, waiting for him to make a move. The next second, Zhao Xiuxuan threw a broken branch from his sleeve. As soon as the branch of the golden money spirit tree appeared, Zhao Xiuxuan's spell came soon. As soon as the spell was used, Zhao Xiuxuan felt that his Danshin mana was severely sucked away. His 30% of the mana is gone. The activation of the golden money spirit tree was a toothache. Fortunately, its effect was also obvious. The broken branch of the golden money spirit tree shook, and a piece of jade spiritual light gushed out. Countless branches twisted, and went straight towards Sun Hai. Sun Hai frowned, knowing that he had fallen into a trap. He reacted quickly, slapped his storage bag, and the double-headed beheading knife flew out. The beheading knife swung out, like cutting through mountains and seas, and chopped straight at the branches all over the sky. The branches of the money tree broke off all at once, and were far from being as hard as imagined. This made Sun Hai slightly reveal a hint of satisfaction. However, the next second, the jade spiritual light surged at the broken part of the branch, and in an instant another branch grew out, and Sun Hai was caught off guard and rolled over in an instant. Sun Hai raised the jade claw in his hand and flicked it in front of him, ejecting countless green fire threads. As soon as the green fire threads touched the branches of the money tree, the branches were cut off like tofu, and wisps of green fire emerged from the broken part. Sun Hai's smile did not last for a breath, and another branch grew at the end. After this, Sun Hai realized something was wrong. He didn't have time to think about it. He stepped on the light and was about to escape. However, it was too late. Moreover, the branch seemed to have known his action for a long time. It immediately grew 10 feet and trapped his escape direction like a jade umbrella. Sun Hai was a breath slower. He had no way to escape and was caught by the money tree. Break! Sun Hai threw green fire in his hand frequently, constantly melting and burning the branches of the money tree. However, under the constant urging of Zhao Xiuxuan's magic power, the branches were endless. When one branch was burned, 10 branches grew. In the end, it was like a prison, and Sun Hai was trapped. Sun Hai threw dozens of green fires, and sweat was already oozing out of his face. Seeing that the branches that should have been restrained by the fire method were endless, even though Sun Hai was knowledgeable, he frowned for a while. After careful consideration, his heart suddenly skipped a beat, and he suddenly realized a broken branch of the ancient spiritual tree. After making this judgment, Sun Hai's face was immediately filled with ecstasy. Ha 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 ha. Great. My nascent soul finally has hope. God will not abandon me. The branch of the ancient spiritual tree, with it, I can enter the depths of Chang'an Palace. Sun Hai's ecstatic expression flashed by, and then was immediately suppressed by his deep-seated scheming. A thought passed in an instant, and Sun Hai immediately retracted the green fire on his body, grabbed with both hands, and a purple round bowl flew out of the storage bag and fell into his hands, and then was thrown out. The round bowl magic weapon is a defensive magic weapon. Once thrown out, it turned into a purple spiritual shield, which blocked the branches of the money spirit tree outside at once. No matter how the spiritual branches squeezed, it could not go in an inch. After doing all this, Sun Hai stood with his hands behind his back, secretly pinching his fingers, and a ball of blue and white air began to linger between his fingers. He showed a deep smile on his face and said, "Wait a minute, my friend Zhao. I have something to discuss with you about a chance to become a nascent soul. You, my friend from the ancient times. What are you doing?" Sun Hai's face suddenly changed when he was halfway through his words. Zhao Xiuxuan patted his storage bag, and a red figure several feet long emerged from it. The red demon puppet was sacrificed by Zhao Xiuxuan. While Sun Hai was speaking, Zhao Xiuxuan had already cast several spells, with his fingers on his forehead, and the power of his soul was drilling into the red demon puppet. As Zhao Xiuxuan moved, red light flowed on the red demon puppet, and a monstrous spiritual pressure was about to burst out. Fourth level puppet, Sun Hai spoke too hastily and almost bit off his tongue. Cursing inwardly, Sun Hai said anxiously, "Stop. The opportunity that this ancestor is going to tell you involves the key to breaking through the nascent soul." In response to him, Zhao Xiuxuan's increasingly fast spells, and his joking words, "If the senior really wants to negotiate, he won't use tricks behind the scenes. This opportunity is not for the benefit of the junior, so it's better not to take it. However, the senior can go to the underworld to look for it." Zhao Xiuxuan revealed Sun Hai's tricks behind the scenes. The murderous intent on his face was revealed, and he no longer hid his greedy face and said, "Boy, don't be arrogant. Even if you have a fourth level puppet, I don't believe that you, a giant and cultivator, can play any role. When I kill you, all these opportunities will be mine." Bang! At this moment, the red demon puppet's eyes were full of golden light, and he suddenly jumped up with a pair of spears in his hand, crossing 50 feet in one step, and smashed the 2 spears fiercely on the purple bowl magic weapon. The next second, the purple bowl magic weapon collapsed, and the purple light ore cover shattered with a crackling sound. No, with his life hanging by a thread, Sun Hai could not care about anything else. He pushed with both hands, and a ball of blue-white spiritual light that had not yet taken shape, rose and fell, and burst into amazing light, and directly hit the double spears of the red demon puppet. Boom! A huge blue-white light column shot straight into the sky. The entire Began Mountain was painted with blue and white colors, and the sky and earth changed color. The rumbling sound was like rolling thunder, and it was endless. The branches of the golden money tree were directly annihilated under this blow, and a pit with a radius of more than 10 feet appeared where the light column rose. Swoosh! The light column dissipated, and Sun Hai, whose half of his body was broken, turned into light and quickly fled into the air. Cough cough, a ball of blood fell in the light. Obviously, Sun Hai was seriously injured by this blow. On the other side, in the huge pit blasted by the blue-white light column, one of the arms of the red demon puppet was actually blown to pieces and lost its function. This scene shocked Zhao Xiuxuan. This was the case with the 4th level puppets. If this happened to him, he would definitely die. With this in mind, he could not let Sun Hai escape. Zhao Xiuxuan's golden elixir shook violently, and his magic power was raised. He turned into purple thunder and chased Sun Hai's fleeing figure. In Began Mountain, the 3 people from Xiandong sect on the ground were already stunned. Even the old man Wu, who had lost 2 brothers, had no time to grieve for a while. He opened his mouth and trembled like a sieve. Old ancestor, seeing that the supporter they had finally found was beaten and fled by an early golden elixir, they felt a sense of absurdity in their hearts. On the other side, the Zhao family members were cheering, and Master Li led the clan members to chase the remaining enemies in Began Mountain. With Master Yi, a giant and cultivator, there, the 3 people from Xiandong sect and Wu Laoda from Jilong sect fled in all directions. Master Yi rushed up with the escape light, 1 person and 1 sword, instantly killing 2 people. Wu Laoda secretly crushed a talisman and tried to escape, but was cut into 2 by Master Yi's sword from the void. The remaining person was caught up by Zhao Xiuxuan, cut by Yao Qun's chain blade, and died after experiencing a painful bone-eroding pain. On Zhao Xiuxuan's side, because Sun Hai was seriously injured, and Zhao Xiuxuan's escape light was originally amazingly fast, even if Sun Hai desperately activated the escape light, even at the cost of aggravating his injuries, and used his blood essence to activate the escape light to escape, he could only escape 100 miles. Seeing that Zhao Xiuxuan was about to catch up, Sun Hai's expression suddenly froze, and a dead air rushed to his head, but he said stubbornly, "Don't you want the chance of Nascent Soul? Ancestor, I know a sight. There's news about the 9 mysterious spiritual ginseng." Zhao Xiuxuan was getting closer and closer behind him, saying, "I believe that Dao Yao is not aimless, otherwise, why don't you stop and discuss this matter with me?" Sun Hai didn't believe it at all. He vomited blood and urged the escape light to surge with blood light, while continuing to bewitch, "Ancestor, I am blind. Zhao Xiuxuan, let me go. 1 year from now, when I recover a little, I will come here to tell you the location of the 9 mysterious spiritual ginseng. That place needs the help of your ancient spirit tree branches. I will never break my promise. I can swear in my heart," Sun Hai said while secretly checking the condition of his body. After checking, he was completely disappointed and regretful. The blue and white light column he just released was a killing move that he had condensed from the 30 years of practicing the Dongai Orkagon technique, called Yangsun Finger. This method was so powerful that it was enough to kill enemies across realms. If he hadn't been injured, he could have used another finger, but now he was seriously injured in the fight with a 4th-level puppet, and he was no longer in a state to use the second finger. This made him very upset. If he had known this, he should have used this move to kill Zhao Xiuxuan instantly at the beginning, but now it was too late to regret it, and he could only pray that Zhao Xiuxuan would be attracted by the great opportunity of Xiuxuan Lingshan. He didn't expect Zhao Xiuxuan to believe him based on this, he just hoped to disturb Zhao Xiuxuan's mind and seek a chance to escape. Otherwise, if he continued like this, he would be wiped out sooner or later. Ahem, it is extremely difficult for a giant and cultivator to break through the nascent soul stage, especially the thunder tribulation. Under the punishment of heaven, even a child of heaven like you will lose all his cultivation. This Xiuxuan Lingshan can remove cause and effect, weaken the power of thunder tribulation, and definitely increase your chances of successfully passing the tribulation by 20%. Sun Hai's words, if it were another giant and cultivator, he would probably have wavered long ago, but Zhao Xiuxuan seemed to have determined the truth, and just chased Sun Hai with the escape light. After more than 10 breaths, it was 10 feet in front of him. In Sun Hai's face of horror, a huge sword fell head-on. Bang! The green giant sword fell from the sky and inserted into a valley. A dozen feet deep in the valley, a bloody figure had no breath. Thanks for subscribing. Chapter 283, The Hands and Feet of the Teleportation Array. During the retreat before attacking Began Mountain, Zhao Xiuxuan learned the giant sword technique of Longayu sword skull from his master. He used the sword energy to condense into a giant sword, which had the power to split mountains and break seas. Giant sword technique, 0, 240-400, plus 4, cracked the blue giant sword broke into pieces and turned into sword beams. Most of them were absorbed by Yangshan's sword pill. A small part dissipated in the air. Zhao Xiuxuan slowly fell down and finally stopped 30 feet above Sun Hai's body. He stared at each other coldly, unable to hold back. After a moment, a burst of black light suddenly burst out from Sun Hai's body. A group of dark blue spirits rushed towards Zhao Xiuxuan, with a ferocious face and a hint of hatred to chew Zhao Xiuxuan's bones into pieces. The spirit was extremely fast, and a group of black light around it protected it. It went straight into Zhao Xiuxuan's mud pail. It was obvious that Sun Hai had used some backup plan, and wanted to take advantage of Zhao Xiuxuan's approach, drill into his Niwen, and then rely on the power of his superior soul to seize his body and achieve the purpose of taking over his body. With Zhao Xiuxuan's cautiousness, how could he not be on guard against the possession of a giant and cultivator? A small soul sword drilled out of the Niwen, and with one sword, Sun Hai, who was full of resentment, was completely killed. From then on, this Xiandong sect ancestor truly disappeared from this world of immortal cultivation and entered the cycle of reincarnation. Zhao Xiuxuan couldn't help but smile at the corner of his mouth to eliminate the future trouble. The giant and perfect great monk who had been famous for many years, notorious, powerful, and even Yuanying had tried to break through, was killed in front of him like this, which did give him some sense of accomplishment, but for him who had killed the incarnation of a Yuanying cultivator, this achievement only made his heart agitated for a few breaths, and then calmed down. After a moment, Zhao Xiuxuan waved at the incomplete body of Sun Hai, and the two storage bags hanging on his body flew into his hands. He did not rush to open them, but checked Sun Hai's body. There was nothing left, so he threw a fireball and burned the body. Just as he was about to leave, he glanced at it and found a ball of jade-colored spiritual light appeared in the ashes. Zhao Xiuxuan looked down and saw that it was the jade hook magic weapon that Sun Hai spit out. It seems that this is his life magic weapon, the method that Zhao Xiuxuan was most impressed by Sun Hai, in addition to the last blow that broke one arm of the red demon puppet, was the green fire of the jade hook magic weapon. It was impossible to get contaminated by anything. As long as it was contaminated, it could even burn a hole in the ground. Swoosh, the jade hook magic weapon was held in his hand, and Zhao Xiuxuan checked it briefly. His face suddenly became happy, showing a little satisfaction. The Huanghuolingai was collected by Sun Hai for giant sacrifice and refined for more than 200 years. It is already a super excellent magic weapon. If it hadn't encountered the golden money spirit tree branch, which is an existence that can't be burned or killed, it wouldn't have been trapped so easily, and it wouldn't have been defeated by the red demon puppet in the end. Zhao Xiuxuan didn't have many magic weapons. Apart from the Hunun bag and the Yangshan sword pill, he didn't have anything else. With this magic weapon, he added some means. Zhao Xiuxuan put it into the storage bag, glanced at Sun Hai's two storage bags, nodded, and then raised his escape light, turned into purple thunder and disappeared on the spot. When he returned to Biggin Mountain, the battle in the mountain was undoubtedly over. Once the giant patriarch died, the remaining people couldn't make any waves. Seeing Zhao Xiuxuan coming back, all the tribesmen cheered and signaled. Zhao Xiuxuan couldn't find his master, and Kidor jumped out from nowhere and explained, "Master's wife forced us to reveal the location of the ancient teleportation array. We were afraid that someone would cut off the source of the damage and destroy the teleportation array, so we rushed to guard it." Zhao Xiuxuan looked at the three puppet archers beside Kidor, smiled and praised, "Kidor's performance just now was good. Your puppet has killed many enemies, and its power is increasing day by day." Kidor shyly covered her lovely round face with her hands, her eyes curved into crescents with laughter, and she said with a coquettish smile, "It's all thanks to Master's good guidance. It's also the first time that Kidor's puppet is used on cultivators, and I have found several areas for improvement." Then, Kidor seriously pointed out to Zhao Xiuxuan the points that she thought needed improvement on the puppet. Zhao Xiuxuan had something else to do, so he patted her shoulders intimately. "I am very confident in your puppetry. Just make your own decision. When your cultivation level is improved and you successfully build your foundation, I will guide you to make a second-level puppet. I have something else to do, so we'll talk later." Kidor's face became hot when Zhao Xiuxuan patted her like this, and she nodded quickly, and ran to the foot of the red demon puppet standing motionless in the mountain with three puppet archers, pretending to observe the making of the red demon puppet, but in fact, she secretly glanced at Zhao Xiuxuan. Zhao Xiuxuan didn't care, and found Zhao Xiuxuan, who was directing the tribesmen to clean up the battlefield, and asked about the casualties. The result was only one death and one serious injury, and the lightly injured were not mentioned. The dead tribesman was named Zhao Xianan. Strictly speaking, he was Zhao Xiuxuan's cousin, but he was older, about 43 years old. This person had average talent, and the late stage of key training was already the limit. He had no hope of building a foundation. The reason for his death in battle was that he blocked a fireball for a younger generation of the Zhen generation. His body had been charred, and only those who were familiar with him could identify it. The surviving younger generation of the Zhen generation was sadly surrounded by several tribesmen around the corpse, somewhat at a loss. The seriously injured was also a member of the Xiu generation, named Zhao Xiuxuan, a late-key training cultivator in his 30s. He was pierced in the abdomen by a flying sword, and his dantian was damaged. He felt that he had no hope of practicing in the future, and was leaning against a rock with his back depressed. A young girl from the tribe with drooping hair was using magic to stop the bleeding for him. Zhao Xiuxuan first walked up to Zhao Xiuxuan, and seeing that his physical injuries were slowly healing under the treatment, he simply took out a bottle of pills from his storage bag and asked him to take it. After taking the pills, Zhao Xiuxuan's pale face immediately improved a lot. Perhaps thinking of the damaged dantian and the hopeless path to immortality in the future, Zhao Xiuxuan's eyes returned to a disheartened look after calling the clan leader. Seeing this, Zhao Xiuxuan laughed and scolded, "You kid, are you discouraged? Your dantian is not seriously damaged. The buoyant pill is enough to restore you to its original state. However, you need to fight for the contribution points of the buoyant pill yourself." Hearing this, Zhao Xiuxuan came back to his senses. That's right. The clan leader is a giant and cultivator, and the Zhao family is not the same Zhao family as before. We will not repeat the old mistakes of Zhao Xiukong. Although the buoyant pill is a second-level high-quality elixir, it is just so-so for the current Zhao family. Zhao Xiuxuan immediately smiled, but after taking a look at Zhao Xiuxuan who died in the battle, the smile immediately subsided. Zhao Xiuxuan patted him on the shoulder, then walked to Zhao Xiuxuan's body. As the clan leader, he praised Zhao Xiuxuan's behavior in public to other clan members, raised a large amount of compensation, and encouraged the monks of the Zhen generation who were rescued by him. Although he did all this more or less superficially, he was actually a little emotional in his heart. In addition to incorporating Began Mountain into the territory of the Zhao family, the attack on Began Mountain this time was actually an attempt by him to let the clan members who originally cultivated and only knew how to practice more participate in these battles. Use this method to temper them. Although cruel, this is the true face of the world of immortal cultivation. Using a lesson that can be almost ignored, such as one death and one serious injury, to awaken them to a new understanding of this world of immortal cultivation is simply making a lot of money. The underground cave of Began Mountain, an extremely well-hidden passage, is not far from the Taoist temple where Sun Hai practices, and is covered by a formation. When Zhao Xiuxuan walked to the front of the formation, there were only a bunch of useless arrays left, perhaps they were broken by Master Li. After passing through a long passage, he came to the cave space. A mysterious teleportation formation with an ancient atmosphere stood tall, and a layer of green and misty spiritual light was rippling around the teleportation formation. Master Li's graceful figure was standing in front of the teleportation formation, with black hair like a waterfall, all the way to her waist and hips, and a pair of full breasts ready to burst out. Beside the teleportation formation, there were several corpses that were obviously disciples of Xiandong sect, and a white-haired old cultivator with a slightly bent posture. When the old cultivator saw Zhao Xiuxuan coming, he was first startled, and then frowned, because he felt that the giant and cultivator in front of him was somewhat familiar. Zhao Xiuxuan naturally recognized this person at a glance. "Master Zhang, how are you?" Zhang Xiuqing came back to his senses, first bowed his hands and saluted, then took the opportunity to carefully look at him, and finally asked with some uncertainty, "Are you the one who took the photo of the Qingling Huanayu formation with you, girl?" The spiritual awareness of the foundation building cultivators is already quite large, and their memory is far better than that of ordinary people. Even if it was a meeting a few years ago that was not very memorable, after thinking for a while, they can still find the corresponding picture. Zhao Xiuxuan smiled and nodded and said, "It was Zhao. It was me who took the photo of Master Zhang's formation." Zhang Xiuqing looked Zhao Xiuxuan up and down and confirmed that he was indeed a giant and cultivator. He was immediately surprised and said, "In just a few years, fellow Taoist has become a senior. If I remember correctly, you were only in the early stage of foundation building back then." Speaking of Zhao Xiuxuan's past, Shi also listened with a smile, and was a little surprised to hear it. Before the two became Taoist companions, Shi learned some information about Zhao Xiuxuan from Yu Yao. A few years ago, Zhao Xiuxuan was indeed just a cultivator in the early stage of foundation building. The old story was brought up again. Zhao Xiuxuan explained calmly, "I just hit my cultivation, and there were some opportunities in the next few years. By the way, why is Master Zhang here?" He easily changed the subject and passed over the old story. Zhang Xiuqing suppressed the turbulent waves in his heart, First said I dare not, then smiled bitterly and told his experience. It turned out that 4 years ago, he was also auctioning the formation in the poison sand shop. Yu Long of the Xiandong sect, that is, the senior brother surnamed Yu, won his masterpiece Purple Air Vast Sea formation at the auction. According to the usual practice, he personally unlocked the restrictions of the formation for Yu Long. However, Yu Long accidentally revealed that he had an ancient broken formation. Zhao Xiuxuan had studied formations all his life and was known as a formation maniac. Naturally, he was eager to try it, but he was also very cautious and did not show it on the spot. Later, he found a broken formation plate engraved with mysterious formation patterns in another market. When he asked, he found that the stall owner behind was Yu Long. Yu Long sincerely invited him to repair the ancient broken formation, and after a few talks, he agreed. Unexpectedly, when he went there, Yu Long suddenly attacked him and took him to Bigan Mountain. Under the supervision of Sun Hai, a giant and cultivator, he helped them repair the ancient teleportation formation. Here, Zhao Xiuxuan looked a little sad. He glanced at a mysterious array patterns densely covered with a teleportation array under his feet, and said with emotion, "If I could repair such an ancient array, especially the teleportation array, if I were not controlled by others, I would naturally rush to it. Alice, it's just that I also know that the Xiandong sect is secretive about its actions. They don't want the matter of the array to be exposed, and they are worried that they will be directly hidden after repairing the array. So, I have been asking them to collect top-quality materials to delay time." Unexpectedly, Sun Hai was very capable. The materials were almost all collected within 2 years, especially one of the star pattern jades, which is extremely rare. I thought it would take them at least 10 years to collect them all. Now that the materials are complete, I have no other choice but to start repairing this array. I have also dabbled in the Taoist scriptures of ancient teleportation arrays. With the sum in the hands of the Xiandong sect, it is not difficult for me to repair it. Patriarch Sun might have seen through my thoughts. He had been scanning me with his spiritual sense while I was practicing. I could not delay, and it took me another 2 years to finally repair the formation. Later, you came. While he was speaking, Zhao Xiuxuan had been observing his expression. When he finished speaking, Zhao Xiuxuan glanced at him calmly and said, "I have passed by this place more than once, and there has never been anything unusual until recently, when a teleportation order on my body reacted. Then I noticed this place, but..." Zhao Xiuxuan took out 2 teleportation orders from his storage bag. One was his own and the other was from Sun Hai's storage bag. Both teleportation orders were in the shape of sword handles. Although they were in the teleportation formation, they were still dim. "You said you just repaired the formation, so it doesn't exist. My teleportation order had a reaction a few months ago. If so, why did my teleportation formation move?" Zhao Xiuxuan's face was embarrassed when he heard this, and his eyes moved. After all, he didn't dare to hide it. "This matter is actually a small move of mine. A few months ago, I deceived Sun Hai. Due to excessive losses, I was still missing a piece of virtual sand copper. The virtual sand copper is not a rare thing. The Yellow Pages Island in the Dead Sea has it in mind. However, only giant and cultivators can enter that place, and the journey is long. I expected Sun Hai to go there in person. Sure enough, Sun Hai was deceived by me. I took advantage of the few days he was away to make some modifications to the teleportation formation, so that although the formation has not been completely repaired, it can also transmit spiritual resonance to the outside world. This resonance is not just a teleportation order. As long as the magic weapon uses the 2 materials of star pattern jade or medium space iron, it can cause resonance. Star pattern jade is rare, but intermediate space iron is very common. Many foundation building monks' flying swords and magic tools will contain some of this stuff. I am trying to attract the attention of the monks to this place so that I can get away." Zhao Xiuxuan looked at the teleportation order in his hand over and over again, and then identified it on the teleportation array. Then he said with relief, "It seems that this teleportation order is made of star pattern jade." Zhao Xiuxuan nodded. Zhao Xiuxuan looked at him deeply and said, "Master Zhang is very scheming, and people dare not underestimate him. I just don't know what Master Zhang did to the teleportation array." Zhao Xiuxuan's eyelids jumped, and a chill rose on his back. Thanks for subscribing. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelis. There you'll find the original version of this story, and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 284, The Changes in the Hehuan Skill. Seeing Zhao Xiuxuan's scrutiny, Master Zhang wiped his sweat and said awkwardly, I forgot to say one thing just now. This teleportation array has not been completely repaired yet. It can only teleport people away, but cannot accept teleportation from other teleportation arrays. The teleportation order has always been on the body of the ancestor Sunhai. I originally planned that if the ancestor Sunhai personally tested the teleportation array and was unable to return in time after being teleported, I still have some backup plans that can allow me to escape from the hands of other foundation-building cultivators. Zhao Xiuxuan was speechless when he heard this. Although this plan was full of loopholes, it was indeed a chance for Zhang Xiuquan to escape. If Sunhai was teleported away, everything would be fine. If it was not Sunhai who was teleported away, he could also shirk it because there was still a problem with the teleportation array. In short, this person was still gambling on a chance to escape. However, he did not take the initiative to bring up this matter, which made Zhao Xiuxuan feel a little unhappy. It seems that Zhang Xiuquan was not completely at ease, so he did not tell him at the first time. Fortunately, Zhao Xiuxuan asked more questions. In that case, how about Master Zhang staying here for the time being and continuing to repair this formation? Zhao Xiuxuan knew that the teleportation formation had not been completely repaired, so he would definitely not let Zhang Xiuquan go. However, he did not intend to force him to be imprisoned here. This matter could be handled in the form of a transaction. So, without waiting for Zhang Xiuquan's response, he continued, Master Zhang, don't worry. The Zhao family will not be like the Xiandong sect. Your stay or departure is entirely up to you. However, since this formation has not been repaired yet, I still have to trouble Master Zhang for the following matters. I will not let you work in vain. You can just offer a price. Moreover, you will also need to handle the future maintenance. How about this? Zhao Xiuxuan changed the subject. Although Master Zhang is a cultivator from Liangai Mountain, my Zhao family also has a guest position, which is intended to absorb various talents. I am willing to hire Master Zhang as a guest of my Zhao family with a monthly salary of 4,000 spirit stones. In the future, the formations refined by Liangai Mountain can be sold preferentially in my Zhao family's Chehuifang. All Master Zhang has to do is to maintain the teleportation formation. How about my conditions? Zhao Xiuxuan had an idea and thought to himself that it would be better to directly hire this person as a guest cultivator. Zhang Xiuquan himself is a foundation-building cultivator, and he has a superb and admirable formation skill. He is exactly the cultivator that Zhao Xiuxuan wants to absorb. It would be better to kill two birds with one stone. Zhang Xiuquan was stunned when he heard this and glanced at Zhao Xiuxuan. A salary of 4,000 spirit stones is nearly 50,000 spirit stones a year, which is a good salary for a guest. The formation of Liangai Mountain is sold first in Chehuifang, which is not good for him. Although he is the soul of Liangai Mountain is still managed by the clan leader. Zhang Xiuquan hesitated for a while, and couldn't find a reason to refuse for a while. Moreover, although Zhao Xiuxuan said politely, he didn't know the character of the Zhao family master, so he didn't dare to refuse. Fortunately, he and Shiai, a giant and cultivator, had dealt with each other because of the ancient sword formation. He still heard about Shiai's character in Huangyan County. Pinching his snow-white beard, Zhang Xiuquan bowed and said neatly, Master Zhao treats me so politely. I am just an old man, and I am naturally looking forward to it. I will start to repair this teleportation formation immediately. No other materials are needed. In fact, I just need to engrave some formation symbols and then deduce them. It will take less than 2 months to repair it. Good. Zhao Xiuxuan patted the storage bag and took out a guest order that was exactly the same as Liao Ding's. The two of them simply went through the process of being a guest official. Unlike Liao Ding, Zhao Xiuxuan specifically asked Zhang Xiuquan to swear a Taoist oath, and made some simple but necessary restrictions on the guest official status. After all, he could not stay in the Zhao family as often as Liao Ding. The most of these restrictions was about not destroying the ancient teleportation array. After all, it would be too easy for a person who maintains the teleportation array to destroy it. Don't use someone you don't trust, and don't doubt someone. With a Taoist oath as a constraint, Zhao Xiuxuan only arranged 2 tight-lipped key refining clan members to follow Zhang Xiuquan and wait for orders, and then took Master out of the cave. Bagan Mountain is divided into 2 areas. One is the Bagan Mountain Market, and the other is a group of white stone palaces built by the Xiandong sect. The specifications of this group of palaces are not high, but the style is unique, unlike the gentle and soft buildings of the palace waterside pavilions in Nanshan County. This group of palaces has sharp edges and corners, standing tall and majestic, and has a unique flavor. In addition, the white and green colors complement each other among the green trees, which is in line with the charm of Sun Hai's method. Zhao Xiuxuan and Shi Yi's escape light landed on the highest flying building corridor, overlooking Bagan Mountain. The battlefield of the entire Bagan Mountain has been almost cleaned up. Those monks who were originally stationed in Bagan Mountain died or escaped. Those who died were destroyed by the fireball technique, and no one cared about those who escaped. As long as they occupied this place, the Zhao family was not afraid of revenge from these key refining monks. As for the market, due to the war between the 2 sides, most of the monks had already run away. The remaining casual cultivators who didn't care about their lives secretly hid at the beginning of the war, and took advantage of the chaos to stealthily search the few shops in the market. Among them, there were 2 groups of people who fought each other, leaving 2 bodies behind and then left. It must be said that these people also value money more than their lives. Looking at the empty market and some casual cultivators who were watching around, Zhao Xiuxuan did not interfere. When the battlefield was cleaned up, the market would reopen. These scattered cultivators would gather here again after they found out who the owner of Bagan Mountain was. Of course, it would not be so easy for them to do business in Bagan Mountain in the future. With the ancient teleportation array, Bagan Mountain would become bustling with people from the current sparse thousands of people. Countless cultivators would be teleported through Bagan Mountain to other areas of the Yen Kingdom's cultivation world, and those cultivators who came here because of its reputation would do more or less transactions in the market. The 2 ways of making money suddenly became clear. As long as they kept this foundation, it would not be an exaggeration to say that the Zhao family would have a lot of spiritual stones in the future. Hearing Zhao Xiuxuan introducing the future of Bagan Mountain in her ear, Shi Yi had been listening with a smile. After Zhao Xiuxuan finished speaking, she said with a hint of worry, "The death of Sun Hai will definitely be reported to Xiandong sect. Xiandong sect will definitely not give up when they know that they have lost the teleportation array that they have planned for so long. However, I am not worried about Xiandong sect. There is only one giant and cultivator left in Xiandong sect now, Taoist Mu Qing. With the death of Sun Hai, the secret master, they definitely do not have the strength to compete for it again. However, based on my understanding of this person, he will definitely spread the news of the teleportation array, and by then, there may be an uproar in the surrounding Jiandan mountain gates. Those Jiandan fellows will not watch their husbands take the teleportation array alone." Shi's worry is not unreasonable, and it is also a problem that Zhao Xiuxuan has thought about. Since he has thought about it, Zhao Xiuxuan has naturally made up his mind. He just patted Shi's fragrant buttocks hidden under the sword robe, causing her face to blush, and then said calmly, "I have already made up my mind about this matter, so there is no need to worry. Besides, I don't plan to keep it all to myself. The Zhao family is already busy with just the Chihuafang. Within 2 years, this place will surely be more prosperous than the Chihuafang. Don't you from the Longayu sword sect want to have a piece of the pie?" Zhao Xiuxuan looked at Shi Yi with amusement. Shi Yi was slightly startled, then burst out laughing and said, "My husband, you want to use the Longayu sword sect as well? You said it sounds nice, you want to share a piece of the pie, but you will have to take it from me when the time comes. I will need someone to help you manage the Longayu sword sect." Zhao Xiuxuan smiled, and his hand rubbed from the buttocks to the tender and boneless waist. He hugged Shi Yi and said, "Since we are Taoist companions, what is the difference between you and me? The Longayu sword sect belongs to you, the sect leader, and the Zhao family belongs to me, the clan leader. If something happens to the Longayu sword sect, can I, the head of the Zhao family, stand by and watch? Correspondingly, if something happens to the Zhao family, you, the sect leader of the Longayu sword sect, will naturally have to contribute." She held Shi's hand restlessly, constantly wandering between her waist and buttocks. For some reason, Zhao Xiuxuan suddenly felt a heat rushing out from his dantian, and the eyes that swept over Shi's graceful body also became hot. With a quick glance, he saw that there was no one around, So he simply waved his hands and released a few rays of light that turned into a simple formation. Then, in front of the teacher's surprised eyes, he directly pressed her down on the corridor and lifted up her sword robe. After the teacher's slight resistance failed, she could only narrow her phoenix eyes and let him take her away. Then she panted and gasped, unknown to others, Xiukong, 1. 210/400, plus 30, area, Jinden level 1. 1275, 1600, plus 50. After a lot of trouble, Zhao Xiuxuan saw the trace of shame and anger in the teacher's eyes. He was stunned and apologized at the same time. Don't be upset, my dear, there is something wrong with this Xiukong. Although he seemed like someone who would do such a thing, only Zhao Xiuxuan knew that he was not making excuses. The burning sensation in his lower abdomen just now even made him a little confused. Seeing the changes in realm and the unprecedented plus 30 of Xiukong, a dual cultivation technique, he immediately understood that this might be due to Xiukong. This made him feel a little regretful, wondering if this was a defect in the technique. After listening to her explanation, Xie felt better. After changing her mind and digesting the slight resistance to Zhao Xiuxuan's domineering, she was relieved and said with concern, "This Xiukong is inherited from the ancient demon sect. It's better for my husband not to practice this technique in the future." Zhao Xiuxuan held her in his arms and comforted her. After a few words, Xie no longer had any grudges in her heart. After letting go of the past, Zhao Xiuxuan tossed around again. This time, he really didn't practice Xiukong. After coming and going, the relationship between the two has warmed up a lot. An hour later, a Jinden cultivator's divine thought swept across Beijing Mountain, just stayed for a while, and then disappeared. One day later, a red light fell on Beijing Mountain, and a bare-chested man with thick eyebrows and big eyes walked out of the light, with 3 sword balls lingering around him. Thank you for subscribing. Today's 6,000 words will be divided into 2 chapters and will be published for a few days. Chapter 285, Joining Forces. Brother Qi Zhao Xiuxuan came out with his master to greet him. The visitor was Qizing, the golden core of the Yangshan sword sect. In order to deal with other cultivators who might be attracted by the teleportation array, Zhao Xiuxuan specially used a communication talisman to invite Qizing. Ha, Brother Zhao, Master Fairy, I didn't expect that we would meet again after only a few months of separation. Zhao Xiuxuan and his master both bowed and saluted with a smile. Golden core cultivators often go into seclusion, and in order to cultivate, they search for all kinds of natural materials and treasures everywhere, so familiar cultivators often only get together once every 10 or 8 years. Qizing had just participated in the wedding ceremony of Zhao Xiuxuan and his newlywed Taoist couple, and it was really rare for them to get together again. What is the matter? Even you can't handle it, and you need me to come and join in the fun? Qizing didn't beat around the bush and directly raised his curiosity. Zhao Xiuxuan and his master led him into the house and briefly explained the situation. What? Brother Zhao killed that old thief Sun Hai. After listening to Zhao Xiuxuan's calm and plain tone, Qizing smiled bitterly, unable to tell which shocked him more. Was it an ownerless teleportation array or the killing of Sun Hai, a Jinden perfection cultivator? I didn't expect that old thief Sun Hai would live for so many years. I personally saw the thunder tribulation at Yuan Mountain back then. That scene scared me so much that I even had a shadow on the matter of Yuanying. It was a rare event, with hundreds of Jinden onlookers. When they saw the rolling green thunder drowning him, they thought he had already disappeared. I didn't expect that he was still alive today. Tisk, 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 tisk. Qizing couldn't help but sigh in amazement. Qi said helplessly, Brother Qi, you call me old thief. It seems that the hatred from that incident hasn't faded at all. Zhao Xiuxuan interrupted. Oh, there is still a grudge between Brother Qi and Sun Hai. Hearing this, Qizing touched his chin and snorted coldly. Speaking of which, Brother Zhao killed that old thief, which is indeed revenge for me. This person used his power to bully the weak over the past 100 years and killed 3 of my proud disciples, causing our Yangshan sword sect to be in a period of transition now. Especially my eldest disciple, who has perfected his foundation and is about to enter the golden core stage. After I learned about this through the soul lamp, I was so angry that I fought with this guy, but I was not as skilled as him, and in the end I was seriously injured. My cultivation has been slow all these years, all thanks to this old thief. 100 years ago, Qizing was only a cultivator of the 3rd level of the golden core, and according to the time, Sun Hai had already reached the golden core perfection, so it was normal that Qizing could not beat him. There was such a deep hatred between the two of them. It is not an exaggeration to say that Qizing hated Sun Hai to the bone. It's fine if Brother Zhao doesn't know, but you are not kind, Master Fairy. If you meet this old thief, you should send a message to me. I will definitely crush the old thief to ashes. Qizing became more and more angry as he spoke, and he complained to Master Li. Master Li hurriedly explained, I didn't know that this place was guarded by Sun Hai. If I had known earlier, I would have sent a message to inform him. Qizing sighed and said with regret, forget it, this old thief almost broke through the nascent soul back then. If I were here, what would be the use? I still couldn't beat him. I am not like Brother Zhao, who was in the early stage of the Golden Core and killed the Golden Core perfection without any damage. Qizing was full of emotion and sighed for a while, but Sun Hai's death was also over. Let's go and take a look at the teleportation array. Qizing was not shy at all. After a cup of tea, the three of them came out of the underground cave where the teleportation array was located. I have been practicing for so long and have some experience in refining weapons. I know nothing about this array, not to mention the teleportation array, which is known as the most complicated array in the world of immortal cultivation. Qizing touched his belly. The three of them talked about it for a while, and then frowned and said, this teleportation array is so rare. Any mountain gate that obtains this array can gain huge benefits. The fairy master is worried that someone will come to make trouble. It is not aimless, but I don't know which golden elixirs will be attracted. If it is a person like Li Yaoshi from Shenli Mountain, I won't underestimate him. But if the old monster King Wei, the beast ancestor of the spirit beast sect, and Zhang Luo of Bei'an Valley come forward, it will be a big trouble. The old monster King Wei raises 3 ghost kings, all of whom have golden elixir cultivation and vicious means. They are also well known among the golden elixir cultivators in the world of immortal cultivation in Yang State. Needless to say, the beast ancestor of the spirit beast sect Wenqi is also rare. Among the body cultivators, there are very few who can wrestle with him. However, the most troublesome person is Zhang Luo. This person is extremely talented. He built his foundation before he was 30, completed it at the age of 100, and formed a golden elixir at the age of 130. The strange thing is that after Zhang Luo completed his foundation, he disappeared for more than 30 years. He did not return to Bei'an Valley until he formed a golden elixir. I heard that the original ancestor of Bei'an Valley, the late golden elixir ancestor Feng Yan, disappeared with him. Rumor has it that it was this ancestor Feng Yan who took over the body of the pride of his own sect, because after Zhang Luo returned to Bei'an Valley, he seamlessly took over all the things of the original ancestor Feng Yan, and his personality was the same as that of the ancestor Feng Yan, gloomy all day long. Qizing naggingly told Zhao Xiuxuan about the powerful golden elixir cultivators nearby. Brother Qi, Zhao Xiuxuan interrupted him and offered, I'll ask Brother Qi to help me this time, so I won't let you work in vain. You know the value of the Bei'an Mountain teleportation array. Even if you calculate it based on 50 spirit stones per person, as long as the number of people teleported every day reaches 100, it will be more than 1.8 million spirit stones in a year. This does not include the income from the market, cave leasing, etc. It's easy to reach 3 to 4 million spirit stones per year. With such a large scale, my Zhao family does not intend to take it all for itself. Needless to say, the Moon Sword sect is Brother Kai's sect, and there are many monks under the sect. I invited Brother Qi to come, with the intention of you and me guarding this place together. With the 3 of us guarding it, I think it should be no problem to completely take over this place. As long as Brother Qi agrees, 40% for the Zhao family, 30% for the Moon Sword sect and Yangshan sect. How about it? Zhao Xiuxuan did not intend to get something for nothing. If he wanted to invite Qizing to join forces to guard this place, he would naturally lure him with benefits. Although Zhao Xiuxuan knew that even if he didn't share the cake with Qizing's character, he would stay and help wholeheartedly in order to repay the favor he had shown in the ruins of Xian'ai Sword sect, but it was hard to say whether they would be even after that. Repaying favors and parting ways was not Zhao Xiuxuan's long-term plan. What's more, the Zhao family did have too few cultivators. A Chihuafang had already invested many clansmen and delayed their cultivation. The value of Bei'an Mountain was greater than that of Chihuafang. It was conceivable what kind of scale it would have in the future. With the current Zhao family, it would be difficult to take care of it. More importantly, Qizing was a good person and a giant and cultivator worth making friends with. Friend Qi Dao's Yangshan sect is full of talents. If Yangshan sect joins, we won't be afraid of anyone coming to attack us. She had known Zhao Xiuxuan's plan for a long time and helped to speak. She and Qizing were both giant and cultivators in Huangyan County. They had known each other for more than 100 years and praised Qizing's character. Ha ha ha, the two of you don't have to flatter me like a husband and wife. I, Qi, naturally know my own weight. Not to mention brother Zhao, the current strength of Master Fairy is also one level higher than mine. Qizing laughed cheerfully, then raised his eyebrows and said without hesitation, well, Qi owed brother Zhao a favor at the ruins of Xian'ai sword sect. Now that brother Zhao thinks highly of me, Qi, I naturally have nothing to say. Speaking of which, the three of us practice swordsmanship together, and we can be considered as people of the same path. In today's world of immortal cultivation, sword cultivation has been in decline for many years. Just think about what kind of existence sword cultivators were in the ancient world of immortal cultivation. Splitting mountains and breaking seas, chopping off the sun and the moon with one sword, with the might of the sword, running rampant in the ancient wilderness. The other cultivators shudder at the mention of it. Although our strength is not even 1% of that of our predecessors, we cannot lose our prestige. Brother Qi is right. Zhao Xiuxuan naturally applauded. The mountain gates of Shi and Qizing are both the inheritance of the ancient sword sect. Their lifelong ambition is to restore the lofty posture of the ancient sword cultivators. Although Zhao Xiuxuan disagrees, he will not spoil the atmosphere at this time. In this case, we three sword cultivators will use Began Mountain as a sword training ground today and meet the other Taoist friends. After winning over Qizing, the three of them had no time to discuss the details when the sound of a light burst suddenly came from outside the mountain. Here it comes. The three looked at each other, and they all moved and disappeared on the spot. When the three appeared on the top of Began Mountain, two purple-white light escaped in front of them. Shua approached Began Mountain 200 feet away, and the two people's spiritual thoughts cautiously explored this side, as if they were looking for something. Zhao Xiuxuan knew that he could not show weakness at this time, so he took a step, and his spiritual thoughts rolled out, and instantly collided with the two spiritual thoughts. The two attackers were both startled. They did not confront each other as Zhao Xiuxuan expected. Instead, they quickly collected their thoughts and slowed down their escape light to slowly approach Began Mountain. When they were within 100 feet, the two stopped moving forward. The escape light dissipated, revealing two skinny old Taoists with similar appearances. The one on the left wore a green Taoist robe with a curved pine tree tattooed on it and two whiskers on his lips, which made him look a little wretched. The one on the right wore a bright yellow Taoist robe with the golden runes tattooed on the hem and sleeves of the robe. He was thin and withered, and his temples were unusually red, as if he had just recovered from a serious illness. One of the two Taoists was in the middle stage of the golden core, and the other was in the early stage of the golden core. The two looked closely and saw that there were actually three people standing on Zhao Xiuxuan's side. Instead of being surprised, their faces were filled with joy, and they smiled all of a sudden. The Taoist on the left even bowed and said, I am Song Fengzi from the King Song sect, and this is fellow Taoist Yan from the Jinayu temple. We too heard that an ancient teleportation array was discovered here, so we came here specifically to look for it. I wonder if you two are here for the same purpose. I wonder if you all know that the news of this teleportation array has spread to several surrounding counties. It's only because we are close and heard the news early that we arrive here early. If we were a little later, the giant and cultivators would have crowded the Began Mountain. More friends mean more paths. If we join forces, maybe we can get a share of the pie. It's not known whether Song Fengzi really didn't know or was just pretending to be stupid, thinking that Zhao Xiuxuan and the other two were cultivators who came here to occupy the teleportation array. Zhao Xiuxuan hadn't responded yet, but Qizing retorted with a cold face, this is Began Mountain, the seat of the Zhao family of Qishan, the Longayu sword sect, and the ancient sect. You two have broken into it without reason, which is a taboo. If you leave, it's fine. Otherwise, don't blame Qi for being rude. Oh, the two Taoists were a little surprised. They looked at each other, their lips moved, and they seemed to say something. Then they narrowed their eyes, and the kind smile on their faces immediately turned into a sneer. You are so high-sounding. What do you mean by seat? No matter how nice it sounds, you are here for the teleportation array. I told you kindly that we wanted to help each other, but the three of you didn't know how to appreciate it and insisted on doing it alone. Don't you have any unusual skills? Then let me, the Taoist, test your depth. As they said, the two Taoists attacked together. Two spiritual lights suddenly shot up into the sky. Thanks for subscribing. Chapter 286, Enemies Invade. Song Fengzi threw out a gourd, which blew out a strange wind with ripples of silver light. The monk named Yan from Jinyu Temple on the right had a surge in his throat and suddenly spit out a ball of black smoke from his mouth. It rolled in the air and condensed into a strange snake head, and the long smoke was its snake body. The strange wind that blew out of the gourd was also unusual, making a piercing sound, as if a strong wind was blowing through the gaps in the valley. The two men showed off their skills with a little pride on their faces. The next second, a ball of red light exploded before their eyes. Sizzle. The red light turned into thousands of sword ki, which were tightly arranged horizontally in the air, like a fish swimming back and forth. Whoosh! The strange wind was strangled. Swish! The black-bodied strange smoke was beheaded. The sword energy did not stop after breaking the two Taoists' magic, and it whistled and gathered in the air, and a sword wind fell towards the two of them. All this happened too fast, and the smug expressions on the two Taoists' faces froze in an instant, and instead they put on a fright mask. Song Fengzi was in a hurry and threw out a small shield with tree patterns from the storage bag. The small shield shook in front of him, and a layer of emerald green aura shield protected the two of them. Ding 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 ding. The dense sword energy first pierced through the forest and hit the leaves, and then crack. With a sound, the spiritual energy shield shattered, and the two Taoists hurriedly dodged and retreated, leaving behind a few pieces of clothing. However, the sword energy chased after them, like a red dragon, biting the two of them tightly. Seeing this, the Taoist of Jinyu Temple slapped his head hard, and more wolf smoke came out of his mouth, turning into more than 10 or 20 black snakes, circling in the air. After doing all this, the Taoist's cheeks were even redder, as if a circle of blood had spread, which was very unusual. Not only that, seeing the black snakes flying together, he gritted his teeth, pinched another spell in his hand, and a ball of blood-colored spiritual light emerged from his danshin. The Taoist of Jinyu Temple looked painful, and tightly pursed his black mouth. After 2 breaths, his throat bulged, and then he opened his mouth and spit out a blood cloud. After the blood cloud came out, the dozens of black snakes began to become restless, densely packed into a ball, and instantly sucked up the blood cloud without a drop left. The black smoke snake that swallowed the blood cloud had a bloodline on its body. A cold breath emerged from the snake's body, causing the temperature to drop by several degrees. Hiss! The bloodline black snake sped up, roaring and turning around one by one, scurrying around in the chasing red sword cloud, like a bloodthirsty shark that had entered a school of fish, crushing the entire school of fish into pieces. Brother Yan did a good job. Song Fengzi saw that the magic of Taoist Jinyu Guanshan was effective, and his expression immediately calmed down a lot. When he looked at Qizing, who was urging the sword energy, he saw that he had no expression on his face, and the other two, Zhao Xiuxuan and Shi Yi, had no intention of making a move at all. He was furious at being underestimated by the two of them. After narrowing his slender eyes, Song Fengzi snorted coldly, patted the storage bag on his waist, and a jade ruler magic weapon was grabbed in his hand and thrown out. The jade ruler spun in the air, and as Song Fengzi cast the spell, the ruler shook, and identical phantoms appeared layer by layer, and finally transformed into a sky full of jade rulers. The jade rulers were placed horizontally, and the distance between them was only a few centimeters. Tens of thousands of jade rulers formed a jade wall. At this time, Qizing saw that the sword energy was broken, and without saying a word, he stepped on his big foot, and his body turned into a red escape light and flew up. With a movement of the spell in his hand, the 3 sword balls suspended around his body whizzed and turned into 3 red lines that flew up and down around Qizing, and in an instant they rushed to the jade wall that had just been raised. Song Fengzi was not in a hurry at all, but sneered, "The sword cultivator's methods are domineering and powerful. Why don't you try my Hangshan ruler? Haha, Hangshan ruler. I think this looks more like your coffin board." Qizing laughed angrily and pointed at the sword balls on his side. 1 Xianai sword ball and 2 Yangshan sword balls immediately flew to the left and right, trying to bypass the jade wall made of jade ruler in front of them to attack the 2 people behind the wall. However, no matter where the Yangshan sword ball flew, the Hangshan ruler that emitted spiritual light in the air could always transform into a jade ruler to block the sword ball's path. Qizing spat and changed the spell in his hand. "Break it for me." As soon as the voice fell, 3 sword balls flew backwards to gather power. With a swish, the sword energy gathered into rainbow, and then fiercely pierced into the Jade Ruler wall. Bang! 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 3 earth-shaking noises were heard, and the Jade Wall shook 3 times. As countless Jade Rulers broke and cracked, the entire Jade Wall was about to collapse. Fortunately, countless Jade Rulers were born on the Henshin Ruler, which blocked the gap in time. This made Song Fengzi and Taoist Yuan of Jinyu Temple breathe a sigh of relief, and the movements in their hands did not stop. As they pinched the spells, pieces of golden light from magic weapons hit Cheesing. Cheesing failed to break the Henshin Ruler with 1 blow, and now he fell into passive position. The 2 of them hid behind a defensive magic weapons and attacked him with spells and magic weapons. What golden pestle, long whip, whisk. 4 or 5 magic weapons hit Cheesing. Cheesing was not in a hurry. He tapped his fingers continuously, and pieces of sword energy came out from the 3 sword balls. While jingling to resist the attacks of the magic weapons, they gathered into 4 or 5 Zhang giant sword, which fell fiercely in the air and slashed on the Jade Wall. The Henshin Ruler was able to hold on at first, but after a few cuts, it began to crackle. This made Song Fengzi's face change greatly, and the 2 of them broke out in cold sweats again. Fighting 2 Jinden alone was easy for Cheesing. While Cheesing was fighting with the 2 Taoists, several more escape lights landed around Began Mountain. Among these people, there were plump beautiful women, merchants in brocade robes, and people in black robes, a total of 6 people. The few people were only 20 breaths apart, and each found a position to land. After looking at each other, they used their divine thoughts to explore Began Mountain unscrupulously. The divine thoughts of 5 or 6 Jinden cultivators swept over at the same time. If this swept over a key refining cultivator, he would probably explode and die directly. Fortunately, Zhao Xiuxuan was well prepared and moved all the clansmen away from this dangerous place early, otherwise a large number of them would have fallen. Although the ancient teleportation array in Began Mountain was covered and protected by a technique called Huangshan Yuanggong array left by Sun Hai, these Jinden monks were not vegetarians. Their eyes lit up and they took out their own unique secret techniques. After a while, several Jinden monks were ready to fight and became alert. Among them, the plump woman and the merchant in brocade robes exchanged glances with each other. After their lips moved slightly for a moment, they moved closer and formed a camp. When the 2 of them got together, they whispered to each other in collusion. Then, the beautiful woman came out with a twisted waist, and greeted Master with a soft voice and a very coquettish gesture, raising her eyebrows. This, isn't it Master's sister from Longayu Sword Sect? Master sister is not kind. Why didn't you inform me when you had such a good thing as a teleportation array? I'm still thinking about you. Could it be that Master sister doesn't have me as her sister in her heart? Shi Yu frowned and glanced at her, then said with great disgust, so it is Madame Liu from Zhuanke Valley. Shi Yu is not Madame's concubine. Madame Liu is the leader of the sect, so please respect yourself. As for this teleportation array, it originally belonged to my husband's family. It was just occupied by Sun Hai, the former ancestor of Xiandong sect. Today my husband killed Sun Hai and took back the family property. But I don't know what rumors several Taoist friends heard and broke into my couple's mountain gate. What Shi Yu said was naturally compiled by Zhao Xiuxuan as a press release to the outside world. Although whether the teleportation array can be truly occupied ultimately depends on strength, saying that it is taking back the family industry is at least standing on a moral high ground. What? Ancestor Sun Hai? Didn't he die a long time ago? As for other cultivators, Master's words immediately caused a sensation among the crowd, and even the matter of the teleportation array was temporarily put aside. Because Sun Hai himself was an old monster in the world of immortal cultivation, and 100 years ago, everyone thought that he had passed away in the Thunder Tribulation, but they didn't expect to hear news about him today. That's fine, but they actually heard that Sun Hai, a giant and perfect cultivator who was a big shot 100 years ago, was killed by this unknown cultivator in front of him. How could this not be shocking? Madame Liu's pair of peach blossom eyes hung on Zhao Xiuxuan with all kinds of charm, her mouth half covered with her hands, full of disbelief. Zhao Xiuxuan was wearing a fitted green robe, his hands naturally placed at his sides, and the wide robe revealed a pair of narrow and long palms with symmetrical joints. Because he had absorbed the original spiritual energy from the skeleton of the Zuanhualin mother beast before, his skin still had a little earthy yellow, which made him look a little rough. It is worth noting that in the face of so many Jinden cultivators, Zhao Xiuxuan remained fearless and had a calm temperament. Madame Liu didn't think much of it at first glance, but after taking a closer look, she felt that there was something between Zhao Xiuxuan's eyebrows that made him more attractive. Moreover, for some reason, she always felt that there was something about Zhao Xiuxuan that attracted her, which made her plump body a little restless. However, putting aside other things, the beautiful woman could not put the person in front of her together with the image of being able to kill Sun Hai, otherwise there would always be a sense of absurdity. At this time, the brocade-robed merchant behind her strode forward and frowned at Zhao Xiuxuan and asked, "I am Luo Xiantong of Shuanghe sect. Master Fairy said that Sun Liuzu died in your hands. Do you have any evidence?" "Evidence? What evidence? What evidence do you need?" Zhao Xiuxuan found it a little funny. Sun Hai had been blown clean by his fireball. Where was there any evidence? Even if there was evidence, why would he prove it to you? However, after thinking for a while, Zhao Xiuxuan patted the storage bag, and a jade-colored spiritual light flickered, and a jade hook floated in front of Zhao Xiuxuan, shining. Huanghero Lingayu. This is the life magic weapon of Sun Liuzu. I once saw him use this to kill Man Mazi in an instant. Luo Xiantong had a complicated expression. After seeing the jade hook, he had to believe that the man in front of him had indeed killed Sun Hai. A life-saving magic weapon with such strong spiritual energy must have been nurtured in the golden elixir not long ago. Sun Hai's name is well known among these golden elixir cultivators of the same generation. As a result, everyone looked at Zhao Xiuxuan a little strange. The man in black robe lowered his head and pondered for a moment, and after glancing at Zhao Xiuxuan and Shi Yi again, he left. The others hesitated for a moment, but their faces did not change. Seeing that Qizing, Song Fengzi, and the Taoist surnamed Yan were still fighting fiercely, with sword lights and treasure lights colliding in the sky, they pretended to watch with relish, but secretly they were transmitting messages and planning a strategy for an alliance. Zhao Xiuxuan's face remained expressionless, but his eyes began to observe these people with his peripheral vision. After the black-robed man left, among the remaining people, Luo Xiantong, who claimed to be from Shuanghe sect, had a 4th-level giant in cultivation. The beautiful woman from Zuanka Valley had a 3rd-level giant in cultivation. As for the other 3 people, one of them was short and strong with a square face, no more than 5 feet tall, with a beard under his chin, a golden hoop on his head, a gray face, and about 40 years old. His cultivation was only at the 2nd level of giantin. On the right, there was a man standing on the top of a green tree. He was wearing a coarse short brown coat and a bamboo basket on his back. His skin was as rough as frosted, like a farmer who had been exposed to the scorching sun for many years. There was a faint green spiritual light flashing in the bamboo basket, which was extraordinary. This person's cultivation was actually the highest, at the 5th level of giantin. The remaining person was an old cultivator with a crying face, thin body, claws like an eagle, 2 long whiskers on his eyes, longer than his hair, and a 3rd-level giant in cultivation. When Zhao Xiuxuan was looking at these people, he also felt that there was a pair of eyes looking at him. Following the eyes, the beautiful woman generously flirted with him, and Zhao Xiuxuan's heart jumped for no reason, and he felt that there was a slight change in the Huangong. Fortunately, with the previous experience, Zhao Xiuxuan suppressed it without making a sound. Little did he know that the beautiful woman's heart was also moved, and she secretly thought about it. At this time, the voice transmission of the master just happened to enter Zhao Xiuxuan's ears and said, "Zuanka Valley is also a dual cultivation sect that practices the Keibugong method. Men and women are not taboo. Moreover, this Liu Rushu has a charm. My husband, please don't be fooled." Although the master's words were a reminder, Zhao Xiuxuan looked at her half-smile eyes and always felt that there was a hint of scrutiny in them. Zhao Xiuxuan couldn't help but cough dryly and seriously asked about the origins of these people. After all, Master had practiced for many more years than Zhao Xiuxuan, and she knew most of these giant cultivators. She began to introduce their backgrounds and methods to Zhao Xiuxuan in detail. From this, she learned that the short and strong cultivator with the golden hoop was Yi Jiayu from the Jinian sect. The Jinian sect was famous for its Jinian knife, which specialized in the art of divine thoughts and used the power of divine thoughts to suppress others. Often, when cultivators fought with them, they were caught off guard and were squeezed by divine thoughts, causing their whole body to be restrained, and then they watched themselves lose their lives. The cultivator carrying the bamboo basket is called Niali, the leader of the Yushan sect, The crying old cultivator is called Old Man Sangayang. Master was introducing them, while Qizing had already defeated Song Fengzi and Taoist Tian. The red sword energy turned into more than 10 giant swords, slashing and splitting, and had already cut off several magic weapons. A certain formation was formed between the red giant swords, crossing each other, sometimes attacking together, sometimes breaking them one by one, forcing the two Taoists to retreat to a dead end. Swish, a purple firebird was cut in half by the red giant sword. Strangely, the sword made a sound like tearing paper. The purple firebird also turned into a pile of paper scraps and burned to ashes. My purple flame bird picture. Taoist Song Feng lost another magic weapon, and his face turned purple with anger. Taoist Yan was the same. He took out his storage bag, but he didn't throw out any more magic weapons. The two of them had no choice but to urge their escape light at the same time, retreating more than 10 feet. Seeing so many fellow giant and Daoists watching them, they felt that they had lost so thoroughly in a 2-on-1 situation, and they felt a little embarrassed. Song Fengzi waved his sleeves in anger and said unwillingly, "Humph, so you are a sword cultivator, no wonder you are so confident. However, if you think that you can make me retreat like this, I am afraid it is a bit." Before he finished speaking, a sinister laugh suddenly broke out from somewhere and interrupted him. "Tisk, ha 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 ha, you old Taoist, you really make me laugh. If you are not as skilled as others, then get out of the way." The voice came from far away and the person who spoke seemed to be moving quickly. Song Fengzi's face was furious, and he followed the voice and cursed, "Who dares to laugh at you, the Taoist?" Because the voice came from behind, he looked back and his pupils shrank suddenly. Bang! A black shadow like a giant bear suddenly enlarged and hid him directly. Song Fengzi was knocked dozens of feet away before he could react. When he stood up, another big hand hit him on the head. This big hand was more than twice the size of an ordinary person's. It grabbed Song Fengzi's head like a palm leaf fan and twisted it. Crack! A skinny head was easily taken off the body. Thanks for subscribing. I promised 6,000, but this chapter only has 4,000. But I will stay up late to finish the remaining 2,000. You guys can go to bed first and read it tomorrow morning. Thanks. Chapter 287 King Wei Old Monster. Seeing this sudden scene, everyone present was shocked. The monk surnamed Yan from the Jinayu temple, who was traveling with Song Fengzi, turned pale and ran away. The black shadow did not stop him, but remained motionless, allowing him to escape. It was obvious that he had no interest in him. The three people on Zhao Xiuxuan's side and other monks looked closely at this time. The figure who took off Song Fengzi's head was covered in a swirling ghost fog. The figure was about 10 feet long and loomed in the ghost fog. Except for Zhao Xiuxuan, everyone frowned after identifying it. Qizing even lost his voice and said, "King Wei Old Monster, how did this person come so quickly?" King Wei Old Monster, one of the most difficult monks mentioned by Qizing. This person is a rare ghost monk in the Yan Kingdom's immortal cultivation world. This type of monk mainly raises demons and ghosts, and tends to be a demon monk. Since ghost monks are extremely rare, and the methods of refining demon ghosts are strictly controlled by ghost monks, they are rarely circulated. Therefore, the cultivation world knows very little about the methods of such monks. However, some sparse Taoist scriptures in the cultivation world show that demon ghosts are refined using the soul's essences and bodies of monks or monsters. According to different refining methods, demon ghosts are divided into two types, puppet ghosts and ghost ghosts. Puppet ghosts are tangible, and because they are similar to puppets, they are called puppet ghosts. They are refined with the bodies of monks and monsters. Puppet ghosts are more flexible than puppets, and can also perform various magical powers. They also have the characteristics of puppets that are tireless and painless. Just these 2 points alone can make fighting a headache. Ghosts are refined from the souls of monks or the essences of monsters. Ghosts are invisible, gloomy and terrifying, and their magical powers are weird and unpredictable, making it difficult to guard against. Whether it is a puppet ghost or a ghost, they are divided into ghosts, evil ghosts, and ghost kings according to their strength. Each of them represents the cultivation of key refining, foundation building, and golden elixir. It is said that there are stronger beings above the ghost king, but they have never been heard of in the current world of immortal cultivation. The King Wei Old Monster likes to be alone, so he did not establish a sect. He lives alone in the 10,000 Ghosts Cave in Qing County. Within 100 feet, ghosts are crying and wolves are howling, and no one is allowed to enter. This person drives 3 ghost kings, and his strength is extremely strong. He is an extremely powerful character. The King Wei old monster has no sect or school, which is equivalent to a casual cultivator. How can he be interested in the teleportation array? This gave other cultivators a headache. Is this person the King Wei old monster? Zhao Xiuxuan glanced at the black shadow and immediately found something wrong. The black shadow surrounded by ghost fog was purple and green, with an expressionless face. The pair of pupils were like two deep holes, deep and unfathomable, which made people feel creepy. This made Zhao Xiuxuan feel puzzled, because from his green snake pupils, he could see that this person had an inexplicable black gas filing his limbs, but he was lifeless and didn't look like a living person. Just as Zhao Xiuxuan was scanning, the black shadow pinched Song Fengzi's head and put it to his mouth. The next scene made everyone's stomach churn. The black shadow pinched his hands, and several finger holes appeared on Song Fengzi's head. A group of frightened blue spirits that had lost their human form wanted to escape, but were sucked into the black shadow's stomach. Then, the black shadow opened a pair of big mouths and ate a head like a watermelon. No. This is a ghost king. Zhao Xiuxuan suddenly had a glimmer of enlightenment. After identifying this thing, he quickly scanned the surroundings with green light, and sure enough, he saw a faint light swaying beside the ghost fog black shadow, like a halo in a turbid stream. Although the other monks were also looking for something, they ignored the dim light and obviously did not notice it. Seeing Zhao Xiuxuan, a surprised voice came from the dim light, which also attracted the attention of the other monks. The short and strong Yijiu with a golden hoop closest to him took a few steps back without a sound. At the same time, the ghost fog black shadow also put down the head that was almost eaten in his hand, twisted his neck stiffly, and stared at Zhao Xiuxuan with a pair of dark eyes. It made people feel a cool breeze blowing behind them. But Zhao Xiuxuan's eyes were staring at the group of dim light. Obviously, he felt that this group of dim light was more threatening than the ghost fog black shadow. The dim light shook for a moment, and a figure appeared out of thin air. Pale face, upside-down eyes, gloomy eyes, middle-aged and beardless. This is the appearance of the person who walked out of the dim light. And the group of dim light, like a cloak attached to this person, slowly faded from his body, and then floated straight behind him, like a shadow. Looking closely, one could vaguely make out the twisted shape of a strange monster. It had hands but no feet, and had evil horns on its head. Its triangular head was wrinkled and covered with folds of flesh. The entire beast was vague and looming. As soon as this person appeared, he stared straight at Zhao Xiuxuan with a look of surprise on his face. He grinned and said in a sinister tone, "The ghost king behind me has the soul of a rare dark cloud beast, which is born with the magical power of concealment. Later, I fed it tens of thousands of monster essences, and then I refined it into a ghost king. After becoming a ghost king, he walked without a trace and no one could identify him. I didn't expect that you, a cultivator in the early giant stage, could actually discover it. It's really strange. Boy, what kind of pupil technique are you practicing?" Zhao Xiuxuan knew that he was the King Wei old monster. Under his great reputation, he cupped his hands and showed some courtesy, saying, "It's just a second-rate method. It's a coincidence that I could discover the ghost of Taoist King Wei." "Oh, a second-rate method." The King Wei old monster stared at Zhao Xiuxuan's pupils for a while, making Zhao Xiuxuan feel uncomfortable, but his eyes did not retreat, but stared straight at him. After a moment, the old monster King Wei shook his head, as if he was disappointed because he failed to recognize Zhao Xiuxuan's pupil technique. There was a moment of silence in the field. Everyone seemed unwilling to deal with the old monster King Wei. Only the man with the bamboo basket on his back grinned and seemed to be honest and said, "Taoist King Wei has lived in the cave of 10,000 ghosts all year round. How come you have the time to come here today?" The old monster King Wei glanced at him, laughed strangely and said, It turns out to be Taoist Niu. Look at the spiritual light behind Taoist Niu. Are you going to the forbidden area of the western barbarian grassland to pick Jingshan grassland again? I, King Wei, don't submit to anyone except you. There is an extremely difficult old ghost among the western barbarian cultivators. Only you have the courage and strength to enter and exit other people's forbidden areas as if you were in an empty place. Hearing this, the man with the bamboo basket patted the bamboo basket behind him and said, "There is no way. My old illness needs Jingshan grassland to cure. I can't just wait to die." Fortunately, this time I went out, nothing went wrong. I solved some small troubles I encountered, and picked more than a dozen high-quality Jingshan grasslands. I don't need to go there again for decades. The old monster King Wei answered his question and said, the little boy Muking from Xiandong sect came to me and said that a pair of thieves from the Zhao family in Chishan killed our old friends He and took away their teleportation array. They wanted to give me a ghost-giving bead to ask me to take back the teleportation array. I have been looking for this ghost-giving bead for a long time. With it, I can refine another ghost king. I have no choice but to make this trip. Oh, the man in the bamboo basket had a strange look in his eyes when he heard it. He stared at the old monster King Wei and said, Niumu didn't have much idea about this teleportation array. Since Taoist King Wei has come forward, Niumu will go back to the mountain to refine medicine. King Wei laughed and said, please do as you like. The man in the bamboo basket said nothing, and turned into a light and left with a bamboo basket on his back. The other three people, Luo Xiantong, Liu Rushu, and Yu Jiayu, looked at each other and gathered together without making a sound. Something is wrong. Zhao Xiuxuan listened to the conversation between the old monster King Wei and the man with the bamboo basket, and felt something was wrong. If Taoist Muking really used the ghost pearl to ask the old monster King Wei to take action, then where did the other cultivators hear about the teleportation array? Could it be that Taoist Muking went to ask the old monster King Wei and spread the information about the teleportation array? This matter is very strange. Zhao Xiuxuan immediately said something to Qizing and Shi in secret. Thanks for subscribing. Chapter 288, Alliance, Conspiracy emerges. As soon as the old monster King Wei appeared, he twisted off Song Fengzi's head. This domineering scene really shocked Zhao Xiuxuan. Looking at the eyes of other cultivators, although they were afraid, they did not feel surprised at all, as if this was not an extraordinary move for the old monster King Wei. This made Zhao Xiuxuan a little confused. The old monster King Wei was more rampant than the devil cultivators and more like the devil than the devil. Why did the big sects such as Qingxuan Valley turn a blind eye to it? Although he was confused, Zhao Xiuxuan still paid close attention to the old monster King Wei's every move. The old monster King Wei said that he asked him to take action because Taoist Muking used the ghost bead as a transaction, but there was a loophole in that statement, and Zhao Xiuxuan was secretly alert. Facing the sudden appearance of the old monster King Wei, Luo Xiantong and the other two also felt very difficult. After a few people secretly communicated, Luo Xiantong bowed and said, Daoyao King Wei, Daoyao Muking of Xiandong sect asked you to help with a ghost oath pearl. I just don't know whether Daoyao King Wei is helping Xiandong sect to take down the teleportation array, or whether he has the obligation to help guard his place. Luo Xiantong, Liu Rushu, Yu Jiayu. Although these three people are very afraid of the old monster King Wei, they naturally don't want to give up this piece of cake for the sake of the huge benefits of the teleportation array. The old monster King Wei waved his hand, and the ghost fog Black Shadow Ghost King moved. The next second, the black shadow appeared on the right side of the old monster King Wei, and squatted at the feet of the old monster in a crouching posture, like a well-behaved beast, and a pair of terrifying eyeless eyes scanned around aimlessly. With his burly body, even if he squatted, he was more than half of the old monster King Wei. The old King Wei monster stretched out his withered white palm from his robe and patted the Ghost King on the head, and responded to Luo Xiantong in a sinister tone, I walked out of the 10,000 Ghosts cave for nothing else, only for this Ghost Oath Pearl. Of course, even if it is the Ghost Oath Pearl, it can only exchange for me to take action once. As for what happens afterwards, I don't care. However, if anyone obstructs me, don't blame me for skinning him and refining his corpse. When the old King Wei monster said this, several more escape lights fell from the sky. Several giant and cultivators walked out of the escape lights. Two of them were full of pride. They wanted to see who was talking nonsense here, but after being swept by the old King Wei monster's eyes like ghost ice, they recognized the old monster's true appearance and hurriedly urged the escape lights to leave. The ones who left were the cultivators in the early stage of Jinden, and a few chose to stay and wait and see. The corners of the King Wei old monster's mouth showed a sinister smile for the Jinden monks who came one after another. Luo Xiantong and the other two breathed a sigh of relief and said with a smile, Fellow Taoist King Wei, we naturally dare not take action. Fellow Taoist King Wei, please go ahead. The meaning of the King Wei old monster was very clear. He took action once, but he only helped Xiandong sect to seize the Beijing mountain. He would not stay here to defend it. In other words, They can still seize this place after the King Wei Old Monster's mission is completed, and the King Wei Old Monster does not care about it. In this way, they don't have to fight against this old monster, and the three of them are naturally happy. However, at this time, there are more than just the three giant monks watching from the sidelines. Luo Xiantong glanced around and saw at least 4 giant monks watching from the sidelines. Brother Zhao, the situation is not good. Qizing's tone was full of worry. Let's not talk about whether there are other monks coming. The King Wei Old Monster and at least 7 giant monks in the field made Qizing frown. Although these giant cultivators are also wary of each other and are unlikely to rush forward, as long as King Wei, the ghost monster, is there, it will be very difficult. Xia was also a little worried, and quietly moved closer to Zhao Xiuxuan, as if this would make her feel more at ease. Just wait and see, we also have a backup plan. Zhao Xiuxuan gave them both a calm look. This made Xia feel more confident. Qizing also touched the stubble on his chin, and his expression eased a little. Compared with the two of them, Zhao Xiuxuan was calmer. Although he has been practicing for so long, he is only in the early stage of Jinden, but whether it is Xianzhi who controls the 4th level puppet Qiaoge, or Hao Yu's incarnation comparable to Jinden perfection, or Zunhe, the ancestor of Xiandong sect who was just killed. Who of these people is an unknown person? Xianzhi himself is a Yuanying cultivator, and he attached his soul to the 4th level puppet. The puppet suppressed Qizing, Xia, Baianzi and other giant cultivators without any ability to fight back. Although Zhao Xiuxuan was able to fight back mainly because of his own immortal soul and the decline of Xianzhi's soul in the past 1,000 years, his own strength also played a significant role. Otherwise, he would have turned into meat paste before the dramatic soul swallowing at the end. In addition to Xianzhi, Hao is also the incarnation of a Yuanying cultivator. Although he does not use many means, his strength is much stronger than that of an ordinary giant cultivator. Needless to say, Zunhe is a real giant perfection great cultivator. With such a few experiences of defeating the strong with the weak, Zhao Xiuxuan has a clearer understanding of his own strength. Let's not talk about the 4th level puppet, the killing weapon, the twin sword intentions combined with his 10 sword techniques, the 4th level instant fireball technique, the green snake pupil, the soul fixing technique, the Kingswind spirit thunder escape. Almost every skill has reached a superb and metaphysical level. Coupled with the abundant mana brought by the rare 7 profound pattern golden elixir, it can be said that any of these items on a cultivator can make him transform. Another thing that must be said is that the attributes of the skill panel are solidified. As long as he has learned the skills, there will never be any mistakes when he uses them. All of this, appearing on a cultivator, you can imagine how terrifying it is. This is also the reason why he was still calm when facing the King Wei Old Monster who made all cultivators fear him. The proficiency of skills, to a certain extent, has transcended the unevenness of cultivation time, and also has a lot of tolerance for the lack of experience in fighting. He, a junior, seemed to have some background. During the years when I was in seclusion, many young juniors have risen, and, the King Wei Old Monster stared straight at Zhao Xiuxuan, laughed twice in a sinister way, and then his eyes condensed and said, I can feel that your soul is a little different, and it is very suitable to be the original soul of my 4th Ghost King. Unfortunately, the original soul of this 4th Ghost King has already been selected. The King Wei Old Monster shook his head with some regret. Then he said, Young man, I don't care whether this place was under your control before. Since I am here, you'd better leave. Otherwise, I will take your spirit and give it to my Ghost Kings. As he spoke, the 2 Ghost Kings beside him suddenly had a salivating look, and the dim light and black air on their bodies kept rolling. The eyes hidden in them cast a chilling look at Zhao Xiuxuan. Seeing this man command the Ghost King to take off the neck of a fellow Taoist without a word, Zhao Xiuxuan naturally would not believe his nonsense. At this point, there was nothing to say. He patted the storage bag, and groups of green light flew out of it, and in a mysterious arrangement, fell around him about 50 feet. This move made the old monster King Wei look moved. Sword formation? Interesting. The green light flying out of Zhao Xiuxuan's storage bag was a willow leaf-shaped stone. Green locust mysterious gold is made from green locust stones. It takes 100 green locust stones to refine one, and the refining method is complicated. Zhao Xiuxuan has been in seclusion for 2 months, busy recovering his soul, so of course he has no time to refine it. There are a total of 1050 green locust mysteries, which are accumulated by Longayu sword sect for hundreds of years, plus a batch of recent rush refinements. It took 7 or 8 days to accumulate the sword energy of the 1050 green locust mysteries. With these green locust mysteries, Zhao Xiuxuan's sword energy with the strength of the golden elixir finally has something to rely on. The green locust sword formation, an ancient sword formation with great power and outstanding sword power, can finally shine in his hands again. As soon as the green locust sword formation was set up, there was a burst of killing in the entire sword formation range, and the leaves fell and turned into dust in an instant. Countless green and misty sword lights made Bagan Mountain seem to be rising with a cloud of green mist. This scene made the eyes of several giant and cultivators who were watching on the sidelines sparkle with wonder. Liu Rushu, who twisted her waist slightly, was forced to take several steps back by the sharpness of the sword energy. Sword cultivators value inheritance and talent, and their strength is suppressed first and then strengthened. Sword cultivators may only attack, and are flexible and changeable, whether they are magic cultivators or physical cultivators. When encountering sword cultivators using sword energy, they will feel very difficult. However, the reason why sword cultivators are declining nowadays is that it is very difficult to convert the sword energy of sword cultivators. In layman's terms, sword cultivators consume a lot of mana. The reason for the consumption of mana is that when sword cultivators use sword energy to defend against the enemy, the spiritual array constructed in their bodies is more complicated than other methods, and the same mana. When converted into sword energy, the loss is also relatively high. Pure sword cultivators are not good at protracted battles, and often they can only surrender if they fail to defeat the enemy in 40 or 50 rounds. Unlike the ancient cultivators who would fight to the death and kill each other head-on, the cultivators in the world of immortal cultivation are now proficient in various escape methods, and their fighting styles are also flexible and changeable, emphasizing fighting and retreating. Unless the strength gap is too large, it is rare to end the battle in a short time. Sometimes, the escape light shuttles back and forth for hundreds or thousands of miles. Based on this, in today's world of immortal cultivation, sword cultivation has gradually declined, and there is a lack of earth-shaking sword cultivation to take the lead, making the way of sword cultivation a small stream among the 3,000 great ways. However, the sword formation arranged by Zhao Xiuxuan is eye-catching. The murderous aura and dense sword energy in the formation far exceed their understanding of sword cultivation. Zhao Xiuxuan didn't have time to care about what they thought. After arranging the formation, he told Shiai, you will control this sword formation later. Controlling the sword formation requires mental effort. Zhao Xiuxuan needs to focus his attention on dealing with the old monster King Wei. The most appropriate way is to let Shiai, who also knows how to arrange the green locust sword formation, control it. Moreover, the green locust black gold in this sword formation is also accumulated by Zhao Xiuxuan's sword energy. Whoever controls it will not make much difference in power. Shiai nodded and pinched a spell. A ball of moonlight sword energy circled in the middle of the sword formation. Zhao Xiuxuan's green misty sword energy immediately responded, and the sword intent began to have a feeling of being ready to go. Gaga strange laugh was chilling. It turned out that the puppet ghost king beside the old monster King Wei stood up straight, opened and closed his broken jaws, and laughed horribly. The ghost king should be a physical cultivator in front of him. He is burly and powerful. Judging from the instant killing of Song Fengzi just now, his speed is also amazing. Bang! Without any other fancy moves, the Ghost King bent his legs like a bow, moved his body, and used the move that just hit Song Fengzi. A ball of black light was powerful and heavy, and it crashed into the sword formation like a broken bamboo. This was naturally a test by the old monster King Wei. He had not fought with a sword cultivator for many years. Using a Ghost King to explore the way first was also very cautious for his strength. The Ghost King stepped into the sword formation, and the green sword energy immediately rushed up, turning into a green sword phantom that filled the sky and the ground, strangling it in the middle. The Ghost King was also not empty. He roared, raised his fist and hit, a gust of fist wind swept through, and a green sword fell to the ground with a clang. However, more sword energy hit him. Crack, crack, strange sounds of impact came from the ghost fog. The small green sword seemed to hide a pile of dead wood. The Ghost King was fearless and painless. It was hard to tell whether he was injured, but he waved his fists beside him to prevent more sword energy from hitting him. Obviously, even if the sword formation did not cause any injuries to him, it was suppressed in place. Roar, the Ghost King was probably irritated. He roared again, and the ghost fog all over his body exploded. He grabbed with both hands, and a ball of ghost fog condensed in front of him, turning into a dark, murderous lance. The Ghost King pulled the bow with his right arm and threw it fiercely. The ghost fog lance bang, made a bang in the air, turned into a black line, and shot towards Shi, who was controlling the sword formation. Shizing took the initiative to attack, and the sword ball shook, and a red light long sword hit it directly. With a loud bang, the horse lance turned into a ball of ghost mist and disappeared, and the red light long sword was also shattered with one blow, turning into a piece of broken sword energy, falling into the sword wall. After the attack missed, Shi Wei's spell changed, and the green locust sword formation turned, and countless green small sword phantoms began to roam around the Ghost King. For a time, the green light was strong and the ghost mist dissipated. Let the Ghost King's fists go crazy, but the sword energy seemed endless, causing him to suffer a lot. Crack, crack, the increasingly dense slashing sound made the old monster King Wei frown a little. He never thought that his Ghost King could not even get through a sword formation. After seeing the strange look in the eyes of the giant and monks around him, the old man King Wei suddenly looked up at the sky, a strange look appeared on his lips, and he muttered, "It should be about time." Zhao Xiuxuan noticed his strange behavior, his eyes fixed, and he looked up suddenly. His heart skipped a beat when he saw it. I don't know when it started, but the sky, which was originally clear and bright, has become dark. This dark light is somewhat similar to being covered by dark clouds, so the monks present did not notice it. However, as long as you look carefully for a while, you can see something strange. It is definitely not a dark cloud, but more like the ghost fog on the Ghost King. This old monster King Wei actually made such a big scene. There's something strange. Luo Xiantong also noticed something strange at the first time, but he didn't realize the seriousness of the matter. After thinking for a while, he frowned and asked Liu Rushu, who didn't know what was going on beside him, "Madam Liu, do you think it's a bit strange for us to gather here?" Liu Rushu's peach blossoms crossed, and she asked puzzledly, "What's strange? Didn't Taoist friend Mu Kingzi send us a message saying that an ancient teleportation array appeared here, so we gathered here?" As soon as Liu Rushu finished speaking, she carefully tasted it and also noticed the unusualness. No, if it's really like what the old monster King Wei said, he was traded by Mu Kingzi for the ghost drinking pearl to let him recapture the teleportation array. Then why did Mu Kingzi go to the trouble of sending us a message? They didn't think about it carefully before, but now they thought about it and finally tasted the key. Not good. Luo Xiantong, who had been staring at the black light above his head, suddenly changed his expression, because he saw that in the black light, more than a dozen skulls suddenly emerged. This scene reminded him of a certain formation. 10,000 Ghost Formation. This old monster is refining the fourth Ghost King. He is not doing it for the teleportation formation at all. Before he finished speaking, the old monster King Wei grinned, and his hands, which seemed to be white bones, suddenly lifted up. With this lift, the sky and the earth changed color, and the entire Began Mountain immediately became dark. Groups of ghost fog rose from the area of more than 500 feet around Began Mountain, and the black light above his head also fell down in an instant. He is joining the formation. Go! Luo Xiantong raised the escape light, and immediately disappeared without a trace, regardless of Liu Rushu and Yu Jiayu, who were just on the same front. However, the next second, a scream suddenly came out of nowhere. Ah! After a flash of lightning, Luo Xiantong, whose clothes were torn and covered with white frost, fell from the sky. He looked very embarrassed, as if he had flown in a winterland, with ice spikes all over his eyebrows and beard. Before he could make any move, a gust of cold wind blew, and the temperature around him dropped sharply, and his breath brought out a wisp of white air. At the same time, 5 evil ghosts with skulls and curved horns emerged from the void. These 5 evil ghosts were jumping with white yin thunder all over their bodies, and their long mouths made a sound of teeth rubbing that was extremely uncomfortable to the eardrums. Coo! Crack! Crack! Luo Xiantong's body was like a piece of broken ice, shattered and scattered all over the ground. Liu Rushu was just frightened when she heard the familiar sinister laughter of the old monster King Wei. Hey, Wu Zi hates thunder. After today, you will be the Ghost King. Today, I, King Wei, will cross the thunder and become an infant. Thanks for subscribing. I am really tired. I can only type 5,000 words today. Chapter 289, 10,000 Ghost Formations. Boom. as the black light in the sky and the ghost fog on the ground merged into one. The 10-mile radius of Began Mountain was visibly covered by a giant formation. From this moment on, all cultivators could not enter or leave before the formation was broken. 10,000 Ghost Formation. The formation was completed. Bang! 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 Just at the edge of the formation. The three giant swords of red, moon white, and blue, which were more than 10 feet long, were a step slower after all, and smashed hard on the black light of the formation, making three shocking sounds that echoed in the mountains. 3 escape lights flew from far to near, and among them, the red escape light emitted the voice of Qizing's angry curse, "Break it from me." Immediately, more than a dozen giant swords of 4 or 5 feet long flew out from the 3 escape lights. Bang 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 bang, the continuous collision sound shook the sky and the earth, but the black light of the formation remained unmoved. The 3 beams of light suddenly stopped at the edge of the 10,000 Ghost Formation and 3 figures walked out of it. They were Zhao Xiuxuan, Shi Yi, and Qizing. As soon as Wu walked out, Qizing slammed his fist and said in annoyance, "Damn, I'm a step too slow. This old guy's formation closed so quickly. Brother Zhao reminded us quickly enough, but we were still a step too slow." Shi Yi looked at the formation that the 3 people had just attacked. The black light was flowing, and it was intact. She sighed and frowned and said, "If there were no groups of ghosts blocking the way, we could have escaped with our speed." Zhao Xiuxuan twisted a black fingernail-sized thing in his hand. It was dropped by a ghost among the group of ghosts that had just blocked the 3 people's actions. It contained pure yin energy, which might come in handy in the future. However, this was not the time to study this. Zhao Xiuxuan put it in the storage bag, thought for a moment, and said with a little apology, "It's wrong to put Brother Qi in danger today. But since it is like this, could you please explain what kind of formation this is? Why can't we shake it even with a combined attack from the 3 of us? And what exactly did the old King Wei monster mean just now?" Just as they were escaping, the 3 of them heard the proud and sinister muttering from the old King Wei monster. "What 5 sons hate thunder and overcome the tribulation and become an infant?" Could it be that the old King Wei monster wanted to survive the thunder tribulation in Began Mountain today? But what does 5 sons hate thunder mean? Even though Zhao Xiuxuan emptied the Zhao family's Taoist canon and read the entire Xianai sword sect's Taoist canon, he didn't know everything. On the contrary, Qizing and Shi Yi, after all, have been in the Jiandan realm for 100 years, and what they know and learn is much richer than him. Qizing frowned, feeling it was very tricky, and said, "This formation is called the One-Eyed Ghost Formation. It is a ghost formation that exceeds the 3rd level and can even be regarded as the 4th level. 4th level formation." Zhao Xiuxuan's heart sank as soon as he heard these 2 sentences. "That's right, although it's not a true 4th level formation, it's pretty close," Qizing responded. Zhao Xiuxuan was puzzled. Logically speaking, the mana of a Jiandan cultivator is not enough to set up a 4th level formation. So how did this King Wei old monster do it? Qizing knew that Zhao Xiuxuan knew all this at this time in order to find a chance to escape, so he told him everything he knew. "Hey, I don't know much about this One-Eyed Ghost Formation. The last time this formation was spread was when King Wei old monster did another shocking thing. This person once ran to a tribe of 10,000 people in the western barbarian grassland and secretly set up this formation around the tribe. In one fell swoop, he used the souls of more than 10,000 western barbarian cultivators to refine a ghost king, which was the 3rd ghost king of King Wei old monster. Later, it was heard by the cultivators of Yan State, which made this formation famous. The 10,000 Ghosts formation is named 10,000 Ghosts, but in fact it consists of 100,000 ghosts. The strength of each ghost must reach the level of an evil ghost. You know, an evil ghost is equivalent to a cultivator in the foundation building stage. With 100,000 evil ghosts gathered in one formation, you can imagine the power of this formation. It cannot be shaken by a combined attack of the 3 of us, but there is no need to underestimate ourselves. Once this formation is successfully set up, it will be very difficult to break it. The refining of an evil ghost may require the souls of several cultivators or the essences of monsters. 100,000 evil ghosts may have hundreds of thousands of cultivators behind them. 100,000. Where did this old monster King Wei get so many evil ghosts? If he acts recklessly in the Yan Kingdom's cultivation world, will King Xuan Valley and others just watch? Even if it is the western barbarian grassland, with the Yuanying cultivators stationed there, it may not be easy to succeed. Zhao Xiuxuan couldn't believe it. Qizing explained, the incident in the western barbarian grassland is just one incident. As for the Yan Kingdom's cultivation world, I have never heard of the old monster King Wei doing anything wrong in the territory of Yan. However, this person often appears in various ancient demon sect forbidden areas, such as the Death Cave in Beiyang County. There are a large number of ancient cultivators and ghosts in such forbidden areas. Perhaps this old monster is gathering from these forbidden areas. After speaking, Qizing changed the subject and continued, I don't know what the old monster King Wei said about the 5 sons of thunder, but the word thunder, it reminds me of a monster. In the extremely yin waters of the Dead Sea, there is a special monster called the Thunder Beast. This beast comes from the bloodline of the ancient mysterious beast Yin Lei Bird. When it grows up, it is a second-level monster. It can control an extremely cold yin thunder. If a cultivator touches it, he will die. Its strength is extremely powerful. Moreover, it is said that this beast has special magical powers and can help cultivators resist thunder tribulations. It is for this reason that this monster has not appeared in the Jiayan Sea for hundreds of years. Resist thunder tribulations. Zhao Xiuxuan and Shiyu were both silent and thoughtful. Could it be that this old monster King Wei really wants to survive the thunder tribulation here? The 5 ghostly thunders he mentioned are most likely the 5 ghosts with pale skulls. If true, then these ghosts should be made from the thunder-hating beasts. Now think about it. The yin thunder that froze Luo Xiantong's stiff was the extremely cold yin thunder, right? Use the 10,000 ghosts formation to refine the 5 ghostly thunders into ghost kings, and then use them to help resist the thunder tribulation. The 3 of them quickly figured out a fairly clear threat in their minds. When they looked at each other, they could see the worry in each other's eyes. No matter what, let's try to see if we can break this formation. Zhao Xiuxuan knew the situation was serious, so he took a deep breath and sacrificed his sword pill. The green sword pill floated in the air and spun around. Zhao Xiuxuan's golden elixir surged, and his virtual fingers flicked continuously. The sword pill vibrated and swirled around his right hand, and the surging sword intent accumulated, just like a big river waiting to be launched upstream of a river dam. Seeing this scene, Qizing's face was filled with surprise. Brother Zhao, this move of yours? Zhao Xiuxuan ignored it, because the green light of the sword ball was becoming more and more dense and rich, and he had to find the right time. After 2 breaths, Zhao Xiuxuan's eyes moved, and he uttered a word, go. The green light on the sword ball exploded, and all the sword energy condensed into a narrow sword light, and with a swish, it flew towards the edge of the formation. The sword light passed through the air, and the ears of the 3 people echoed with a buzzing sound like the sound of a hummingbird flapping its wings. What's even more strange is that where the sword light passed, a white tail line actually emerged, as if a hole was cut in the void. This is a way for Zhao Xiuxuan to use sword energy, compressing magic power, accumulating it, and the sword energy produced in this way is indestructible and can break anything. Bang! The sword light hit the one-eyed ghost formation, like a stone thrown into a calm lake. The next second, a huge splash of water suddenly exploded on the lake. Swish! 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 Countless pure sword energies cut through the black light. The one-eyed ghost formation, which Qizing described as seemingly unbreakable, actually shook violently, and the black light began to dissipate where the sword spikes cut through. This move. Qizing was stunned when he saw this. A hint of expectation also rose on his face. As long as they broke this formation, the 3 of them would be able to escape. However, the facts proved that this formation was indeed powerful. After a few breaths, hundreds of ferocious ghosts rushed out of the ghost fog surrounding the entire Beiyang Mountain. These ghosts did not attack the 3 people, but drilled into the 10,000 ghosts ghost formation. With the integration of the ghosts, the black light that was still trembling immediately calmed down. The sword light disappeared, and the 10,000 ghosts ghost formation was still intact. Hey, it still doesn't work. Qizing was disappointed. Seeing that the first attack was ineffective, Zhao Xiuxuan did not attack again, because he knew that as long as the ghost fog did not disappear, it would be in vain for him to make more moves. Shiyu comforted, husband, since it can't be broken, let's find another way. Zhao Xiuxuan nodded and glanced at the hinterland of Beiyang Mountain, which was the direction of the old monster King Wei. At this time, a pillar of black light rose from the ghost fog and rushed into the sky. Countless ghosts were lingering in the middle of the pillar. Among them, 5 pale 5 sun thunder-hating ghosts with lightning jumping on them could be seen devouring their own kind. Boom! The magic weapon auras were fighting with the ghosts in the ghost fog. I think they were the giant and monks who were fighting against the old monster King Wei. This old monster set up the formation here. I think he wants to use the souls of several of us giant and monks to strengthen his ghosts and achieve the goal of refining the Ghost King. Qizing touched his head and spat. Zhao Xiuxuan did not respond. A green light flashed in his eyes. He saw a man in a black robe on the top of the black light pillar. He opened his mouth and kept swallowing ghosts from his mouth. His body was also emitting the same ghost fog as the burly Ghost King at the beginning. This unusual behavior obviously means that this person is also a Ghost King. The third Ghost King of the old monster King Wei. Qizing followed his gaze and exclaimed in surprise, "Hey, isn't this the man in black robe who retreated before? I didn't expect that old monster King Wei would show up at the beginning, but we just didn't notice him. Maybe this 10,000 ghost formation was secretly set up by this Ghost King." Screams came from the ghost fog of Began Mountain, and 3 powerful dark blue souls soared into the sky. 5 ghosts who hated thunder rushed up and divided them up to 8. As the souls were swallowed, the yin thunder on the bodies of the 5 ghosts became stronger, as if they had eaten something tonic. It should be the giant and cultivators who were swallowed before. Zhao Xiuxuan guessed secretly. It is worth noting that the 5 ghosts who hated thunder were inseparable from each other. Through the fleeting gap, you can vaguely see a black fist-sized bead in the middle of the 5 ghosts. After swallowing the soul of a giant and cultivator just now, the bead stirred out a piece of black spiritual light like a beating heart, which boosted the spirits of the 5 ghosts, as if they were injected with chicken blood. On the other hand, for some reason, the ghosts in the entire one-eyed ghost array now seem to be only active in the center, and they don't care about Zhao Xiuxuan and the other 2. This allows Zhao Xiuxuan to free up time to think about countermeasures. Go to the teleportation array. Zhao Xiuxuan quickly thought of a way. Although the 10,000 ghosts formation could not be broken, as long as he could reach the teleportation formation and use the teleportation order to teleport out, he would be able to escape. What he regretted was that he did not think of the teleportation formation at the first time in a hurry. Zhao Xiuxuan immediately told Shi and Qizing about this plan. "Let's go and kill them back." Qizing's face lit up after hearing this, and then he remembered this matter. The 3 of them immediately raised their escape lights, and several magic weapons came out of their storage bags. With a huff, they rushed back to Began Mountain. With the escape light of a giant and cultivator, they arrived in an instant. Zhao Xiuxuan was hidden in the purple lightning. As soon as he entered the territory of Began Mountain, he saw more clearly how big the black light pillar was, with a diameter of more than 10 feet. The ghosts all over the sky were like rolling dark clouds, and the ghost fog all over the ground was like surging waves. Began Mountain changed the world, as if it had entered the depths of a turbulent inland sea, with dark clouds covering the sun above, and no sky could be seen. This scene was magnificent and bizarre. If it weren't for the noisy roars of the ghosts that made his head swell, Zhao Xiuxuan might have taken another look. No one knew where the old King Wei monster was, and the ghost fog seemed to be able to block detection. Zhao Xiuxuan didn't intend to waste his mana and use the green snake pupil here. He had to find it in the entire Began Mountain and delay his actions in vain. The 3 of them roughly compared their positions in the sea of ghost fog, and the escape light fell towards the cave where the teleportation array was hidden. At this moment, a ball of pink mist suddenly exploded in the dark 10,000 nether ghost array. The ghost fog that touched the pink mist immediately retreated quickly, and the ghosts that were touched by the pink mist disappeared in groups. Taking this opportunity, a beam of escape light escaped from the ghost fog, and the direction of the escape light was exactly the same as Zhao Xiuxuan and the other 2. Daoao, help! Behind Liu Rushu, a large area of ghost fog bypassed a pink fog and quickly approached again. Liu Rushu, who was running for her life in a hurry, saw the escape light of Zhao Xiuxuan and the other 2, and a trace of excitement appeared on her pale face. The 3 people headed by Zhao Xiuxuan pressed the escape light at this time, not to save Liu Rushu, but to the place where the teleportation array was located. The puppet Ghost King was supporting himself on the ground with his hands and feet, crawling on the ground like a crawling monster, staring at them with an eyeless face. Above their heads, countless ghosts of various shapes were rushing out of the mouth of the black-robed Ghost King and falling towards the 3 people. A tiger head, a snake body, and a bloody mouth. The body is like a wolf, and the feet are on black fire. In addition to the ghosts refined by monsters, there are countless illusory ghosts, with bare teeth and claws, and screaming strangely. Fortunately, the three people have made sufficient mental preparations, and pieces of sword energy in their hands burst out of their bodies like a thread. Liu Rushu urged her escape light, moved her snake-like waist, and formed a horn shape with the three people, and each of them began to deal with the ghosts. She was seen urging a red silk while saying, "3 Taoist friends, the rest of the Taoist friends have been killed, and their souls have been devoured by the 5 ghosts. To deal with this formation, we must kill all the ghosts. Now only the teleportation formation can help us escape danger." It seems that this woman is quite smart. She actually thought of the teleportation formation. Zhao Xiuxuan glanced at him while urging the sword light to kill a large number of ghosts. Even though she was in danger, Liu Rushu's every move was still charming. Whether it was the spells she was holding, the twisting waist, or the proud figure, she was a real beauty. Boom! At this moment, a faint light as thin as a hair shot out from the ghost fog and wrapped directly around the white ankles of the beautiful woman. Ah! With a cry, the beautiful woman was pulled into the ghost fog. Thanks for subscribing. Chapter 290, Repaying Kindness with Revenge. Seeing the beautiful woman being pulled into the ghost fog, Zhao Xiuxuan thought for 2 breaths, and then turned his sword and fell down. The ghost fog in front of him was not a big threat to him. At this time, having one more teammate meant a little more hope of escaping. Although the life and death of this beautiful woman had nothing to do with her, since they were in the same boat, they would help as much as they could. The most important thing was that the old monster King Wei obviously wanted the souls of these cultivators. If they left it alone, it would be indirectly helping the enemy. To be cautious, he gave the branch of the golden money spirit tree in his storage bag to Shi. When dealing with the physical puppet Ghost King, this broken branch would be of great use. Swoosh! As soon as the escape light fell into the ghost fog, Zhao Xiuxuan felt dizzy and any sound came from all directions. Moreover, there were all kinds of ghosts wandering in the ghost fog, and there were countless ghosts. King Fengshu, +5. The wind howled and swept away the remaining clouds. A circle of breeze kept wandering around, and the ghost fog was blown away as soon as it approached within 5 feet. Without any worries, Zhao Xiuxuan looked around, and when he saw a faint pink mist looming in the dark ghost fog, he immediately escaped with thunder. Zilala strangely, all the ghost fogs that came into contact with the purple thunder escape light retreated, as if they were afraid of the purple thunder jumping on the escape light. Seeing this scene, Zhao Xiuxuan secretly remembered it in his heart. When Zhao Xiuxuan found Liu Rushu, half of her body was trapped in a ball of dim light. The dim light was like a swamp, and more than a dozen tentacles extended from it and were entangled on Liu Rushu's waist and hips. Liu Rushu's plump lips moved, and a ball of pink spiritual mist came out of her mouth. The pink mist resisted the ghost fog's approach, and prevented the dim light that almost swallowed him from succeeding. However, that was all. The whispering sound in the ghost fog around her penetrated her soul, and Liu Rushu's consciousness was already shaky. Seeing Zhao Xiuxuan's appearance, the beautiful woman's trembling fox eyes regained some clarity. Dao Dao, help me, facing her delicate request for help. Zhao Xiuxuan did not act rashly, but looked at the faint light on the ground. It was like a pool of turbid black water wriggling on the ground. This form of ghost was rare even among ghosts. The spiritual energy comparable to that of a giant and cultivator flowed in the faint light, indicating that this thing was the ghost king that followed the old monster King Wei. But this erratic breath, it was obvious that this was not the ghost king's body, but more like a clone. Zhao Xiuxuan did not move, but the ghost king extended dozens of tentacles to pierce him. Swish! Zhao Xiuxuan raised his hand and pointed, a sword light flashed by his side, and the tentacles broke off. However, the sword light did not stop, and it circled around Zhao Xiuxuan with a whoosh sound, and stabbed into the ghost fog behind him. However, this sword light did not have any sense of impact, and the sword light hit nothing. Zhao Xiuxuan's body shook, and the purple thunder light broke through the ghost fog with a piercing sound, turning into purple light, and appeared 50 feet away with a swish sound. A strange shadow hidden in a group of dim light trembled all over, and a look of shock appeared on his face, and then the green sword energy penetrated his head. Swish! The sword stabbed right in the middle. However, Zhao Xiuxuan's face did not show joy, but a serious expression. Because the dim light in front of him dissipated and instantly dissipated in the ghost fog. Or a fake body. Just as he was asking himself this question, hundreds of similar ghostly figures appeared in the ghost fog in all directions. A tentacle stretched out from each ghostly light, and instantly extended a net to tie up Zhao Xiuxuan. At the same time, a series of dizzying whispers drilled into the Nuan, but they were instantly brushed off by a piece of ghostly blue soul light sprinkled from Zhao Xiuxuan's Nuan palace. Zhao Xiuxuan, who was not affected at all, pinched the magic formula, and the sword ball spun rapidly around his body, and sword energy splashed out like a pot of boiling water. Chi-chi-chi, in a breath, all the tentacles were cut off, and the sword energy did not stop, but stared at each ghostly figure and chased after it, stabbing it randomly, and hundreds of ghostly figures were pierced. However, things were not over yet, and dense ghostly figures drilled out of the ghost fog again. Zhao Xiuxuan did not attack again this time. He moved his body and came to Liu Rushu. He cut off all the tentacles with a sword and then killed them in a quagmire on the ground. With a pop sound, he pulled out Liu Rushu, who was already confused, and held her plump and strong thighs, carrying her on his shoulders. Then he wanted to leave the ghost fog that obscured his eyes. However, at this moment, thousands of ghost light figures fell from the sky. The tentacles in the sky were like a tentacles rain. Zhao Xiuxuan's eyes flashed with green light, and he instantly saw through the tens of thousands of ghost light figures, some real and some fake. Some were the bell he pierced with a sword before, and some were simply phantoms. However, even if it was a real ghost, it was not the real body. The real body of the Ghost King must be hidden somewhere in the ghost fog. In other words, these were his real bodies. Zhao Xiuxuan thought of this and immediately activated the sword light. The sword energy was centered on the sword ball, like a giant umbrella. When the tentacles hit the umbrella cover, it was strangled. Seeing that this move was ineffective, the ghost light figure immediately escaped into the ghost fog again, waiting for the opportunity. Zhao Xiuxuan hesitated for a moment, and simply fell down. He pinched a sword gesture with one hand, and the mana in the golden elixir surged wildly. With the body as the center, the upper, middle and lower circles of green sword rings spread out with a swish. Swish, the ghost fog without substance was even cut into 3 cross-sections by the sword ring. Countless ghosts in the ghost fog were killed in a confused manner. Most of the thousands of ghost light figures that had just escaped into the ghost fog were also killed, and the remaining ones were agile and drilled around to avoid the sword ring. However, Zhao Xiuxuan's move was not that simple. After the sword ring cleared a large area, the sword technique in his hand changed, and the sword ring exploded with a bang. Each sword energy that exploded turned into a swimming fish. They chased the ghostly figures one by one. Although it was unknown whether these figures were the clones of the Ghost King, they did look vulnerable. Every time a sword energy came out, it could chop a figure into pieces. Even so, the Ghost King's body did not appear. Zhao Xiuxuan patted his storage bag, and a pill bottle flew out of it. He grabbed it, tilted his head, and several pills that restored mana rolled out of the bottle and were swallowed into his stomach. The sword ring's 2-stroke combo was based on the change of the horizontal sword technique in the 10-style sword technique. Because too much sword energy was activated, the loss of mana was too great. If it were anyone else, their mana would have been exhausted by now, but Zhao Xiuxuan's 7 mysterious pattern golden core seemed to be endless, and each rotation produced much more mana than others. In addition, his golden core had a huge mana capacity, so from the beginning of the escape to now, he had only consumed a little more than 30% of his mana. However, to be on the safe side, he still swallowed a few pills to restore his mana. The beautiful woman on his shoulder moaned, as if she had woken up. Zhao Xiuxuan was quick to throw her out. Although the beautiful woman tried to use the escape light to stabilize her body in the air, she still stumbled in the end, and her plump buttocks landed on the ground, falling sideways on the ground. Young man, you really don't know how to be sympathetic to women. Liu Rushu stood up from the ground and glanced at Zhao Xiuxuan. Zhao Xiuxuan frowned and said coldly, I saved your life, and you repay me with enmity like this. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelis. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 291 The Final Battle. It turned out that just when Liu Rushu regained consciousness, a curved blade immediately emerged from her pink sleeves, and was about to pierce him like a poisonous snake. Liu Rushu did not feel ashamed at all, and put the curved blade into her sleeves, pursed her lips and curved her eyebrows and said in a delicate voice, "Sister just woke up. It was just a subconscious action. This young man will not think that I want to hurt you." Zhao Xiuxuan ignored him, but swept the green light around, and saw that those dim figures hesitated and seemed a little afraid, so he did not intend to care, and prepared to drive the escape light to leave. "Wait a moment, young man." Liu Rushu seized the opportunity and called Zhao Xiuxuan's footsteps. Zhao Xiuxuan looked at her impatiently. "Dao, please speak up," Liu Rushu said straightforwardly. "I feel that the aura of the young master is somewhat familiar, but have you also practiced some dual cultivation techniques?" Zhao Xiuxuan's face remained expressionless, but his heart was moved, remembering that the charming eyes of this woman had made his Dan's stomach hot, and the Helhuin technique had changed. Thinking of this, Zhao Xiuxuan said coldly, "If you still use the charm technique on me like before, you will bear the consequences yourself." Sure enough, you have also practiced a dual cultivation technique. There are not many inherited sects in the territory of Yan State. Is the young master practicing the Jade Dragon technique or the Helhuin technique? Liu Rushu tried again. Seeing that Zhao Xiuxuan didn't respond, she lowered her eyes and blinked her fox eyes. "Don't blame me for not reminding you. If you practice the Helhuin Guang of Yumu Mountain, you may be in big trouble in the future. If you can escape today, come to my Zhuanka Valley. I will prepare a bed for you." At the end of her words, she twisted her body slightly, with a very seductive look on her face. Zhao Xiuxuan's lower abdomen was hot again. This time, some kind of erotic picture even entered his mind. He bit his tongue and immediately regained consciousness. "Paw!" With a backhand slap, a strong wind swept past, and Liu Rushu was slapped and flew more than 10 feet away, falling into the ghost fog. Then, Zhao Xiuxuan turned into light and broke through the ghost fog, flying towards Shi-I and cheesing in the ghost fog. Liu Rushu's eyes were as cold as frost, and there was a bloodstain at the corner of her mouth that had not been wiped clean. She touched the red mark at the corner of her mouth, and the next second, her eyes suddenly changed, becoming confusing and extremely charming, and her delicate body trembled slightly, and it was hard to tell whether she was enjoying it or angry. "It's really the Helhuin Guangham. How can this slap come back? I'll let you be my forbidden fruit, the husband of the fairy master. You are very suitable for this identity." Liu Rushu's eyes were blurred, and she whispered a few words. I don't know if what she said was suitable refers to the identity of the Taoist partner of Master Li, or the identity of her forbidden fruit. Until the faint light figure appeared again in the ghost fog and was about to pounce, she spit out a ball of pink mist again, and the escape light was wrapped in the pink mist, breaking through the ghost fog and getting out. The escape light in the sky passed by, and when Zhao Xiuxuan saved Liu Rushu, the two powerful ghost kings had fought with Master Li and Cheesing for dozens of rounds. One was a tall and strong puppet ghost king, who once crushed the head of a giant and cultivator with one claw, and the other was a black-robed ghost king, who urged the ghost fog to be like a dozen rolling black dragons, changing the world. The ghost king was not inferior to the third-level puppets and third-level monsters. Its pure strength was definitely not much different from that of the cultivators of the same level. In addition, it often had special magical powers, making it even stronger than the cultivators of the same level. And the two ghost kings of the old monster king Wei had swallowed up countless souls and spirits, and their strength was 3 times stronger. In addition, the one-eyed ghost formation constantly replenished and restored their injuries, which made Shi-I and Chixing fall into a bad situation soon, and their chances of winning were only 40% and 60%. If it weren't for the money tree branch left by Zhao Xiuxuan in Shi-I's hands, the chances of winning would have dropped by more than 10%. Every time Shi-I pinched a broken branch of the money tree and hit it, the leaves of the emerald money tree would fall off the branches and turn into a piece of spiritual light, passing through the ghost group. Suddenly, a large number of ghosts fell down like mowing grass. Cheesing's sword finger urged a huge sword to fight against the ghost king, who was covered in ghost fog and black energy. The ghost king was extremely powerful and could resist the sword with his body. Often, Cheesing's sword energy hit him like a tickle, but when it was touched by the ghost king's fist, the spiritual energy shield would shatter. Moreover, during the fight, the ghost king also condensed a horse spear from his own ghost fog, either throwing it or holding it to thrust, with enough force to penetrate a small mountain. However, when Zhao Xiuxuan and Liu Rushu joined the battlefield one after another, the situation on the entire battlefield immediately reversed. Zhao Xiuxuan's escape light did not decrease, and King Sun Linglui escape-jumped with purple thunder and drilled into the ghost group with a bang, and sword energy spun and exploded beside him. Sword key green lotus. Zhao Xiuxuan used his body as a sword, which turned into a green lotus. He strangled the ghosts in the group and rushed forward, ready to kill the black-robed ghost king who was spewing ghosts. However, before he could get close, the black-robed ghost king roared and spit out a large ball of ghost mist from his mouth. This ghost mist was different from the ordinary ghost mist. There was a pale color in the ghost mist. As soon as the ghosts in front of him touched the ghost mist, they immediately shook their bodies and their bodies changed. Some condensed a body of bone armor, some grew a row of bone spurs on their bodies, and some had bone horns on their heads. Not only that, the ghosts were in high spirits and rushed towards Zhao Xiuxuan fearlessly. This time, Zhao Xiuxuan clearly felt that the sword energy on these ghosts was much harder than before, and it produced a sense of stagnation. This change slowed his body down a lot. Seizing this opportunity, the Ghost King opened his black robe, revealing a body that was rotten to the point of being unspeakable. The ribs and rotten meat were exposed, and a massive black gas drilled in the empty abdominal cavity. The black-robed Ghost King put his hand on a section of his ribs, and then snapped off a section. Holding the broken bone in his hand, the black-robed Ghost King began to speak with confidence. As the black-robed Ghost King chanted something in a muffled voice, the broken bone in his hand was actually aimed at Zhao Xiuxuan, and the gradually accumulated cold light made him feel a little painful between his eyebrows. Don't let it use it. Needless to say, Zhao Xiuxuan suddenly took out a scroll from his storage bag and opened it suddenly in the direction of the black-robed Ghost King. Ancient treasure, Molingfang map, the magic weapon obtained from Sun Hai. Ancient treasures are the magic weapons of ancient cultivators, and the ancient sword magic weapon in Shidai's hand is also an ancient treasure. Although ancient treasures are also a kind of magic weapon, their power is often stronger than that of top-grade magic weapons. Boom! A mountain of ink and water fell down with a bang, pressing the unprepared black-robed Ghost King directly under the mountain. The black-robed Ghost King wanted to escape when he saw that the situation was not right. The ink light of various rocks and beasts on the mountain peak shone through their bodies and hit the black-robed Ghost King one after another, suppressing him again. 2 breaths later, Zhao Xiuxuan raised his hand and hid it. There was a roar in the air, and a sword light pierced the black-robed Ghost King with a piercing sound. This sword light was obviously Zhao Xiuxuan's compressed sword energy. When it hit the black-robed Ghost King, a sword energy green lotus exploded. If you look closely, there are still a few strands of free purple lightning in the green lotus. The black-robed Ghost King was severely injured, and he immediately roared and began to condense the ghost mist around him to recover from his injuries. However, the ghost mist seemed to be afraid of the jumping purple lightning, so that the injury could not be recovered at all. That was the key thing Zhao Xiuxuan deliberately added to defeat the enemy. Bang, bang, bang. While the black-robed Ghost King was suppressed, 3 consecutive compressed sword beams hit it. 3 sword energy lotuses exploded. The black-robed Ghost King groaned, and his body exploded into ghost mist and disappeared, leaving only a dark crystal-like object in the original place. Zhao Xiuxuan took it in his hand and took a closer look. The thing in his hand was exactly the same as the things that fell from the bodies of several evil ghosts he killed before, but the concentration of yin energy was so strong that he didn't know what it was. This was not the time to study it. Zhao Xiuxuan put it into the storage bag with his backhand, preparing to check it out later. This should be the solution to Ghost King, right? Zhao Xiuxuan was a little unsure. The ghost way was strange and unpredictable. Even if he saw the Ghost King being blown up, and even a piece of unknown material exploded, he didn't dare to say with certainty that he had been killed. After just a glance and finding nothing unusual, Zhao Xiuxuan urged the escape light to rush back. On the other side, it was unknown whether Zhao Xiuxuan's explosion of the black-robed Ghost King caused some kind of chain reaction. The puppet Ghost King who was fighting the 3 cultivators threw out a few horse spears, then jumped and disappeared into the ghost fog. Zhao Xiuxuan stopped those who wanted to chase him and prepared to leave immediately with the 3 people. At this time, there was a sudden thunder in the sky. Everyone looked up and saw countless thunder dragons rolling above the huge formation. The sky and the earth were filled with a shocking power. Everyone's hair stood on end. The mighty power of heaven was unstoppable. Thunder tribulation, Liu Rushi blurted out, her face full of surprise. The old monster King Wei is really going to cross the tribulation? Before everyone could be surprised, suddenly, An extremely cold breath came from Bigan Mountain. Zhao Xiuxuan looked back first, and happened to see a huge skull emitting pale dark thunder swallowing another much smaller skull in one gulp. Unconsciously, the 5 skulls that were originally suspended in the air had disappeared, and in their place, there was only this giant skull that exuded amazing power and made people shudder. The skull's eyes were beating with ghost fire, and the pale yin thunder was surrounding its body. Its aura had actually reached the early stage of the golden core. The Ghost King of Thunder was refined. Not only that, the Ghost King of Thunder opened his empty mouth with a clucking sound, and suddenly sucked the ghost fog. The ghost fog and countless ghosts in the 10,000 ghosts array were sucked into his mouth. The next second, the aura of the Ghost King of Thunder soared directly to the late stage of the golden core. This scene stunned everyone. At the same time, a figure suddenly walked out of the cave where the teleportation array was located, blocking the only way for everyone to escape. Surrounded by black air, thin and boneless, pale and colorless, with a cold look in his eyes, it was the old monster King Wei. Without waiting for their reaction, the old monster King Wei laughed sinisterly and said, although I'm missing a golden elixir soul, fortunately I have made other preparations, and I have barely gathered the 5 spiritual roots of souls. Now the thunder tribulation has come, and the Ghost King has been formed. It's a pity that my Fog Ghost King was killed by you, kid, otherwise I could have increased my chances of winning by becoming an infant. But it doesn't matter, fellow Taoists can just give me a last helping hand. Thanks for subscribing. Chapter 292 The Final Battle. It is said that the saying of spiritual root comes from the root talent of ancient cultivators. In the ancient world of immortal cultivation, cultivators judge a person's cultivation talent by testing spiritual roots. The basic spiritual roots correspond to the 5 elements, namely gold, wood, water, fire and earth. In addition to the 5 elements, there are variant spiritual roots such as wind, ice and thunder. Only with spiritual roots can one practice. The purer the spiritual roots, the faster the practice speed. However, Zhao Xiuxuan had never heard of the 5 spiritual root souls. When he saw the old monster King Wei say 5 spiritual root souls, Zhao Xiuxuan couldn't help but feel sad. Could it be that this soul also has the 5 elements attribute? I thought that saving Liu Rushu could at least hinder the old monster King Wei's plan to refine the Ghost King, but I didn't expect that he had already prepared it. I think these people who were summoned by Taoist Mu Qing by means of communication before were the nutrients carefully selected and put together by the old monster King Wei. In this way, Taoist Mu Qing of Xiandong Sect, Song Fengzi, Taoist Yuan of Jinayu Temple, Liu Mifu of Zuanka Valley, Luo Xiantong of Shuanghe Sect, Yi Jiayu of Jinian Sect, Niu Li of Yushan Sect, Old Man Sangang, and several Jinden monks who were later locked in the formation. Except for Liu Mifu and Ni Li, the rest of the monks should have been killed. Among these people, there should be the 5 spiritual roots and souls mentioned by the old monster King Wei. Okay, this old monster used my teleportation array to set up a trap here, but I don't know if Sun Hai is a part of his trap. Zhao Xiuxuan hadn't thought so much before. Although he couldn't see the whole picture after thinking about it carefully, he felt cold all over. However, he couldn't help but think too much at this time. The old monster King Wei was cunning and had already anticipated the teleportation array, so he blocked the teleportation array at the first time. I don't know if he damaged the teleportation array that was repaired with great difficulty. Fellow Taoist King Wei, you are so reckless and have killed fellow cultivators. This is a method of demonic cultivation. Aren't you afraid of being hunted down by cultivators from Qingxuan Valley, Liming Mountain, etc.? Liu Rushu's pretty face turned cold and she shouted loudly. The old monster King Wei grinned and said, "It's ridiculous. As long as I survive the thunder tribulation today and form a Yuanying, what can King Xuanzi and the 5 thunders venerable do to me? Moreover, I might as well tell you why you think King Xuanzi is letting the cultivators of Dasha Kingdom go and reclaiming wasteland, because the entire cultivation world will usher in a great tribulation soon. People like King Xuanzi and the 5 thunders venerable are eager for Yan's cultivation world to have one more Yuanying." The words of the old monster King Wei surprised everyone, especially Zhao Xiuxuan. After carefully tasting the meaning of his words, he immediately felt that whether it was the advent of the demonic kingdom or the reclamation of wasteland after 1,000 years, it was the few remaining Yuanying Zhenjins and Yan who were planning something. If this is true, it would be too terrible. However, the words of this old monster also made his eyes look longer in an instant. Before this, He had always stuck to his thoughts in a small world of cultivation in Yan State, but there were vast territories outside the world of cultivation in Yan State, and he knew very little about them. It was no wonder that he had only practiced for a few decades and had not yet set foot on the entire world of cultivation in Yan State, let alone know the outside world. From the remote Zhao family to the resource-poor Nanshan County, he finally stood on the stage of Yan State's cultivation county. The road ahead still had the three realms of Jiandan, Yuanying, Huashan, Duji, and Dacheng. Thinking of this, Zhao Xiuxuan's eyes were more determined than before. While Liu Rushu was talking to the old monster King Wei, Zhao Xiuxuan simply analyzed the current situation. At this time, the Ghost King of Thunder, who was jumping with cold white yin thunder, the Ghost King with a faint light all over his body, and the Ghost King of Puppet, who was surrounded by black mist, lined up and floated in front of the old monster King Wei. The Ghost King's strength is just so-so. If it weren't for the fact that his true body was hidden so deeply, he would have been killed by Zhao Xiuxuan long ago. He had never fought with a puppet Ghost King, but judging from the fighting between Xizing, Shiyu, Liu Rushu and others, this Ghost King should be the most powerful of the three original Ghost Kings. And the last Ghost King, the thunder-hating Ghost King that the old monster King Wei had worked hard to refine, should not be bad either. According to the strength of the cultivators, the other party has 1 Jiandan perfection and 3 Jiandan late stages. On this side, Zhao Xiuxuan is in the early stage of Jiandan, and Xizing, Shiyu, and Liu Rushu are all in the middle stage of Jiandan. Regardless of whether the old monster King Wei has other backups, just based on this hard power, these people on his side do look like they are in danger. Obviously everyone knows their own situation, and their faces are as gloomy as the increasingly dense thunder clouds in the sky. Shi said in a voice transmission, "Husband, why don't we work together to kill King Wei?" Zhao Xiuxuan glanced at the 3 Ghost Kings in front of the old monster King Wei, and then glanced at the thunder tribulation in the air. He pondered for a moment, gave 2 instructions in a voice transmission, and then took a step forward. As he took a step forward, the 3 Ghost Kings with different shapes and gloomy eyes stared at him. A kind of cold meaning was creepy. Zhao Xiuxuan, however, acted as if nothing had happened. He stared at the old monster King Wei who was looking at him with a scrutinizing look and asked, "Dao King Wei, since things have come to this point, why don't you be clear about what we mean by helping you? If there is a plan that can achieve both ends, we will naturally not refuse. However, if Dao uses us as a stepping stone for his own selfish desires, Zhao would rather die in glory than live in disgrace." As soon as these words came out, Shi moved lightly and stood beside him, while Xizing also smiled and stood on the other side of Zhao Xiuxuan. Liu Rushu glanced at Zhao Xiuxuan curiously, and then stood on his left side with a smile, next to Shi. For a moment, the momentum of the few people rose significantly. What a good one who would rather die in glory than live in disgrace. The old monster King Wei looked at Zhao Xiuxuan with a strange look on his face. After thinking deeply for a while, he laughed strangely and said, "Although you killed one of my Ghost Kings, I am not so unkind. How about this, we don't have to fight to the death today." Then, the old monster King Wei pointed to the increasingly dense thunder in the sky and said, "My plan is very simple. Everything I do is to survive this thunder tribulation and condense into a nascent soul. What I need you to do is to help me survive the thunder tribulation. As long as I become a nascent soul, I will establish a sect by then. Your sects, plus the sects of the previous Jiandan masters, can all submit. To be honest, I still need a lot of manpower for the subsequent catastrophe. You guys are outstanding and can be used. Help you survive the thunder tribulation? Submit." The few of them exchanged glances, and Zhao Xiuxuan continued to ask, "I heard that this thunder tribulation will only fall on the heads of cultivators who have reached the infant stage. Only after a cultivator breaks through this tribulation can he break the elixir and become an infant. Moreover, the thunder tribulation is a tribulation of heaven, and it is very powerful. How can we resist the thunder tribulation for fellow Taoists? If it was an ordinary thunder, such as when Zhao Xiuxuan was on Jinli Island, it was no problem to suffer from thunder clouds all over the sky. However, this thunder tribulation is extraordinary. It has the power of heaven, and cultivators with insufficient cultivation can be destroyed with one blow. Not to mention that the thunder tribulation can only be broken by the cultivator who has crossed the tribulation himself, and others can basically not intervene. Even if they can intervene, the power of this thunder tribulation is not so easy to resist. He, How could I deceive you? The old monster King Wei gathered his black robe, and a trace of cold white yin thunder jumped on the body of the ghost king who hates thunder in front of him, and it hummed softly around the old monster's fingertips. I have used up all my resources to cultivate the 5 spirits of thunder ghosts, and then used them to devour the 5 elements, and refine them into this one and only thunder ghost king. In preparation for this, the old monster King Wei glanced at the thunder clouds in the sky. A trace of anxiety appeared on his face. Perhaps he really wanted a few people to help him survive the thunder tribulation. He suppressed his uneasiness and explained seriously, "What I am going to say next are all the secrets of the ancient world of immortal cultivation. You all have a great opportunity today. If you can break the pill and become an infant in the future, it will increase your chances of winning." Although the two sides are hostile to each other, Zhao Xiuxuan and others couldn't help but prick up their ears to listen when they heard him speak so solemnly. The heavenly day of thunder tribulation is a punishment from heaven to stop cultivators from going one step further. It is said that in the ancient world of immortal cultivation, the thunder tribulation would only fall between the last 2 realms of the spiritualization and the crossing tribulation stage, so it was called crossing tribulation. However, in the world of immortal cultivation today, this tribulation will fall when the pill is broken and the infant is formed. As far as I know, the secret here should be related to an unknown upheaval in the ancient world of immortal cultivation. The details of that upheaval are unknown, and there is not even a single word recorded in later generations. This matter is strange and you can figure it out on your own. However, there is one thing you should know, that is the theory of spiritual roots. In ancient times, cultivators determined their talents by their spiritual roots. Whether or not they had spiritual roots was the difference between immortals and mortals. But in the world of immortal cultivation today, it is not the case. Talent is judged purely by the induction of spiritual energy. I guess the difference between the two is also due to the upheaval in ancient times. That is to say, from that upheaval, cultivators no longer have spiritual roots. While I was pursuing these secrets, I also unearthed another strange thing. That is, this Yuanying thunder tribulation, which is completely different from the thunder tribulation realm of the ancient cultivators, is actually due to this so-called spiritual root. Simply put, the spiritual root lost by our cultivators is actually the key to resolving the thunder tribulation. Hearing this, everyone was shocked again, and Shizing was even more frightened and said, "According to your logic, the reason why the ancient cultivators did not have thunder tribulation when they broke the pill and became infants was because they had spiritual roots in their bodies." That's right. The old monster King Wei nodded in acknowledgement. After learning about this, I began to study the method of spiritual roots in order to directly cross the thunder tribulation. But later, I found that in today's world of immortal cultivation, if you want to reproduce spiritual roots, it is an act against heaven. As long as the spiritual roots appear in the world, you will suffer thunder tribulation. Zhao Xiuxuan looked at the thunder cloud above his head suddenly, wondering, "You mean, this thunder tribulation belongs to me? It belongs to me, the Ghost King, and it belongs to me too." Without waiting for Zhao Xiuxuan to ask the original question, the old monster King Wei solved his doubts. "I once found a fragment left by a cultivator named Yu Rongzi in a ruins. This person created a secret technique to melt the 5 elements. With this secret technique, he can even melt the pseudo-spiritual roots of ancient cultivators. Moreover, Yu Rongzi also discovered that if the pseudo-spiritual roots are linked by secret methods, when the cultivator breaks the pill and becomes an infant, the thunder tribulation on his side will be transferred, and as long as the transferer is helped to survive the thunder tribulation, he can also pass the barrier of heaven and break the pill into an infant. That Yu Rongzi used this method to transfer the heavenly thunder to 3rd level Sea Thunder Beast. The Sea Thunder Beast helped him bear the power of the heavenly thunder, and he also used it to break the pill and become an infant. Yu Rongzi. Zhao Xiuxuan's heart moved. His own Rongbao technique also came from this person. Could it be that the secret technique that King Wei old monster mentioned was the Rongbao technique? Rongbao technique is actually to melt materials with spiritual energy together to obtain higher level materials. For example, a 3rd level flame iron can be melted from thousands of 2nd level flame irons. It is undeniable that this is a strange technique. After all, 1,000 pieces of 2nd level flame iron are easy to get, while 3rd level flame iron is 1 in 10,000. At the beginning, Zhao Xiuxuan also doubted whether this technique was created by Yu Rongzi. Unexpectedly, when he heard this person's name again, another strange technique appeared. Moreover, this person has broken the pill and become an infant. Ruins. It sounds like Yu Rongzi is not a cultivator in recent years, but I don't know if he is still there now. Zhao Xiuxuan was surprised to hear Yu Rongzi's name again. King Wei didn't know what Zhao Xiuxuan was thinking, so he quickened his pace and said, in fact, although cultivators of my generation don't have spiritual roots, they have the characteristics of spiritual roots in their souls. According to the secret technique, I secretly searched for the souls of cultivators with 5 spiritual roots in the Yan Kingdom. When I was about to break the calamity and become an infant, I finally got this thunder-hating Ghost King. Although it is not as good as the sea thunder beast that is immune to all thunder, it is also a good substitute. What I have to do is to follow the example of my predecessors and survive the thunder tribulation. At this point, the old monster King Wei's sleeves fluttered, and his whole body was full of spiritual energy. The rolling thunder dragon in the sky also looked like a mountain was about to fall. Roaring, roaring, and the terrifying thunder of the tribulation was about to roll down. Although Zhao Xiuxuan had never seen a cultivator survive the thunder tribulation, the magnificent power of heaven in front of him was really something he couldn't look up to. If it hid him, he didn't know how many times he could withstand it. This way, the old monster King Wei could avoid the most terrifying lock of the thunder tribulation and help himself to overcome the tribulation from the side. It is even possible that even if he fails to overcome the tribulation, he will not be wiped out. If other cultivators knew about this, they would definitely follow suit. Well, now that I have said this, the thunder tribulation is about to fall. You are all trapped in my 10,000 ghost formation. You can either be killed by the thunder tribulation or help me overcome this tribulation. When I achieve the nascent soul stage, you will naturally benefit from it. Humph, don't think about having a third option, otherwise, I will directly let the Ghost King of Thunder to draw thunder and turn you into ashes. The threat of the old monster King Wei was naturally not a joke. Several people could not escape the 10,000 ghost formation in a short time, and it was impossible to quickly kill the old monster King Wei and the 3 Ghost Kings who were ready to go in the late Jinden stage. The only way left was to help resist the thunder tribulation. However, once the old monster King Wei shattered his elixir and became an infant, would he fulfill his promise and let them go? If that time really came, those people would have no power to fight back. Zhao Xiuxuan weighed the pros and cons again and again, and a trace of murderous intent flashed in his eyes. Then he discussed with several people and nodded in agreement. Okay, the old monster King Wei didn't waste any words. He slapped his storage bag continuously, and magic weapons of various shapes turned into spiritual light and flew into the air, including purple robes, gray small shields, a cold iron pen, and a stone statue. These magic weapons were stacked layer by layer, forming a circle of protective shields in the air. When the protective shield was established, the Ghost King of Disgusting Thunder, with a skull-like head and thunder jumping, slowly flew to a place 50 feet above the ground. The spiritual energy on the old monster King Wei began to overflow like boiling water, and his expression was also a little excited. After some arrangements, the thunder tribulation in the sky finally began to be uncontrollable. Like a flood that had been opened, thousands of blue and white lightnings were about to strike. Husband, be careful, Shi Yu's eyes showed some concern. Zhao Xiuxuan protected her behind him and gave her a reassuring look. Then he took a deep breath and looked at the magnificent thunder in the sky with a calm look. There are 9 layers of thunder tribulation. The power increases layer by layer. Boom, the creepy thunder was close to my ears. The thunder dragon in the thunder cloud condensed to green lightning and hit the magic weapon or shield of the first layer fiercely. Crack, crack, with a series of magic weapon shattering sounds, 3 magic weapons were destroyed. Fortunately, the first layer of thunder tribulation was not too strong, and it was resisted by a few top-grade magic weapons. After the thunder, the sky ushered in a brief silence. However, the next second, boom, the dazzling lightning exploded in the air, and the second thunder dragon rolled down. Crack, crack, all the remaining magic weapon or shields were pierced and shattered by this blow. Buzz, fortunately, a magic array resisted the second layer of thunder tribulation, whose power had already disappeared. Just like that, the third layer, the fourth layer. Thanks to King Wei's arrangement at the cost of his life, the 4 heavenly thunders had never really fallen on everyone's heads. However, the interval between the 5th heavenly thunder was more than 10 breaths slower, and there was a burst of lightning and thunder in the thunder cloud, as if some extraordinary heavenly thunder was brewing. Boom boom, a lightning bolt several times thicker than the previous one fell down with a bang, piercing through all the remaining backhands, and hit the Ghost King Yanlei, who was at the forefront. Zilala, the white yin thunder on the Ghost King Yanlei resisted, and the two were entangled together. "Don't attack yet," the old monster King Wei shouted. Shizing's giant sword, Liu Rushu's pink spiritual light, Shi Yi's moon white sword energy, and Zhao Xiuxuan's sword energy King Lian all hit the heavenly thunder. Boom, the heavenly thunder dissipated, and the world was clear. With the combined efforts of everyone, the fifth heavenly thunder was not too difficult. Seeing that he had survived 5 thunderbolts in a row, the old monster King Wei couldn't hide his excitement. "Good. Today is the day for me to become an infant. If you help me survive this disaster, you will definitely benefit from it." Seeing that the cultivators had just made their move without reservation, the old monster King Wei couldn't help but relax a bit. At this moment, the 6th thunderbolt fell. This thunderbolt was slightly purple, and its body was like a dragon's roar. The power it contained was much stronger than the previous one. Everyone also urged their magic power and used their means to snipe the thunderbolt. Bang! There were several consecutive explosions in the air, and Shizing's giant sword broke. And Liu Rushu's pink spiritual light faded. Only Zhao Xiuxuan and Shi Yi's sword energy was still strong, and the sword energy collided with the purple thunderbolt to produce countless spiritual lights. The old monster King Wei finally made a move at this time, patting the Ghost King beside him. The Ghost King's figure moved, and a dark horse lance shook out from the ghost fog. With a roar, he flew up and smashed the horse lance on the thunder, while the Ghost King on the other side raised a dark light to protect the Ghost King who hates thunder. The old monster King Wei himself also urged the spell, and a black light passed by, like a sickle slashing on the thunder. However, at this moment, Zhao Xiuxuan's spell changed, and more than a dozen dark blue soul chains flew out of the storage bag, rushing towards the old monster King Wei. I knew you kid couldn't be trusted. Faced with Zhao Xiuxuan's sudden betrayal, the old monster King Wei was not surprised, and a gray stone tablet suddenly rose behind him. "I'm not in good shape recently, and I'm a little confused when writing. I'll end this plot on the next chapter and gain some good things. In addition, thank you for subscribing." Chapter 293 King Wei dies, the spirit tree changes. Zhao Xiuxuan never thought of really helping this old ghost to survive the thunder tribulation, but was ready to wait for an opportunity to kill the King Wei old monster in one fell swoop. There are 2 reasons for waiting until now. First, because this old monster was protected by the 3 Ghost Kings before, and he himself is also a cultivator of the Golden Core Great Perfection, it is very difficult to kill him quickly. Second, the thunder tribulation has accumulated. No matter what, it is true that these people on our side are within the attack range of the thunder tribulation. Even if the King Wei old monster and the Ghost King of Disgusting Thunder are killed, they will still face the thunder tribulation. It is better to let the arrangement of the King Wei old monster offset a few thunder tribulations. And the development of things is exactly as Zhao Xiuxuan expected. After all these things, Zhao Xiuxuan has now found the best opportunity. The Ghost King of Disgusting Thunder is unable to move due to the thunder tribulation, and the other 2 ghosts are also blocking him, and the King Wei old monster just happens to be relaxed at this time. It is a great opportunity. How can I miss it? If I really wait for this old monster to break the pill and become an infant, it will be too late. The 5th thunderbolt cast a purple light all over the sky. While the 3 ghosts were defending themselves from the thunderbolt, Zhao Xiuxuan suddenly attacked. However, the old monster King Wei was not a pushover. How could he not be on guard against Zhao Xiuxuan and his men? The gray stone tablet rising behind him shook more than a dozen circles of ripples like water waves on his side. The dark blue chain that Zhao Xiuxuan had drilled out of his storage bag immediately stopped in the air, swaying with the waves like a weak willow branch. After the attack missed, Zhao Xiuxuan swept his sleeves, and the Huanghuo Lingayu flew, turning into several balls of green fire and shooting out. Swish, the green fire passed through the spiritual ripples of the stone tablet, as if falling into the water, and gradually melted away with a few swishing sounds. Seeing this, the old monster King Wei smiled grimly and said, "My ancient monument is not an ordinary thing. How can you, a junior in the early stage of the golden elixir, break it? Even if you have Sun Hai's brilliant fire jade in your hand, it is nothing but a name." The old monster King Wei had obviously dealt with Sun Hai before and knew his magic weapon very well. "Boy, I'll deal with you later." The power of the 6th thunderbolt obviously exceeded the expectations of the old monster King Wei, so he had to use some backup. He thought for a while, and finally decided to be safe. He tapped the storage bag with his finger, and a grain of spiritual light flew out of the storage bag. Looking closely, each grain of spiritual light was a silver gray needle. This was a set of needle magic weapons. A set of needle magic weapons often have a magical effect that is hard to guard against. Unfortunately, there is a huge limit on the strength of the cultivators. For ordinary giant and early stage cultivators, being able to control a set of magic weapons with 100 needles is already the limit. Giant and middle stage cultivators have about 300 needles, and giant and late stage and giant and perfect cultivators have about 500 to 600 needles. The control of magic weapons is related to the cultivator's divine consciousness. The stronger the divine consciousness, the more flying needles can be controlled. Of course, it is also related to the formation engraved on the flying needle magic weapon. The quality of the formation also improves the control. There are more than 1,000 flying needles that drilled out of the storage bag of King Wei Old Monster. As soon as these flying needles appeared, they flew away and came towards Zhao Xiuxuan in different directions. After throwing out a flying needle magic weapon, the old monster King Wei was in a panic again. He hammered his chest, and a black light penetrated into the body of the somewhat depressed ghost King Yanlei. Suddenly, the yin thunder around the ghost King Yanlei was violent, and the cold ghost fire in his eyes became active again. At the same time, the three ghost kings were also busy swallowing and spitting out various means to suppress the three masters. However, in this way, the pressure of the Yanlei ghost king under the thunder tribulation was doubled. As a last resort, this ghost chewed his skull mouth and spit out a large amount of cold white yin thunder from his mouth with a wheezing sound, which collided with the thunder tribulation. This cold white yin thunder seemed to be born with the effect of resisting thunder tribulation. The powerful sky thunder was actually resisted by the Yanlei ghost king alone for a while. There was already a battle behind him, so naturally no one could help Zhao Xiuxuan to parry the flying needle magic weapon that was as dense as drizzle. However, Zhao Xiuxuan was not a vegetarian, and he saw him once again offering the magic weapon he had just obtained, ancient treasure, map of the Ink Spirit Peak. On the Ink Mountain, the backflow of the stream and the falling flowers and leaves formed a barrier, covering all the flying needle magic weapons. However, the flying needle magic weapon was like a swarm of bees in the flowers, buzzing and fluttering again, and the various ink objects in the bubble also suddenly rose up and fought with the flying needles. The reason why the sword energy was not used to fight the flying needle magic weapon was mainly because Zhao Xiuxuan needed to divide his mind to control the sword energy, but this map of the Ink Spirit Peak could attack automatically. In this way, the means used by the King Wei Old Monster to clamp Zhao Xiuxuan were miscalculated. Zhao Xiuxuan, who was hiding behind the ancient treasure, grabbed and swung his hands, and the sword energy soared into the sky. The green sword energy was like the Milky Way hanging upside down, flying into the air and condensing into a big sword hanging above the head of the King Wei Old Monster Giant Sword Technique. 0, 280 400 plus 10. During the battle, Zhao Xiuxuan suddenly had a sense of enlightenment that he could not explain. He became more proficient in using the Giant Sword Technique. His proficiency in the skill panel was increasing. Bang! The giant sword fell fiercely, like a beheading sword, piercing the spiritual energy ripples that were still rippling on the dusty stone tablet. Swish! Unexpectedly, the blue giant sword was still like a drop in the ocean, and it was vulnerable to the dusty stone tablet. What kind of magic weapon is this? Zhao Xiuxuan cursed in his heart. The sword energy that was usually invincible actually disappeared when it encountered this thing. Zhao Xiuxuan, who did not believe in evil, flipped his right hand again, and a red flame fireball flew away. The next second, there was another swish, and the red flame fireball also melted in the spiritual energy ripples of the dusty stone tablet. The old monster King Wei just glanced at him and ignored him. He was extremely confident in his magic weapon. "You are so arrogant now, I will make you cry later." Zhao Xiuxuan was not polite and used the same trick he used against Sun Hai. He first pinched the golden money tree branch and threw it out, which turned into a piece of emerald branches to surround the old monster King Wei. Then he summoned the red demon puppet and pinched the spell in his hand. The red light on the red demon puppet gradually increased, and the momentum was like layers of huge waves. When the red demon puppet with terrifying spiritual pressure appeared on the battlefield, the old monster King Wei finally showed a look of shock and exclaimed almost the same as Sun Hai, "Fourth level puppet." It was not until this time that he understood what Zhao Xiuxuan relied on the most. The old monster King Wei wanted to get away at this time, but was trapped by the golden money tree branches from all directions. "Break it for me," he hurriedly urged the flying needle magic weapon to come back for help, and then sacrificed a flying shuttle magic weapon as long as his forearm from the storage bag. This magic weapon was full of black air, with only 2 sharp teeth in front and behind, which looked extremely sharp. Yaoyan shuttle. Break. The old monster King Wei crushed the several blocking branches of the money spirit tree with one move, but he didn't have time to be proud of himself, because the branches grew wildly again and blocked him. Not good. The red demon puppet was finally sacrificed at this time. Zhao Xiuxuan's eyebrows moved, and his soul drilled into the soul-nurturing orb on the top of the red demon puppet's head. Huh? The 4th level puppet jumped up. The red demon puppet, which had lost one arm in the fight with Sun Hai, could only hold the end of a giant spear with one hand and stabbed it fiercely. Although the branches of the money spirit tree were also broken by a touch, the spiritual ripples of the disgrace stone tablet also seemed to have encountered a Dinghe magic needle, shaking for a while, and the whole body returned to calm. Bang! The giant spear broke through the magic weapon's divine power and smashed down fiercely, and a big hole exploded in the ground. The old monster King Wei was very skilled in body movements, and took advantage of the brief opportunity to escape from the trap to dodge away. However, a dark blue chain suddenly appeared on the body of the red demon puppet and grabbed the figure of the old monster King Wei. A short spear covered the tip of the dark blue chain. If you were trapped by it, you would be dead. Swish, swish, swish. The flying needle magic weapon passed through the dark blue chain that was almost insubstantial, and hit the short spear at the head with a clanging sound, but it could not cause any damage to the short spear. At the same time, a mountain peak painted in ink and water fell towards the old monster King Wei, and several balls of green fire lingered on the mountain peak, as strange as a ghost fire, ready to make up a knife at any time. Although the old monster King Wei's face changed, he could not be suppressed so easily. He swung his fist, and the magic weapon Dark Cloud Shuttle turned into a black light, jumping 3 times in the air, and then hit the base of the ink mountain fiercely, knocking it in place and unable to move. Then the magic weapon flying needle flashed by, sacrificing itself to extinguish several balls of green fire. After doing all this, there was no trace of satisfaction on the face of the old monster King Wei. He turned around suddenly, pushed his hands in front of his chest, and the earth-gray falling ash ancient monument surged more than 10 times and turned into a wall of earth. The next second, bang, the magic weapon, falling ash ancient monument, was knocked away, and the huge figure of the red demon puppet took a step forward, and another spear hit the old monster King Wei on the head. Roar! However, with the roar of the puppet ghost king, a huge arm with black air swelling across the sky blocked, and the spear of the red demon puppet hit the right hand of the puppet ghost king. It turned out that the 6th thunder had ended at some point. The thunder-hating ghost king was weak all over, breathing out the obviously weak and cold white yin lei and fighting with a cheesing shi yi, while Liu Rushi urged a treasure bottle magic weapon that breathed out white light to fight wits and courage with a ghost king hiding in the ghost fog. The puppet ghost king roared, inhaled the ghost fog through his nose, and his body swelled up with a rumble, and finally turned into a giant ghost with a body as black iron, not far from the red demon puppet. The back was hunched, the arms were very long, the palms were like bear claws, the eyes were empty, and the dry face looked violent and gloomy. As soon as it became huge, the puppet ghost king moved and blocked the path of the red demon puppet's spear. Bang! The attack of the 4th level puppet directly smashed its right hand into pieces. But the puppet ghost king didn't feel any pain at all. Instead he reached out with his left hand and scratched a shallow hole in the body of the red demon puppet. Unfortunately, the red demon puppet was a 4th level puppet after all, and the attack didn't hurt. With a backhanded spear, a cold light flashed. Although the puppet ghost king was fast enough and had already retreated, he was still caught up by the red demon puppet, and a spear pierced his neck before he could dodge. A dry sound rang out, and half of the puppet ghost king's neck was cut off. The remaining bones and flesh could not support the huge head, so its head hung to one side. Bang! The red demon puppet stabbed another spear, and a huge hole appeared on the puppet ghost king's body. As a puppet ghost, his body had long been devoid of blood. After being hit by the red demon puppet, he fell to the ground with a bang, smashing up a piece of dust, and then his body rotted and shrank, and finally turned into a pool of mud. On the other side, Zhao Xiuxuan had already pointed his sword continuously, and he did not hesitate to use his magic power to urge the green lotus to explode brilliantly in the air, firmly sealing the escaping black shadow of the King Wei old monster. Whenever the old monster King Wei was about to use a spell, a soul sword would appear between Zhao Xiuxuan's eyebrows, passing through the void and slashing at the old monster King Wei at lightning speed. Soul attack can interrupt spellcasting, which is the principle of mutual restraint in the battle between cultivators. After being interrupted 2 or 3 times, the old monster King Wei threw out a bell magic weapon from his storage bag, and the ding-dong sound was particularly crisp. Strangely, when Zhao Xiuxuan's soul sword slashed at the old monster again, it would be blocked by a string of gray light from the bell magic weapon. It seems to be a magic weapon for soul defense. Zhao Xiuxuan's golden elixir shook, and strands of magic power rushed into his eyes. 2 green light tornadoes flashed out, like a gust of wind over the mountain, passing through the bell magic weapon and hitting the old monster King Wei at an unexpected speed. Green snake pupil. 6. This is a magical power that appears when the green snake pupil is upgraded to the 5th level. It can activate the green light of the eyes to annihilate the enemy. The right arm of the King Wei old monster was smashed into powder by the green light before it could dodge. Under the empty and tattered robe, the bloody and broken stubble was exposed. Ah! You deserve to die. I will refine you into a bitter ghost who will never be reborn, the King Wei old monster screamed in pain and hysteria, completely different from the previous expression of a big boss with a face full of conspiracy and intrigue. This was the first time Zhao Xiuxuan really used this magical power to fight the enemy. He didn't expect the effect of this shot, and even he couldn't believe it. Although the old King Wei monster was furious and looked like he was going to cut Zhao Xiuxuan into pieces, a red figure flashed by soon. With a loud bang, the old King Wei monster's incomplete body was slapped to the ground by the red demon puppet's hand. His bones were broken and blood was flowing from his 7 orifices. His eyes were full of shock and anger, and he wanted to say something else. Zhao Xiuxuan did not give him a chance. He fell with a sword and his head exploded. Almost at the same time, a baby figure flew out of the broken body with a whoosh, and the speed was so fast that Zhao Xiuxuan's prepared soul sword was cut into nothing. That was the soul of the old King Wei monster. After escaping Zhao Xiuxuan's soul killing, the little soul figure dived into the ghost fog. In the ghost fog, there was a faint light that seemed to have been waiting for a long time, and it wrapped the old King Wei monster in it at once. It seemed to be the real body of the Ghost King. The Ghost King wrapped in King Wei's spirit fled in the ghost fog at the speed of teleportation. Just when it was about to pass through the ghost fog and escape from the Wan'ai formation, a white jade treasure bottle suddenly appeared in the ghost fog, and the bottle body turned upside down. A white light flashed out from the mouth of the bottle, and Shua hit the Ghost King's real body. Suddenly, both the Ghost King and the old monster King Wei's spirit were fixed in place. Hoo-la-la, the ghost blue chain followed closely, and immediately rushed up and tied them up. Zhao Xiuxuan looked back and saw that the beautiful woman Liu Rushu made a water bottle seal on her chest, and the white jade treasure bottle flew into her hand again. It turned out that Liu Rushu just activated the backup plan to deal with the Ghost King. She was fooled by the Ghost King before, and she had already calculated the countermeasures in her mind. Unexpectedly, it just happened to kill 2 birds with 1 stone. However, the next second, the soul boy who looked a bit like the old monster King Wei suddenly opened his eyes. The violent and gloomy eyes were very different from his appearance as a boy. Just as Zhao Xiuxuan frowned, the soul boy pinched a strange spell in his hand, and then the whole person began to expand like an inflated balloon. The soul explodes. In addition to the trick of self-destructing the golden elixir, the golden elixir cultivator has a more sinister backup, which is the soul explosion. The self-destruction of the golden elixir hurts the physical body, while the self-destruction of the soul hurts the soul. As long as the soul explosion touches the soul of the cultivator will be like being poisoned and become extremely weak. You know, the soul is one of the most important reliance of the cultivator. Once the soul is seriously injured, whether it is casting spells or practicing, it will be greatly affected. In the life and death situation, the old monster King Wei did not beg for mercy and directly chose to self-destruct the soul. Zhao Xiuxuan stepped forward decisively, and the soul between his eyebrows condensed into an invisible sword. He slashed it down with a loud bang. Puff! The soul balloon was deflated immediately, and in the eyes of the old monster King Wei, his soul shattered into pieces and disappeared. The Ghost King's body was also vulnerable, and it was killed by the heartless sword of the soul. Only then did Zhao Xiuxuan breathe a sigh of relief. The rest of the people also showed a hint of joy on their faces. Xiai and Chixing were fine, but the beautiful woman Liu Rushu looked at Zhao Xiuxuan's eyes and was a little unbelievable. She couldn't believe that the old monster King Wei was killed by Zhao Xiuxuan so easily. However, only Zhao Xiuxuan knew in his heart that he had played all his trump cards this time, and coupled with the carelessness of the old monster King Wei at the beginning, he was able to kill the old monster King Wei in a shocking and dangerous way. Crack! Before everyone present had time to be happy for too long, a thick purple light shone in the sky, and a purple thunder as thick as a bucket fell down. All those who survived the tribulation have disappeared. Why hasn't this thunder tribulation dissipated yet? This thought flashed through everyone's mind, and then, what no one expected was that the purple thunder actually struck a branch. The branch of the golden money spirit tree that Zhao Xiuxuan had just thrown out to trap the old monster King Wei was suspended in the air. The already extremely weak Ghost King of Thunder Hate was now transformed into a palm-sized skull surrounded by yin thunder, hiding under the golden money spirit tree. The purple thunder rumbled down on the golden money spirit tree branch, and the originally jade-like golden money spirit tree branch suddenly became charred like charcoal, and dried up like a piece of dead branch buried by wind and sands in the desert for hundreds of years. Just when Zhao Xiuxuan thought that his treasure was about to be destroyed and felt a little heartbroken, the golden money spirit tree branch that had originally dried up and turned into charcoal made a crisp pop sound. A new bud sprouted from the dead branch, and then it quickly grew into a branch of about the same size as the previous branch of the money spirit tree. The green leaves on the branch, which looked like money, continued to wither and grow. However, this time, there was a trace of lightning on the branch of the money spirit tree. This scene made Zhao Xiuxuan's heart beat violently. It was too late to send it first and then change it. Chapter 294 A Rich Gain. Thunder rumbled in Bigan Mountain. Crack! Boom! For Zhao Xiuxuan and his party, who had finally solved the old monster King Wei, the scene before their eyes was truly astonishing. The 6th, 7th, 8th, and 9th thunder tribulations fell almost one after another, each one more powerful and louder than the last. It was as if they had finished their work. After the 9th thunder tribulation fell, the thunder clouds in the sky dispersed, leaving only the thunderous power that still shook the world, making the hair stand on end and the back cold. However, this was not the point. The point was that these four heavenly thunders were exactly the same, and they struck the money tree one after another. The broken branches of this legendary ancient spirit tree were constantly chopped into charcoal, and new buds continued to grow. After experiencing the baptism of four heavenly thunders, the entire broken branch was reborn. The sound of thunder lingered between the withering money-shaped jade leaves, and there were four lightning lines on the branches with a slightly darker color, which looked very mysterious. After escaping the lightning strike, the thunder-hating Ghost King, perhaps because it absorbed some of the magic in the thunder tribulation, turned into a white jade skull, and the cold white thunder jumping on its body was not so gloomy. At this time, not only did its body become the size of a palm, but it also looked extremely weak. Zhao Xiuxuan's eyes swept over it and fell on the golden money spirit branch. I never thought that a broken branch could actually take on the last four of the most powerful thunder tribulations. It must be an ancient spiritual tree. Shi Yang walked to the side of Zhao Xiuxuan and admired the branch of the money spirit tree. I heard that there was a 2,000-year-old 7-star purple fir on Liming Mountain. It was hit by a thunderbolt 100 years ago. After that, its grade was greatly improved, and the fir fruit it produced was several points stronger than the second-grade elixir. However, that was just an ordinary thunderbolt. This branch of the money spirit tree actually suffered the baptism of four thunder tribulations directly. I'm afraid it's my husband's chance. I didn't expect that Brother Zhao had such a spiritual object in his hand. Liu Rushu looked at the money spirit tree floating in the air with some envy. Even Qizing's eyes lit up as he said, Brother Zhao, when I break the elixir and become an infant, please lend me this spiritual object to block the fourfold thunder tribulation. If those old monsters who want to break through know about it, I'm afraid there will be a big fuss. After saying that, Qizing glanced at Liu Rushu, with a hint of murderous intent on his face, and said, Brother Zhao, this spiritual object must not be spread out. A spiritual tree branch that can directly withstand the last four thunder tribulations, isn't it the strongest auxiliary spiritual object for breaking through the nascent soul? If this matter gets out, wouldn't it be a sensation in the world of immortal cultivation, and then Zhao Xiuxuan's troubles will surely follow. Liu Rushu's heart jumped when she heard this. She saw that the cultivator in front of her, who she had always thought was just a mere early stage of the golden elixir, was such a terrible monster. Old monsters like Sun Hai and Qing Wei, who had been dominating the world of immortal cultivation for many years in Yan State, died at his hands. It wouldn't be a big deal to kill her here to keep the secret. However, as the leader of a sect in Zhuangke Valley, Liu Rushu's ability to respond would not be inferior. Although her heart was throbbing with fear, she still smiled charmingly and said, "Fellow Taoist, you are being too polite. You and I are both Taoists who have experienced life and death. Moreover, this escape was entirely due to the strength of Taoist Zhao. How could I betray Taoist Zhao? Playing the emotional card was not enough." Liu Rushu took a Taoist oath on her own, saying that she would never reveal a single bit of the golden money spirit tree. After taking the Taoist oath, Liu Rushu added with a hint of meaning, "Taoist Zhao, I cannot repay your kindness today. In the future, Rushu will prepare a few bottles of fine spiritual wine in Zhuangke Valley to show my gratitude. I hope Taoist Zhao will keep the appointment." Zhao Xiuxuan heard what she meant secretly. Liu Rushu seemed to have really noticed something wrong with the Hehuangguang, and used this to remind Zhao Xiuxuan. Zhao Xiuxuan ignored her, but moved his light of escape and approached the golden money spirit tree branch that was constantly emitting emerald light. Glancing at the white jade skull under the branch, he wondered if it was already extremely weak or confused by the death of the old monster King Wei. It did not react to Zhao Xiuxuan's approach. However, Zhao Xiuxuan felt a tingling pain all over his body, as if there was a weak electric stimulation in every cell of his body. Although it was not severe, he felt uncomfortable all over. This happened as long as he was within 10 feet of the golden money spirit branch. It was not until Zhao Xiuxuan activated the Qingxuan spirit thunder escape and a layer of purple thunder attached to him that the situation improved. However, the hair on his body still stood up straight, making Zhao Xiuxuan's head a mess. Seeing his embarrassed side, his Taoist partner couldn't help but cover her mouth and chuckled. Her beautiful face was bright and moving. Zhao Xiuxuan didn't care about these details, and slowly approached the golden money spirit branch. After trying every possible way to confirm that there was no danger, he pinched it. The moment he pinched it in his hand, Zhao Xiuxuan seemed to be struck by lightning, and his tiger's mouth was painful and numb. After looking at it over and over again, Zhao Xiuxuan was suddenly startled when he accidentally saw the broken part of the money tree. His eyes flashed with a gleam of light. Ever since he got a broken branch of the ancient spirit tree from Hao Ayu's clone, Zhao Xiuxuan noticed its broken part. It was clean and smooth. It was as if it was cut off by a sword. However, after experiencing 4 thunder tribulations, the broken part of the branch actually grew a few tender and white whiskers, winding and uneven. Seeing this, even a fool would know what it was. Roots. These are roots. I didn't expect that by some strange coincidence, a broken branch of the ancient spirit tree would grow roots. Zhao Xiuxuan's heart was beating wildly. The presence of roots means that this is no longer a broken branch, but a sapling. The sapling of the ancient spirit tree. What is an ancient spiritual tree? Although it sounds a bit like the spiritual trees of today, it is easy to think that this ancient spiritual tree is something similar to the fire date spiritual tree in Shishan, but it is not. For the ancient world of immortal cultivation, not just any tree can be called a spiritual tree. Only the 5th level existence can be called a spiritual tree. Wu Tuang Shenmu, Huanghe Zuanmu, Qingsang Lingshu, Money Lingshu. Although there are many ancient spiritual trees, each one is at least 5th level. According to legend, a spiritual vein will be born wherever an ancient spiritual tree is planted. A branch of an ancient spiritual tree alone can be comparable to a top-grade magic weapon. You can imagine how powerful a complete ancient spiritual tree is. If this is planted on Shishan and kept alive, not only can the spiritual vein advance quickly, but it is also equivalent to inviting a patron saint to the Zhao family. Zhao Xiuxuan was ecstatic in his heart, but he did not show it on his face. He did not look at it carefully and naturally put it into the storage bag. Neither Liu Rushu nor Qizing noticed his abnormality. Although Master Yi would know sooner or later, it was not at this time. Although Liu Rushu was very curious about the broken branch of the golden money spirit tree, she did not ask any more questions when she saw that Zhao Xiuxuan had already taken it. Zhao Xiuxuan, who had collected the golden money spirit tree sapling, flew to the body of the old monster King Wei. The body of the old monster was separated, and his body, which was already pale due to practicing the ghost way, looked strange. However, Zhao Xiuxuan was not afraid at all. His soul had been pierced and shattered by him, so what was there to fear about his body? Zhao Xiuxuan waved his hand, and several green storage bags on his waist flew into his hand. After a little inspection, he took out a small black palm-sized banner magic weapon from one of the storage bags. The banner was made of bone, and the banner surface was made of unknown material. There was a bone flower engraved on it, and on top of the bone flower, there was a ball of ghost fire. Because of the special nature of this item, Zhao Xiuxuan used his spiritual sense to investigate. Inside was a space surrounded by ghost fog, and a small number of evil ghosts were wandering in this magic weapon. 10,000 Ghost Banner Cheesing's eyes were sharp, and he recognized this magic weapon at a glance, and walked over in surprise. Seeing Zhao Xiuxuan's curiosity, he explained, "This banner should be King Wei's natal magic weapon. It is said that this banner is a special magic weapon that ghost cultivators must refine. It can absorb demons, ghosts, and evil spirits. The more it absorbs, the greater its power. When necessary, these ghosts can be sacrificed to fight against the enemy. I think this 10,000 ghosts array was set up with this magic weapon. Husband, see if you can break this array," she immediately reminded softly. As the natal magic weapon of the old monster King Wei, this banner is a genuine top-grade magic weapon. Moreover, after the cultivator dies, the original traces of sacrifice in the magic weapon will disappear. It is an ownerless object, and it can be used after a simple sacrifice. Zhao Xiuxuan's golden elixir turned, and he spat out a mouthful of green elixir fire, refining the palm-sized one-eye banner. After about a cup of tea, Zhao Xiuxuan's mind moved, and the one-eye banner in his hand spun and rose into the air. And black lights drilled in and out of the ghost banner. After spinning twice, the one-eye banner suddenly became larger and turned into a person's height. Collect, Zhao Xiuxuan cast a spell, and a black light drilled out of the one-eye banner and brushed on the body of the ghost king of thunder. The wide jade skull was immediately absorbed into the one-eye banner along with the black light. Zhao Xiuxuan took a curious look. After the ghost king of thunder was absorbed into the banner, it seemed to have recovered some spirit. He opened his mouth and sucked, and ate more than a dozen ghosts remaining in the banner in one bite. After swallowing the ghosts, the ghost king of thunder quietly floated in the ghost fog, motionless, as if digesting. Zhao Xiuxuan looked at it for a while and was confused, so he ignored it. After withdrawing from his mind and scanning the gray area outside the one-eyed ghost formation, Zhao Xiuxuan said to several people, "Such a big thing happened in Beijing Mountain. I believe that many cultivators came to investigate. The old monster King Wei died, and this formation became the mountain protection formation of Beijing Mountain. Let's not close this formation for now. It won't be too late to close it after I finish investigating the teleportation formation." Then, one-eye banner followed closely behind Zhao Xiuxuan, and the four of them fell into the ghost fog. Many ghosts in the ghost fog gave way and fled far away. Entering the cave, the ancient teleportation formation was still in its original appearance, which made Zhao Xiuxuan relieved. If this formation is destroyed, it may not be so easy to repair it. I don't know why this old monster didn't attack the teleportation formation. She also raised her eyebrows and smiled. I'm afraid it's also to leave a backup for yourself. If you fail to pass the tribulation, you can quickly leave the Yen Kingdom's Yuxin world through the teleportation formation and avoid the disaster. This explanation made Zhao Xiuxuan nod his head. The ancient teleportation array was not destroyed, and we also got the one-eye banner, the one-eye array, the ghost king that King Wei had spent all his efforts to refine, and most importantly, the changes in the golden money spirit tree branch. This battle was very fruitful. Outside Beijing Mountain, the one-eye array made such a big noise that it naturally attracted the attention of many cultivators. Not to mention the key refining cultivators, those who came to build the foundation with flying tools, or the giant and cultivators who came on the escape light, were all very curious about the power of this array. An old man with yellow robes and loose hair and a thin face stepped on a piece of yellow wind escape light, staring at the one-eye array with black light flowing, thinking. At this moment, on the east side of Beijing Mountain, a gray escape light crossed the sky and approached quickly. Thanks for subscribing. Chapter 295 Blood is Boiling. Seeing that Beijing Mountain, which had been ignored in the past, had such unusual movements, and even attracted the giant and cultivators who usually stayed at home and practiced hard, a group of foundation-building cultivators hung far behind, secretly speculating that some strange treasure had appeared in Began Mountain. Among these people, there was a group of people who were particularly special. Zhao Xiuxuan and Zhao Xiuming each stepped on a small flying boat magic weapon, and the flying boat magic weapon carried more than a dozen elders over the age of 60. Zhao Lingcheng, Zhao Lingquan, Zhao Xiuxuan, Zhao Duan, and several head elders of the Zhao family were all present. Seeing the ghost fog rising from Began Mountain and the black light like a wheel, everyone's face looked bad, anxious, and worried. Xiuming, Xiuxuan, you two were the last to leave this mountain. Do you know what happened? Is Xiuxuan in any danger? Zhao Lingcheng saw that Zhao Xiuxuan had been trapped in the formation for so long and had not come out yet. At this time, his heart was tightened, fearing that he would encounter an accident. Zhao Xiuxuan is not only the backbone of the Zhao family, but also the heaven of the Zhao family. If anything happens to Zhao Xiuxuan, he will never be able to explain to the ancestor in his grave. Third grandfather, I don't know about this either. Xiuxuan just said that the teleportation array would attract people's covetousness, so he asked the two of us to take the clan members and Master Zhang away, and also told us not to get close to the area within 100 miles around Began Mountain. Zhao Xiuxuan relayed Zhao Xiuxuan's instructions to them, and Zhao Xiuming nodded and confirmed in a low voice, the clan leader did say so. Alice, what should I do? Zhao Lingcheng's face was full of worry. Don't worry, third brother. With Xiuxuan's ability, it's not so easy for him to get into trouble. I think Xiuxuan will come out in a few days. Look, there were thunderclouds and thunder in the mountain before, but now it's calm. I think Xiuxuan and the others may have already dealt with it, Zhao Lingquan said comfortingly, but in fact, his face was not very good. The other two Zhao Xiuxuan and Zhao Duan echoed and expressed their belief in Zhao Xiuxuan. Zhao Lingcheng's expression eased a little. Just at this time, a gray escape light happened to fall on the top of the lonely mountain where the few people were. A Taoist with a sullen face walked out of the escape light. He was wearing a gray feather Taoist robe with gilded auspicious clouds on the corners of his clothes, a Taoist bun on his head, and black hair. As soon as this Taoist walked out of the escape light, Zhao Xiuxuan gave Zhao Xiuming a look, and took several elders of the Zhao family to fly away silently on the flying boat. It was not until they left 10 miles that Zhao Lingcheng asked, Xiuxuan, what's going on? Who is that person? Zhao Xiuxuan took a breath, looked behind him, waved his hand to set up a soundproof magic circle, and then said, Guangyuanzi of Qingxuan Valley, Xiuxuan and I, how should I put it, have offended this person before. Zhao Xiuxuan was talking about killing Nihao in Qingxuan Valley. Nihao was Guangyuanzi's apprentice. Although this person may not know the identity of the enemy who killed his disciple, it is better to stay away from him. Guangyuanzi did not even glance at the departure of the Zhao family members, but stared at the Wan'ai formation with a frown for a long time, and then looked in a certain direction in Began Mountain. In that direction, the thin old man in yellow clothes who was stepping on the yellow light also happened to be looking. Guangyuanzi's eyebrows twitched and said, is it fellow Taoist Wang Fengzi from the Poison Sand sect? On the other side, Wang Fengzi's escape light slowly approached, and he responded indifferently by bowing his hands. Fellow Taoist Guangyuanzi, I haven't seen you for many years. You are still so energetic. It's a cause for celebration. You don't look like my old bones, which are getting old and frail. Guangyuanzi remained calm and said casually, fellow Taoist, you are too kind. The two of them exchanged a few polite words, and Guangyuanzi asked, I see that fellow Taoist has been here for a while. Do you know what happened here? This formation looks familiar to me. Wang Fengzi's eyes showed a hint of coldness, and then he stroked his beard and said, ghosts are rampant and ghost energy is rising. Who else could it be except the 10,000 ghost formation of old monster King Wei? Why does it look so familiar? After hearing this, Guangyuanzi's facial expression changed slightly, and then he said, hasn't fellow Taoist King Wei been in seclusion in the 10,000 ghosts cave for more than 10 years? Why did he make such a big fuss this time? Even the 10,000 ghost formation came out, as a well-known figure among giant and cultivators. How could Guangyuanzi not have heard of the name of King Wei old monster? Not only had he heard of it, but he had also dealt with it many times. If I'm not mistaken, the thundercloud just now should be the thundercloud. Could it be that fellow Taoist King Wei broke his elixir and became an infant here? A trace of jealousy flashed in Guangyuanzi's eyes. In the past 100 years of Yan State's immortal cultivation world, more than one cultivator has tried to pass the tribulation and become an infant, But no one has succeeded. King Wei Old Monster was a giant in perfection cultivator 100 years ago. He has been holding back until now to pass the tribulation. He must be well prepared. I just don't know what the dissipation of the thundercloud means. Wang Fengzi didn't seem to be interested in King Wei Old Monster's tribulation. Instead, he suddenly said in a cold voice, the 10,000 ghosts array is arranged by 100,000 ghosts. It contains the souls of so many cultivators. This old monster acts recklessly. Don't you Qingxuan Valley cultivators care about it? Wang Fengzi asked in a seemingly ambiguous way. Guang Yuanzi replied coldly, care? How? Why should we care? Although fellow Taoist King Wei practices ghost arts, his spirits, demons and ghosts are not obtained from mortals. Instead, he goes in and out of various forbidden areas, the western barbarian grassland, and the northern desert sea all year round, and kills many foreign cultivators and forbidden demons and ghosts for the Yen Kingdom's immortal world. Moreover, if fellow Taoist King Wei really is undergoing the tribulation here, then we may have to call him True Lord King Wei or Senior King Wei later, huh? So, fellow Taoist has already made a final decision on the extermination of the Hongai sect in our Huangaian County 50 years ago? Wang Fengzi obviously had a different opinion on the reputation of the old monster King Wei. And he didn't care at all about the possibility that King Wei might survive the tribulation and become an infant. He said with dissatisfaction in his tone, Red Leaf sect is a vassal sect of my Poison Sand sect. Taoist Guang Yuanzi must be aware of this matter. I remember that you came to investigate the Red Leaf sect. I heard that Taoist Guang Yuanzi got 10 ghost yin yupo from the old monster King Wei. Guang Yuanzi said calmly. The destruction of the Red Leaf sect was caused by the blood sacrifice monks who fled from the western barbarian grassland. I have already submitted the investigation results to the punishment hall of my sect. Taoist Guang Yuanzi has any objections, so you can go to the punishment hall to ask. Humph. Seeing Guang Yuanzi's obvious intention to protect him, Wang Fengzi's face turned green, snorted coldly, and said nothing more. Guang Yuanzi glanced at him, and a sneer appeared at the corner of his mouth. At this moment, the Wan'ai formation suddenly vibrated and attracted the attention of the two. The ghost fog that permeated the surroundings began to shrink gradually, and slowly, the obscured mountain body of Began Mountain began to be exposed. There are only about 10 peaks on Began Mountain, and the highest main peak is only 100 feet high. However, its mountain is still majestic, and its base is much thicker than other mountains. The other uneven secondary peaks surround the main peak like a. At this time, several peaks of Began Mountain collapsed, and there were large holes left and right in the lush forests, revealing the white stone mountain body, like pieces of white psoriasis. At a glance, it can be seen that it is the trace of fighting. Not only that, the air is also filled with a thunder power that has not completely dissipated. This made the eyes of the two people look thoughtful. The speed of the ghost fog gathering is getting faster and faster. In less than half a cup of tea, the last ghost fog with a radius of 10 feet was swirling and sucked into the Wan'ai banner. The figures of Zhao Xiuxuan and others also appeared from the ghost fog. When the last wisp of ghost fog was sucked in, two black lights swam around the Wan'ai banner for a while, and then the Wan'ai banner shrank 3 times in a row, and finally turned into a palm-sized banner floating on Zhao Xiuxuan's palm and spinning. Guang Yuanzi and Wang Fengzi stared at each other, and finally stared at Zhao Xiuxuan with a puzzled expression. Wang Fengzi, the ancestor of the Dusha sect, had met Zhao Xiuxuan once before, but because Zhao Xiuxuan's skin had changed a little after absorbing the original spiritual energy, and because he had used the disguise technique to make some changes at the beginning, he did not recognize Zhao Xiuxuan. However, no matter what, it is true that Zhao Xiuxuan is very different from the King Wei ancestor they thought. Master Fairy of the Longayu Sword Sect, Chi Daoyao of the Yangshan Sword Sect, Madame Liu of the Zuanka Valley. As for this Taoist friend, I don't know how this King Wei Taoist friend's Wan'ai banner is in your hands. Guang Yuanzi had a friendship with a King Wei old monster and recognized his Wan'ai banner. At this time, he didn't see King Wei but only saw his life magic weapon. His heart skipped a beat, as if he thought of something. Zhao Xiuxuan looked around and saw that there were only 2 giant cultivators. His face, which was not nervous at all, became more relaxed. He naturally knew Wang Fengzi, but this Guang Yuanzi. Unlike Zhao Xiuxuan who often traveled to Beiyang County, Zhao Xiuxuan did not know Guang Yuanzi at all. It was only when Master Yi and others bowed and called him Daoyao Guangyuanzi that he realized that the person in front of him was the Qingxuan Valley Guangyuanzi, whose apprentice he had killed, who now sat in Xianyu Mountain and seemed to have some unbearable dealings with the cultivators of the demon country. When he politely bowed and greeted him, Guangyuanzi's eyes immediately flashed with a gleam of light. So Daoyao is the new giant and cultivator who has become famous recently. I remember that I heard that Master Fairy and Daoyao Zhao became Daoists, but it's a pity that Zhang was in seclusion, so he couldn't come to participate. Guangyuanzi is his Taoist name, and his real name is Jiang Wei. When Zhao Xiuxuan's Daoyao ceremony was held, Haoyu's Henjin, a Yuanian clone, appeared in Chishan openly. Guangyuanzi said that he was in seclusion, and Zhao Xiuxuan would never believe it even if he was beaten to death. However, even if they knew, they couldn't do anything to him. Without any evidence, Qingxuan Valley would not punish him, not to mention that he was an elder of Qingxuan Valley. However, the cultivators of the demon country repeatedly set up traps against Chishan, and this account would eventually be put on Guangyuanzi. Although Zhao Xiuxuan had already put Guangyuanzi on the list, he still looked calm. After greeting him, he simply told the story of killing the old monster King Wei. After all, it was such a big battle, and so many golden cores died. It would be useless to hide it. However, Zhao Xiuxuan temporarily concealed the teleportation array and the fact that he had made great efforts. In fact, without the other few people to contain the Ghost Kings, it was indeed uncertain whether the old monster King Wei could be killed. What? Hearing that the old monster King Wei wanted to murder the Yen Kingdom giant and cultivators and set up the one-eyed ghost array to refine the Ghost King, he not only failed to pass the tribulation, but also died in the hands of these people in front of him. Wang Fengzi and Guangyuanzi were both a little uneasy. Song Fengzi of King Song sect, Taoist Yanying of Jinayu Temple, Luo Xiantong of Shuanghe sect, Yijiu of Jinian sect, Old Man Sangang, and Taoist Zhang of Zhelang Valley. Guangyuanzi repeated the names Liu Rushu said like a tape recorder. Including the few Jinden who were trapped by the One-Eyao formation, there were 8 Jinden who were extracted and refined by King Wei. Among the first few Jinden, except for Liu Mifu, only Ni Li, who was dressed as a farmer and carried a medicine basket, left by coincidence and saved his life. To say it was a coincidence, Zhao Xiuxuan was more inclined to think that he had been alert to the plan of King Wei Old Monster, so he looked strange at the end, and King Wei Old Monster seemed to be a little afraid of Niu Li. So many giant and cultivators died at once. Guangyuanzi was immediately overwhelmed, his face was blue and white. Bagan Mountain is located at the junction of Nanshan County and Huangyan County, and it is more inclined to Nanshan County. He is in charge of Nanshan County. Such a big thing happened in this area, which made him look gloomy. What worried him more was that if the matter of King Wei Old Monster spread, it might make the people in the punishment hall pay attention to the matter of King Wei Old Monster exterminating the Red Leaf sect again. Guangyuanzi did conceal that matter. King Wei Old Monster gave him a lot of benefits for this. The ghost Yin Yupo that Wang Fengzi knew was one of them. The most important thing was an ancient treasure obtained from King Weizi, which saved his life several times in some of Guangyuanzi's later battles. Ha compared with Guangyuanzi's stinky face, Wang Fengzi laughed heartily, and his beard was shaking with laughter, which made Guangyuanzi's face even gloomy. After laughing for a while, Wang Fengzi looked at Zhao Xiuxuan with a much friendlier look. He just bowed and said, "The old ghost King Wei did many evil things and his death is not a pity. It's a pity that fellow Taoist Yi and fellow Taoist Luo have good character. They died here today. It's a bit of a pity. Hey, why do I feel more and more familiar with this young friend?" Wang Fengzi stared at Zhao Xiuxuan's face for a long time and saw some clues. Zhao Xiuxuan didn't hide it and said bluntly, "Zhao has another store in Dushifang, which was arranged by fellow Taoist Wang Fengzi himself. When he was traveling, he used Zhang Zhuan as a pseudonym. Taoist, you can recognize it?" Wang Fengzi was stunned, and then a face popped up in his mind. In fact, it was less than a year since Zhao Xiuxuan last saw Wang Fengzi in Dushifang. Even if his face had changed a little, Wang Fengzi recognized it immediately after being reminded. Ha, it's you, my friend. I was wondering if you looked so familiar. Well, my friend, if you get rid of the old ghost King Wei, it will be a blessing for us cultivators. From his words, we can learn that he doesn't hate the old monster King Wei to the core, but at least he is someone who will definitely stab him when the time is right. Humph, We don't know whether the truth is true or not. I will report this to the sect. Guang Yuanzi is narrow-minded. Although Zhao Xiuxuan did not target him, for some reason, he always felt that he had lost face in front of several people. He scanned Began Mountain and paused on the obscure teleportation array. He wanted to explore again, but was rudely stopped by Zhao Xiuxuan with his divine sense. What do you mean, Brother Zhao? Guang Yuanzi's eyes immediately turned cold when Zhao Xiuxuan's divine sense was blocked. Zhao Xiuxuan glanced at him indifferently and said casually, Began Mountain is the territory of our Zhao family. Some of the things in it involve the secrets of the Zhao family. As a disciple of the main sect, Guang Yuanzi Daoyao naturally knows not to cross the boundary. Faced with Zhao Xiuxuan's impoliteness, Guang Yuanzi stared at him, sneered, and said in a yin-yang tone, Daoyao is so powerful, and then he left in a flash. Zhao Xiuxuan's disrespect for Guang Yuanzi made Wang Fengzi's eyes light up. Oh, then I have to go back to the sect too. This time I escaped, thanks to Daoyao Zhao. I owe you a favor. Remember to come to Zuanka Valley to ask for it. Liu Rushu left, but she had to flirt in front of Master Yi and invite Zhao Xiuxuan coquettishly as if she was fighting in the harem. Zhao Xiuxuan looked at her nose and looked at her heart, and bowed his hand seriously to send her off. After the pink mist left, he vaguely felt Master Yi's eyes staring at his back. This made Zhao Xiuxuan a little amused. As soon as Liu Rushu left, Qizing also said goodbye and left. However, Zhao Xiuxuan pulled him aside and talked a lot. It was probably a simple plan for the layout after Began Mountain. As Zhao Xiuxuan said before, the Zhao family did not have the ability to take over Began Mountain all at once. Only when the Yangshan Sword Sect, Longayu Sword Sect and the three sects guarded together could everything be fine. Zhao Xiuxuan kept his words and was never vague. Not only that, Qizing also selected a few magic weapons from the spoils of the Jinden cultivators. When Qizing left, he was full of laughter, patted Zhao Xiuxuan on the shoulder, and then fled away with his sword. When Zhao Xiuxuan finished all this, he noticed that Wang Fengzi had not left. After thinking for a while, Zhao Xiuxuan immediately invited, Daoyao Wang Fengzi, why don't you go to the Zhao family for a cup of tea? However, Wang Fengzi waved his hand and refused. Daoyao seems to have gained a lot this time, and it can be seen that there are still many things to deal with. How about this? I will visit you again in a while. This man is a perceptive person. Zhao Xiuxuan has a good impression of him and did not try to keep him. After everyone left, the Zhao family members happily took a boat from the bottom of the mountain. Xiuxuan, Senior Master, Patriarch, everyone's expression was relieved. Zhao Lingcheng was the most excited, saying, Xiuxuan, I'm glad you're okay. What happened? Why are there so many thunderclouds? The sound is so scary. Zhao Xiuxuan smiled calmly and said, something happened. Let's go back to the mountain to talk. Several people sat down in the temple of Began Mountain. Zhao Xiuxuan briefly told everyone what happened in Began Mountain, and everyone was stunned. So many Jinden monks. Hearing that 7 or 8 Jinden monks died in this mountain, everyone was a little restless, always feeling that there was a murderous aura everywhere. It was rare to see a living Jinden monk in the past, and so many of them died in Began Mountain at once, which was indeed rare. After comforting several elders, they turned their attention to the golden mountain of Began Mountain. Great! Now we have completely taken down the teleportation array. With the help of Longayu Sword Sect and Yangshan Sword Sect, it will definitely be foolproof. Zhao Lingcheng and others not only did not object to Zhao Xiuxuan's approach of bringing the two sects in, but also praised it with both hands. Not only did it solve the pain point of insufficient manpower, but it also enabled the three sects to reach a kind of interest relationship. This relationship will prompt the three sects to form an alliance, which is of great significance to the Zhao family. Afterwards, several people excitedly took a boat back to the mountain, preparing to arrange disciples and spiritual builders to start the drastic construction of Began Mountain. Although this is another large amount of spiritual stones invested, it is nothing for the current Zhao family. After several people left, Zhao Xiuxuan took his master into his arms. The heat in his lower abdomen made him sneer in his heart. After all, Liu Rushu used some kind of charm before leaving. Zhao Xiuxuan felt that he was now a gunpowder pot, and she would ignite it at her touch. Fortunately, he had enough concentration just now, and he suppressed the fire in his lower abdomen. It seems that there is indeed a problem with the Helhoan skill. It should not be a defect of the skill itself. Otherwise, With the characteristics of the skill panel, it will be directly optimized. It is still necessary to take time to go to Zuanka Valley. As if she felt Zhao Xiuxuan's abnormality, she glanced at Zhao Xiuxuan, then twisted her tight and plump buttock slightly, and made a blood-pumping sound from her throat. Thanks for subscribing. Chapter 296 Spiritual Vein Enhancement. The Zhao family's seizure of Began Mountain did not cause any commotion in the cultivation world of Yan State. Even the various mountain gates in Nanshan County were only slightly disturbed. After all, everyone had only heard of this mountain before, and it was not clear which sect's property it was and who was guarding it. In the eyes of the cultivators in Nanshan County, Began Mountain was just a barren mountain between the cultivation worlds of the two counties. If there was no news of the Zhao family seizing Began Mountain, many cultivation families and sects near the east side would not have heard of it at all. It is conceivable what impression Began Mountain had in everyone's eyes. And the Zhao family's move also made many people confused. However, the subsequent series of unusual movements in Began Mountain were still seen by those who were interested. Although most cultivators did not recognize the one-eyed ghost formation, the huge movement made many cultivators think that some secret treasure appeared in Began Mountain. Once this matter was reported, it quickly fermented, and it also perfectly explained why the Zhao family wanted to seize Began Mountain. However, in stark contrast to the many mountain gates in Nanshan County who were eating melons, several giant sects in the surrounding counties, such as Shuanghe sect, Jinyan sect, and Jing'ai sect, were completely in a state of mourning and tears. Among them, Luo Xiantong, Yi Jiu, and Biandorn were the only giant cultivators in the sect. Their death meant the death of the entire sect. It is said that as soon as the news of the death of several giant monks spread, several other giant sects began to divide up the sects whose ancestors had fallen, among which the Yao Lao Nangan Yushan sect next to most. Zhao Xiuxuan did not care about these things. What he cared about was whether anyone would continue to trouble him afterwards. However, it turned out that there was no such thing. After a few days of nothing happening, Zhao Xiuxuan's light of escape fell into Chishan and flew directly into a strictly guarded forbidden area in Chishan. It was an underground cave defended by layers of prohibitions and formations. When the ancestor was alive, this place was set as the highest forbidden area of the Zhao family. In the forbidden area with hazy green light and spiritual mist. This is the core of the Zhao family's spiritual vein. Seeing Zhao Xiuxuan's escape light falling, the clan members who were performing the guarding task and practicing at the same time hurriedly stood up to greet him. The clan members who can perform tasks in this spiritual vein, forbidden area, are all carefully selected and trained. Their tasks are very simple. They only need to trigger the formation to warn when they find someone intruding. The rest of the time is used for training. It is better to say that it is a reward from the sect than a task. Clan leader, the people who are doing tasks in the spiritual vein forbidden area today are Zhao Ziuzi, Zhao Zilian, and another person named Zhao Hanan. Zhao Xiuxuan vaguely remembers that these three people were the first, second, and third in the middle stage of key refining in the family martial arts competition. Everyone has worked hard. They are all clan members who have been vigorously cultivated by the family. A spiritual light flashed in Zhao Xiuxuan's storage bag, and several bottles of elixirs that enhanced cultivation appeared in their hands. Thank you, clan leader. The three people were overjoyed and bowed their hands to thank him. Zhao Xiuxuan smiled and encouraged them a few more times before he walked into the formation under the respectful gazes of several people. After a moment, Zhao Xiuxuan broke through the formation with his family token and entered the core of the Chishan spiritual vein. All spiritual veins have a core, which is the place where the spiritual veins were first conceived. Just like the core of the fire spiritual vein is the underground space of the black fire scale and the bronze platform. The core of the Zhao family's spiritual vein is the cave in front of us. In the cave, which is less than 70 meters in radius, a spiritual stone mine visible to the naked eye is winding like a ground dragon, and several green and white associated minerals surround it. A circle of green and misty spiritual mist is attached to the entire spiritual vein, making the entire spiritual vein look like a dragon that can only be seen from the beginning but not the end. In this cave, the spiritual energy content has reached the extreme of the entire spiritual vein, which is more than 5 or 6 times richer than outside. This is not the first time Zhao Xiuxuan has entered the core of his own spiritual vein. After obtaining the Qingyan spiritual vein technique, he performed a nourishment vein technique, here to warm the spiritual vein. The Qingyan spiritual vein technique was the inherited spell of the Xianmei sect 1,000 years ago. Later, Zhao Xiuxuan bought it for 6,300 spirit stones at an auction in Chaohei City. It is said that the Xianmei sect once used this spirit vein technique to upgrade a second-level spirit vein to a fourth-level spirit vein within 100 years. Later, for some unknown reason, it was destroyed by the Qingxuan Valley. Some spirit vein master methods similar to the Qingyian spiritual vein technique are based on nourishing the veins, gathering spirits, and guiding spirits, and aim to improve the spirit veins. The number of spirit vein masters is extremely small. In fact, it is because the spirit vein technique is extremely difficult to practice, and it also values talent and experience. Spirit vein masters who have no actual experience in maintaining spirit veins are just closed door and difficult to improve. Moreover, it takes a lot of time to practice the spirit vein technique, and naturally there will be some trade-offs between the practice of the technique and the practice of other spells. Therefore, the spirit vein master is a veritable auxiliary profession. Few cultivators will go down the path of auxiliary professions, which has led to fewer and fewer spirit vein masters. However, the complicated and cumbersome techniques of practicing the spiritual vein technique, and the shackles that require a lot of time to practice, are nothing to Zhao Xiuxuan, who has a skill panel. 2 years after obtaining the Qingyian spiritual vein technique, he successfully practiced this method to level 3, Qingyian spiritual vein technique, 3. 131. 1600, level 3 skills are roughly equivalent to being handy, which is also equivalent to the experience of an ordinary spiritual vein master for nearly 100 years. Well, it's already a second-level spiritual vein. As soon as Zhao Xiuxuan entered the core of the spiritual vein and observed it briefly, he found a piece of news that cheered him up. Unknowingly, his own spiritual vein had been upgraded from the original first-level upper-grade spiritual vein to a second-level lower-grade spiritual vein. How to define the grade of a spiritual vein is actually very simple. You just need to look at the spiritual energy generation speed of the spiritual vein. It should have advanced recently, otherwise I would not have known about it before. Yes, the Qingyian spiritual vein technique's meridian nourishing technique is quite effective. Qingyian spiritual vein technique, 3. 131/1600, the fact that my own spiritual vein can be advanced is closely related to the Qingyian spiritual vein technique. Zhao Xiuxuan practiced for a big cycle on the ground, and confirmed that his practice speed had improved. He grinned again. Then, he flicked his 10 fingers and carefully cast countless spells. Those spells entered the spiritual veins, and then groups of misty air emerged from the spiritual veins. The misty air gathered into clouds and floated in the cave. This was not over yet. Zhao Xiuxuan's golden elixir surged, and groups of spiritual light rolled into the spiritual cloud from his fingertips. Drops of green spiritual rain fell from the spiritual cloud. The strange thing was that when these spiritual rains fell on the ground, wisps of spiritual mist slowly rose up. After a long time, the spiritual mist gradually increased, and finally the whole cave was shrouded in mist. Zhao Xiuxuan stopped the spell, Qingyian spiritual vein technique, 3. 151/1600, plus 20. This Qingyian spiritual vein technique consumes too much mana. With my mana capacity, this one also consumes 1/3. If it were someone else, I don't know if they could persist, Zhao Xiuxuan complained, but he was very pleased to see his own spiritual vein grow little by little under the care of the spiritual vein technique. This was not over yet. Zhao Xiuxuan shook the storage bag, and 2 spiritual lights flew out of it. The object on the left was a piece of jade the size of a millstone, crystal clear, with a spiritual energy rolling inside, like a spiritual dragon swimming. The dragon spirit jade was a gift from the Feng family, a spiritual vein family, at the Taoist couple ceremony. The object on the right is an open jade box, inside which lies a jade branch with rich spiritual energy. There are several lightning patterns on the branch, and the leaves are constantly withering and regenerating. There are several tender white roots on the broken stub. Naturally, it is the sapling of the golden money spirit tree that accidentally grew roots after the thunder tribulation. Needless to say, the dragon spirit jade is specially used to improve the spiritual vein. As for the golden money spirit tree sapling, Zhao Xiuxuan decided to abandon it as a weapon against the enemy after making various choices. Instead, he decided to use it to improve the spiritual vein. The sapling of the ancient spiritual tree is born to gather spiritual energy and generate spiritual energy. Planting this thing on the spiritual vein can keep the spiritual energy gathered and not dispersed, and the speed of spiritual energy generation will be greatly increased. In the ancient world of cultivating immortals, as long as there is a place where the ancient spiritual tree takes root, there will be a good spiritual vein. The spiritual vein of the Zhao family is really too bad, and it needs to be greatly improved. Otherwise the cultivation speed of the clan members will be greatly limited. If it is not used as a treasure tree to improve the spiritual vein, it is also a handy magic weapon. Zhao Xiuxuan smiled reluctantly, then calmed down his mind, and with a thought, a hole flew out of his storage bag. Then, under Zhao Xiuxuan's virtual finger control, the hole carefully dug a hole no deeper than 10 feet in the spiritual vein cave. At the bottom of the hole was a section of exposed spiritual vein, and piles of spiritual stones emitted an attractive light. After the hole was dug, Zhao Xiuxuan waved his hand, and the dragon spirit jade emitted jade light and slowly fell on the exposed spiritual vein. As soon as the dragon spirit jade touched the spiritual vein, the jade light on it began to emit a green light similar to the spiritual vein. Apart from that, there was nothing special. Zhao Xiuxuan sensed that the Zhao family's spiritual vein did not seem to have any changes because of the dragon spirit jade, but he was not discouraged. The improvement of the spiritual vein is not overnight, and it is normal that no changes can be seen for a while. After putting the dragon spirit jade in place, Zhao Xiuxuan sprinkled a layer of oil on it, then tapped the money spirit tree seedling in the jade box, and a green spiritual light slowly flew out of the jade box with the money spirit tree seedling. Wherever it passed, the green mist generated by the Kingian spiritual vein technique in the cave gradually gathered around the money spirit tree. This strange scene made Zhao Xiuxuan speechless. Carefully plant the money spirit tree seedling in the soil on the dragon spirit jade, then pour the excavated soil into the soil hole, and slightly press it around the money spirit tree seedling. At this point, the planting of the money spirit tree was completed. Unlike the dragon spirit jade, Zhao Xiuxuan felt the change of the spirit vein as soon as the ancient spirit tree was planted. The whole cave suddenly glowed with green light, and the rich spiritual energy surrounded the money spirit tree to form a green light vortex visible to the naked eye. The vortex slowly rotated, driving the green spirit mist in the entire cave to move slowly. From time to time, a few drops of rich spiritual energy would drip from the vortex of spiritual light and spiritual mist, dripping onto the leaves of the golden money spiritual tree, and then being absorbed by it. In the center of the vortex, the leaves of the golden money spiritual tree quickly withered and then regenerated. And those withered leaves, which were originally directly transformed into spiritual light and dissipated, now fell to the ground, and then turned into a ball of spiritual light and drilled into the soil. Spiritual mist, spiritual energy vortex, golden money spiritual tree, dragon spiritual jade, spiritual vein. This scene in the cave was unusually harmonious, as if it was a whole. This, Zhao Xiuxuan's eyes flashed with green light, and he saw the roots of the golden money spiritual tree growing rapidly, first clinging to the dragon spiritual jade, and then drilling into the main body of the spiritual vein. Spiritual vein, dragon spiritual jade, golden money spiritual tree. Trinity, interdependent. The entire spiritual vein has also undergone a great change. The spiritual energy generation speed of the spiritual vein suddenly increased greatly, increasing by 3 or 4 times compared to before. This is the second level middle grade. Zhao Xiuxuan was a little stunned. This spiritual energy generation speed is indeed something that can only be achieved by the second level middle grade spiritual veins. Moreover, this speed seems to increase as the money tree grows. After being stunned for a while, he was overjoyed. I didn't expect that the money tree would have such an amazing effect. It was really unexpected. Good. In this way, both my clan members and I can improve our cultivation speed a lot. After talking to himself in the cave for a while, Zhao Xiuxuan walked out of the cave with a face full of joy. After repeatedly instructing the clan members who were guarding outside, he personally set up layers of restrictions around him before leaving. From this day on, for the Zhao family members, the improvement in cultivation speed was visible to the naked eye. Many clan members broke through the realm in one go with the help of the growth of the spiritual veins. Among the younger generation of clan members, those who have made rapid progress in realm are also emerging like bamboo shoots after rain. 2 months passed in a flash. Bagan Mountain. More than 200 monks wearing red short-sleeved swords, moon-white sword robes, or blue-bottomed basalt-patterned robes were distributed in various locations in the mountain. In addition, there were thousands of spiritual builders summoned from surrounding counties, working hard in Bagan Mountain. Huge white stones, horizontal beams as thick as a person, and blue bricks were flying everywhere in the air as one or more spiritual builders cast spells. The materials for building palaces and caves were flying everywhere in the air. Those disciples who were dressed differently but had a happy spirit were naturally the disciples and clansmen of the Yangshan sword sect, the Longayu sword sect, and the Zhao family. Because the pillars of each mountain gate were on good terms with each other, the disciples quickly became one. The atmosphere of cultivation was harmonious on weekdays. Young disciples were originally kind-hearted and few had ulterior motives. Young monks gathered together to exchange their cultivation experiences, and agreed to go out to find various materials, kill monsters, etc., and they became much closer in a short while. However, in just 2 months, several young couples were born. On the main peak of Began Mountain, there is a simple cave for cultivation. The cave is located next to a pool of water on the top of the mountain and is surrounded by a dense forest. Because the water in the pool is turquoise and there is a kind of blue striped fish in the pool that likes to come out of the water for air, the entire pool surface is rippled. Zhao Xiuxuan called it the Bibo Tan, and the cave was naturally called the Bibo Cave. It sounds like the cave of some fish monster, but she likes it very much. The Bibo Cave is 100 feet in radius and is covered by a second-level formation. Ordinary people of the clan must first be informed by the maid. Guangxin Beizi, as the only maid arranged here, is not very happy. Because her sisters Gongsun Beiyang and Huyaner have already cultivated to the 9th level of key refining, they are trying to practice in seclusion until key refining is perfect, and then break through the foundation in one fell swoop. Guangxin Beizi is not as diligent in her cultivation as the other two. In addition, her elder sister Gongsun Beiyang is busy doing things for Zhao Xiuxuan besides cultivation and has no time to take care of her. As a result, her cultivation progress has fallen behind. Now she is only at the 8th level of key refining, and is still a little short of the 9th level. As a result, she has become the only person serving in Began Mountain. Even Zhao Wei is still sleeping soundly and seeking a breakthrough. On the other hand, Zhao Ziui, Zhao Ziuan and Zhao Luoluo, 3 members of the Zhao family, who are at a similar level to Gongsun Beiyang and Huyaner and have the hope of impacting the foundation in 2 or 3 years, are also there. Killer, Gongsun Beizi, Zhao Ziufei, Zhao Xiuxu, Zhao Xiuzi and a bunch of other members of the Zhao family are a little behind. It can be foreseen that with the Zhao family's almost crazy cultivation resources now filling the gap, coupled with the advancement of the spirit veins, there will be more and more foundation-building cultivators in the next few years. Hey, the clan leader and his wife are in seclusion, my sister is in seclusion, Sister Yaner is in seclusion, Sister Killer is in seclusion, and even Zayahu is in seclusion, but I have been stuck at the 8th level of key refining for so long, and I still haven't found a breakthrough opportunity. When the clan leader is done with seclusion, I will ask him for advice. I won't practice today. Gongsun Beizi was bored, leaning on her hands and lying on the bamboo pavilion on the Bibo Lake. Her pink and white skirt and her rosy face made her look playful and lovely. I saw her fingers like scallions stirring in the air, and a trace of spiritual energy drilled into the water from her fingertips. The fish in the pool kept swimming around the spiritual energy. After a while, a lovely smile appeared on her pretty face. Swoosh! At this moment, a golden light of communication fell on the formation at the edge of the Bibo Lake. Because it was separated by the formation, the golden light jumped around in the formation like a fish out of water. Thanks for subscribing. Chapter 297 Activating the Teleportation Array. In the Bibo Cave in Began Mountain, there is a simple alchemy room. The alchemy material racks are made of green bamboo, and in the middle is a square alchemy furnace. At this moment, the alchemy fire under the furnace has just gone out, and the pleasant medicinal fragrance comes out of the furnace, and a rainbow light dances in the furnace. Out comes the pill. Zhao Xiuxuan, who was sitting cross-legged beside the furnace, waved his hands skillfully to open the furnace, and 5 steaming round pills came out of the furnace. Zhao Xiuxuan did not use the jade bottle to catch them, but grabbed them with his empty hand, and 5 pills with rainbow light swirled and floated in his palm. 7 yellow soul replenishing pill, 4. 340/3200, plus 20. The pill in his hand is the last furnace of the 3rd level 7 yellow soul replenishing pill. At this point, all 10 700-year-old 7 yellow jade leaf fruits have been refined. Every furnace of pills refined is of the best quality, without any loss. If it were any other alchemist, this would simply be a fantasy. The alchemist's alchemy is not a standard industrial production. Any negligence or distraction in the process of alchemy will lead to defects in the pills. Generally speaking, it is a high probability that a best alchemist will produce one batch of top-grade pills in 10 batches, but Zhao Xiuxuan, this monster, produces Danhong in every batch of pills. Well, it has been a month since I swallowed a Kihuang Buhan pill last time, and the pill poison should be almost neutralized, Zhao Xiuxuan muttered to himself, and then opened his mouth and 5 pills fell into his mouth. Gudong he swallowed a mouthful of saliva, and the pills entered his throat, and a coolness rushed straight to his mind. Zhao Xiuxuan quickly closed his eyes and practiced the skills. Half an hour later, a faint blue soul light suddenly lit up from his forehead. The originally dim alchemy room became much brighter because of this soul light. After a while, the soul light dissipated. Zhao Xiuxuan opened his eyes, his face somewhat helpless. He shook his head and said, "Sure enough, if you swallow too many of the same kind of elixir, the effect will become much weaker." After 10 furnaces of 7 yellow soul replenishing pills, the soul and spirit can only recover 60%, and the effect is weaker with each furnace. Fortunately, Zhao Xiuxuan had expected this. He just sighed and put his mood in order. After thinking for a moment, Zhao Xiuxuan's mind moved and he took out a jade slip from the storage bag. The jade slip was old and looked a bit old. Zhao Xiuxuan picked up the jade slip and put it on his forehead. After a mental investigation, his face became bright again. Haha, not bad. After recovering 60% of my soul, I can finally practice this 1000 Machine Soul Sutra. The jade slip in his hand was the secret technique of the Kyanji sect, 1000 Machine Soul Sutra, that he got after killing Kyanji in the ruins of Xian'ai Sword sect. This method is dedicated to the soul, and it has a miraculous effect on improving the soul power of cultivators. It is the inherited secret technique of the Kyanji sect. The Kyanji sect is known for its puppetry and soul techniques, and this 1000 Machine Soul Sutra has contributed greatly. 1000 Machine Soul Sutra not only cultivates and increases the soul, but also has the effect of quickly restoring the soul. However, Zhao Xiuxuan could not practice this method because his soul was too severely damaged before. Now that his soul has recovered more than half and the pills have been eaten, he can practice this technique. Zhao Xiuxuan's luck, immortal soul, makes his soul power far superior to other cultivators. If he practices this technique again, I am afraid that his soul skills will be able to reach a higher level. Well, this technique won't run away. After I finish the recent things, I will start to retreat and practice hard at that time. Zhao Xiuxuan touched the jade slip and put it into the storage bag. He opened the skill panel and took a look. Realm, Golden Core Level 1. 1455, 1600, plus 180, Skill, Zhuanshenguang, 5. 3080/3200, plus 130. Well, it's not far from the second level of Golden Core. The technique is only 100 points away from upgrading. Each time the technique is upgraded, the training speed will be slightly increased. It's not bad. Speaking of which, I have been busy refining pills and practicing for the past 2 months. I haven't tried the magic weapon I got before. Thinking of this, Zhao Xiuxuan closed the skill panel and took out a black box from the storage bag. The box was smooth and reflected black light. It was tightly closed and it was impossible to tell what was inside. In the Battle of Bagan Mountain, 7 or 8 giant monks, including the old monster King Wei, died. Their storage bags were naturally looted by Zhao Xiuxuan. In the end, there were 4 top-grade magic weapons, 12 mid-grade magic weapons, and 20 low-grade magic weapons. In addition to the magic weapons, there were tens of thousands of spirit stones, as well as piles of refining materials and monster materials. Except for Qizing, who picked 2 magic weapons, the rest were taken by Zhao Xiuxuan. Among the top-grade magic weapons, there are the One-Eye Banner, the Giyan Flying Needle, the Luohu Ancient Monument, and a Gangfang Jade Bracelet. Except for the Gangfang Jade Bracelet, which was looted from Yijiayu, the other 3 top-grade magic weapons were all spoils of war from the old monster King Wei. Zhao Xiuxuan pushed the Falling Ashes Monument and the Gangfang Jade Bracelet to his master. He kept the One-Eye Banner and the Ghost Yin Flying Needle. As for the other magic weapons, except for the low-grade and medium-grade ones, which were kept in the Zhao family's warehouse as spare items for the future, The rest were sold out by the relationship between the Longayu sword sect and the ancient sword sect. It is said that the only magic weapon of the pure sword cultivators in the ancient world of immortal cultivation was a sword. Zhao Xiuxuan thought he could not be so carefree. He could carry a few good magic weapons with him, which could still save his life at a critical moment. Zhao Xiuxuan had tried the one-eye banner, but he had never used the ghost yin flying needle after refining it. He raised his hand and pointed, and the box opened a crack. A grain of black light instantly drilled out of the box. Those grains of black light were nothing else but the flying needle magic weapons. Thousands of flying needles drilled out of the box and floated in the air. Zhao Xiuxuan didn't think much of this scene, but if another cultivator saw it, he would be shocked. It is not so easy to activate so many flying needles at once. The soul and the purity of mana are both indispensable. It is not difficult for a cultivator like King Wei who has reached the perfection of the golden elixir, but it is extremely rare for a cultivator like Zhao Xiuxuan who has just entered the golden elixir to be able to do this. When no more flying needles came out of the box, Zhao Xiuxuan changed his spell, and with a little black light in his right hand, he pointed in the air and shook it slightly. Swoosh, 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 thousands of flying needles made a subtle sound of breaking wind and quickly passed through the alchemy room. The black light of the flying needle magic weapon dragged a small light and shadow in the air, like a meteor tail flame, making the entire alchemy room rotate like a galaxy, which was very spectacular. Go! Zhao Xiuxuan's mind moved, and thousands of formations kept changing in the air. Each flying needle drew a different shadow in the air along a different route. The change of the spell immediately turned the galaxy rotation into a bullet flying across the battlefield. Then, the flying needles hit the stone wall and the ground of the alchemy room, and pieces of fine dust were raised. The stone wall and the ground were already full of holes. Seeing this scene, Zhao Xiuxuan nodded with satisfaction. Just simply activating this set of ghost yin flying needles, Zhao Xiuxuan obviously felt that the mana consumption was much greater than other magic weapons, and the loss of divine thoughts was also greater, because each flying needle could be flexibly controlled, that is, each flying needle had to be attached with a trace of divine thoughts. In this way, although the power and flexibility of the magic weapon were improved, it was a big challenge for the cultivators who controlled the magic weapon. Fortunately, it was not too difficult for Zhao Xiuxuan. Considering the cost-effectiveness, it was still worth using. After thinking for a while, he moved his right hand, and the flying needles that had just hit the stone wall and the ground swooshed back and fell into the black box in front of him. King Wei's set of ghost yin flying needles is indeed a top-grade magic weapon. There are 999 flying needles, each of which is made of ghost yin ghost soul. The yin key is compelling, killing people and invisible, and it is worth using. Zhao Xiuxuan also figured out what the crystal stones dropped when he killed the Ghost King and the Demon Ghost were. It was the top-grade material, Ghost Yin Ghost Soul, for refining flying needle magic weapons. After knowing what it was, Zhao Xiuxuan lost interest in it. Except for the third level, Ghost Yin Ghost Soul, dropped when he killed the Ghost King, the rest were put into the Zhao family's exchange treasury to see if there are any clansmen who are interested in refining flying needle magic weapons. The flying needles refined with this thing are silent when activated, and as long as they pierce the enemy, they can swallow and exhale yin qi into the body, making the enemy stiff all over, which can increase the winning rate a lot. With the addition of Ghost Yin Flying Needle, he now has another powerful magic weapon in his hand. Thinking of this, Zhao Xiuxuan simply took this opportunity to sort out the things he had to deal with the enemy. Ancient Treasure, Molingfeng Map. Top-grade magic weapon, Huanhuo Lingayu, Wanao Banner, Ghost Yin Flying Needle. Top-grade magic weapon, Yangshan Sword Pill, Jinshan Treasure Pillow. In addition to the magic weapon, the Great Prison Demon Bell on his body, which was broken by the red demon puppet controlled by Kyanjizi, can also be regarded as a handy treasure. Unfortunately, he couldn't find a way to repair it for a while, so he could only put it in the storage bag temporarily. In addition to the magic weapon, the red demon puppet is his strongest means. Although one of its arms was destroyed by Sun Hai, it is a 4th-level puppet after all. As long as this puppet is used, ordinary giant and cultivators can only be crushed by it. Compared to the Great Prison Demon Bell, the repair of the red demon puppet is probably more difficult, but it is not impossible. There is a method to refine the red demon puppet in the puppetry of the Kyanji sect, but those materials need to be gathered. Forget it, let's wait and see. For now, I'll improve my realm first. Well, I have to start refining my life magic weapon. This matter cannot be delayed. The residual heat of the elixir fire in the alchemy room made people feel warm. Thinking that Master was practicing in seclusion next door, Zhao Xiuxuan stretched comfortably. It's been 2 months. The teleportation array should be repaired soon. In the past 2 months, no other giant and cultivators have come to cause trouble. It seems that this matter has been covered. Just wait for the teleportation array to be repaired, and it will be convenient to travel to other places in the future. Although the speed of the giant and cultivator's escape light is extremely fast, it still takes 1 or 2 days to go from Biggin Mountain to the Dead Sea. It takes about half a month for a foundation-building cultivator to travel by flying, and it takes nearly a month for a key-refining cultivator to take a boat. If there is a teleportation array, many cultivators are willing to pay dozens of spirit stones. Just as Zhao Xiuxuan was thinking about this, someone knocked on the formation outside the cave. Without disturbing Master Li's retreat, Zhao Xiuxuan walked out of the cave. Guangxin Beizi held a jade talisman in her hand and handed it to him respectfully. Master, this is a message from Zhang Gongfeng. Zhao Xiuxuan's heart moved when he heard this. Zhang Gongfeng was naturally Zhang Xiuquan, the master of formations. Since the matter of Biggin Mountain was settled, Zhang Xiuquan has been carefully repairing the teleportation formation. If it was his message, it must be related to the teleportation formation. Sure enough, Zhao Xiuxuan crushed the jade talisman and a message appeared. Looking closely, Zhao Xiuxuan showed a faint smile on his face. Master, is the teleportation formation repaired? Gongxin Beizi pulled her fair neck, seeming to be curious about what was written on the jade talisman. As Zhao Xiuxuan's personal maid, she naturally knew what was in Biggin Mountain, so she asked this question. Having been with Zhao Xiuxuan for quite a while, this girl's lively personality has never changed. Although she is respectful to Zhao Xiuxuan, she often says whatever she wants to say and asks whatever she wants to ask. This is completely different from her sister Gongxin Beiying. If Gongxin Beiying were here, she would never ask such questions. However, this is also because they have been together for a long time. Zhao Xiuxuan's gentleness has restored her nature. When she first came to the Zhao family, she was still very reserved. Zhao Xiuxuan tapped her head with a flick of his finger and said, "It is true that the teleportation array has been repaired. Let's go and take a look." Great. Gongxin Beizi touched her head. She has been curious about the teleportation array for a long time, but she has never had the opportunity to take a look. With Zhao Xiuxuan's permission, she immediately smiled. The sister of the lotus buds patted her hands lightly, and her slightly tied black hair swayed with her body. Then, Guangxin Beizi leaned against Zhao Xiuxuan's side skillfully. Zhao Xiuxuan smiled helplessly, and urged the escape light to engulf the two of them. The next second, he disappeared in a flash. In the cave, next to the teleportation array, Zhao Xiuxuan leaned against the stone wall, and Zhao Ziming stood with his hands clasped. The two stood on the left and right sides of the teleportation array. Zhang Xiuquan stood in the middle, with a jade ruler in his right hand. The talismans on the jade ruler were turning into spiritual light and falling on the teleportation array. As the talismans fell, a faint green light appeared on the teleportation array. At this moment, Zhao Xiuxuan and Gongxin Beizi appeared in the cave one after another. Xiuxuan, clan leader, patriarch, 3 different names. Zhao Xiuxuan's face was smiling. Zhao Ziming still had a bitter face, and at least smiled when he saw Zhao Xiuxuan, while Zhang Xiuquan was respectful. You have worked hard. The communication jade talisman said that the teleportation array has been repaired. Zhao Xiuxuan asked directly. A hint of excitement appeared on Zhang Xiuquan's old face as he said, "Yes, patriarch, I have lived up to everyone's expectations. I have repaired all the talismans of the teleportation array. However, you still need to use the teleportation order for the final confirmation." Okay, Zhao Xiuxuan nodded. He was not surprised. This was also mentioned in Zhang Xiuquan's communication jade talisman. Just as he was about to take out the teleportation order and go forward to try it, Zhao Xiuxuan said, "Xiuxuan, let me do this kind of confirmation. After all, the teleportation array involves space teleportation. If there is something wrong, it will be troublesome." Hearing this, Zhang Xiuquan patted his head in annoyance and said, "I was confused, let me do it." Zhao Xiuxuan comforted him, "Mr. Zhang, it's not that Xiuxuan doesn't trust you. After all, The teleportation array is too complicated and no one can say for sure. Zhang Xiuquan's face turned red after being explained by him, and he said, Of course, I was negligent. If the head of the family can be trusted, let me confirm this matter. The two of them talked back and forth, and Zhao Xiuxuan even said in a low voice that he should let him go. While Zhao Xiuxuan was thinking, Zhang Xiuquan took the initiative to say, Master, this teleportation array was repaired by me. I know more about its use. If there is any accident, I can close the array in time. It is most appropriate for me to do this. Moreover, I have great confidence in the repair of this array. Please give me the teleportation order. Zhang Xiuquan's eyes were firm. Zhao Xiuxuan thought for a moment, and then he raised his palm and used his spiritual energy to lift the teleportation order to Zhang Xiuquan's side. Then I will leave this matter to you. After thinking about it, Zhang Xiuquan was indeed the best candidate among the three. Zhao Xiuxuan was not afraid that he would take the teleportation order and run away. Liangai Mountain was still there, and Daoshi was still there. Unless he was willing to be a casual cultivator from now on, he would not do anything stupid. I will be back soon. Zhang Xiuquan took the teleportation order, saluted, and then walked on the teleportation array, and then calmly activated the array on the teleportation order. On the teleportation array made of jade and various high-level materials, the runes began to jump in series, and groups of spiritual light emerged and surrounded Zhang Xiuquan. A star map gradually appeared above his head. Zhang Xiuquan shot out a spiritual light, which landed on the first star in the star map. Boom! A spiritual light shot up into the sky, and Zhang Xiuquan's figure first became blurred, and then disappeared on the teleportation array. Post first and modify later. Thank you for subscribing. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelis. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 298 Jiuji Island. The teleportation arrays at Biggin Mountain and other locations were all set up by ancient monks. Each point is interconnected, but each point can also open or close other teleportation arrays by adjusting the array. After Zhang Xiuquan disappeared in the teleportation array, about a cup of tea later, his figure appeared on the teleportation array again. This time, he was holding a strange spiritual herb in his hand. The spiritual herb is shaped like a daffodil, and its flowers are like bells. Under the flowers are rows of red fruits, and the rhizomes are 2 or 3 centimeters thick. Fire pill red fruit. Zhao Xiuxuan has made up for a lot of Taoist scriptures, and he recognized the name of the spiritual herb at a glance. However, compared with the spiritual herb, Zhang Xiuquan's return is more interesting. Mr. Zhang, can the teleportation array be used normally? Zhao Xiuxuan asked first. Zhang Xiuquan smiled and stroked his beard, saying, I have just tried to go to Jiuji Island. This is the fire pill red fruit I bought from the entrance of the Jiuji Island teleportation point. This spiritual herb is a unique spiritual herb for refining the fire rejuvenating pill in the sea area around Jiuji Island. It is enough to prove that the teleportation array is normal. Zhang Xiuquan held the spiritual herb in his hand and explained its origin. Hearing Zhang Xiuquan say this, Zhao Xiuxuan's heart was completely relieved. If the teleportation array that took so much effort could not be used in the end, it would be a disaster. Master Zhang did a good job. This is your reward this time. Zhao Xiuxuan also praised with a smile on his face, took out a spiritual stone bag and threw it to Zhang Xiuquan. There were 5,000 spiritual stones in the spiritual stone bag, which was a reward for Zhang Xiuquan's repair of the teleportation array and his risky behavior just now. Zhang Xiuquan was stunned, and without opening the bag of spirit stones, he bowed to Zhao Xiuxuan and thanked him. This is my job. I am grateful for the kindness of the master of the family. Zhang Xiuquan's experience during this period can be said to be extremely tortuous. He's a well-known master of formations in the world of immortal cultivation in Yan State, but he is under house arrest in Biggin Mountain and lives in fear every day. He was afraid that he would be taken advantage of by Sun Hai, so he took a risk and made some changes to the teleportation formation. Unexpectedly, this move attracted Zhao Xiuxuan and he was able to escape from Sun Hai. Originally, Zhang Xiuquan was still a little wary of Zhao Xiuxuan, but after meeting Zhao Xiuxuan several times in the past few months, He could probably tell from his words and deeds that Zhao Xiuxuan's character was really good in the world of immortal cultivation, where people fight against each other. The Zhao family often talked about their master, and when they talked about his past magnificent achievements, the expression on their faces was that of respect. Since then, he has been 60% more cautious. Seeing the reward of the spirit stone bag given by Zhao Xiuxuan, although he didn't know how many spirit stones were in it, Zhang Xiaoquan's remaining vigilance retreated all at once. Jiuji Island was originally an archipelago located in the outer sea of the Dead Sea. The entire archipelago is like a piece of broken glass, with hundreds of islands scattered here and there. Among them, the largest island is also called Jiuji Island. Therefore, some cultivators call Jiuji Island the largest main island. Looking from the air, Jiuji Island has 9 corners extending into the dark blue sea in all directions, making the entire island look like a 9-sided polygon. This is also the origin of the name of Jiuji Island. As it is one of the most active islands for cultivators in the Dead Sea, there are a large number of cultivator buildings on Jiuji Island. These buildings are not clustered together, but distributed in every corner of the island. Among them, near the coast of the sea area on the east side of Jiuji Island, there is a building complex of medium size, with more than a dozen palaces arranged in a staggered manner. The tallest building is a sharp giant stone flying building, with red runes engraved on the top of the flying building. A red light column rises into the sky, connecting with the entire Jiuji Island formation in the sky. Jiuji Island, the teleportation hall. From a high place, the teleportation hall is only a small part of Jiuji Island. On Jiuji Island, there are 6 spiritual light columns of blue, white, gray, red, yellow and orange in the air, which finally form the unique island protection formation of Jiuji Island. It is said that this formation has been left over from the ancient cultivation world. It is a formation set up by ancient cultivators to resist the tide of sea monsters. Thousands of years ago, Jiuji Island was one of the strategic locations of Yan State's cultivation world. Due to the existence of the teleportation array, there is an endless stream of cultivators traveling between Bihun County and the Dead Sea, especially in the recent land reclamation expedition. Thousands of cultivators use the teleportation array to shuttle every day. This also makes the monks and the teleportation hall crowded with people coming and going. There are a total of 18 teleportation points in this teleportation array of Jiuji Island. These points are small points refined according to the guidance of the main teleportation array. Every monk who is teleported to Jiuji Island will randomly appear at any of the 18 teleportation points. In order to maximize the use, these 18 teleportation points are divided into going and returning. Going means leaving through the teleportation array. Returning means coming back through the teleportation array. Since there are far more monks teleported to Jiuji Island than those leaving Jiuji Island, the distribution of the 2-point types is also based on 70% and 30%. Regardless of going or returning, there are several guard monks dressed similarly stationed on the side of the 18 points. These monks are composed of 1 foundation building monk and 4 key refining monks. Their main job is to start the monks' teleportation and give a little guidance to the monks who are teleported. Due to the hot development in the past 2 years, many monks have chosen to come to the Dead Sea to form teams to join the conscription or explore on their own. For these monks stationed in the teleportation array, the workload has increased a lot. Next to the number 5 teleportation point, there is a purple wooden table horizontally, on which is a flying crane bronze incense burner, and a wisp of green smoke rises from the incense burner. A mid-stage foundation building monk wearing a turban on his head and dressed like a Confucian scholar sat behind the table and flipped through the ancient cloth book in his hand. Beside him, there were 4 young key training monks, 3 men and 1 woman, who were busy. As long as a monk walked out of the teleportation point, one of them would rush forward to guide him out of the teleportation point so that the next person could continue to teleport. Each monk who was teleported out also needed to pay 10 spirit stones as the loss fee of the teleportation array, and if he needed to go to other places through the teleportation array, he would need 50 spirit stones. Shu, the spiritual light of the teleportation point, jumped, and another wave of monks landed at the number 5 teleportation point. A total of 7 monks in bright yellow clothes appeared in the teleportation point. The 7 people were either carrying swords or knives, and their auras were not much different. They were probably from the same sect. The one walking in front was a foundation building monk with protruding joints on his palms, like eagle claws. When the 7 people appeared at the teleportation point, The leading foundation-building monk was fine, but the other key refining disciples all looked pale, and some even couldn't stand steadily and had to rely on others to help them stand. Even so, these people still looked surprised, shaking their heads and commenting on the new experience of using the teleportation array just now. "This teleportation array is really uncomfortable, I feel like I have a stomachache," said a chubby disciple. Another person said, "Yeah, I feel like vomiting." Someone else looked around curiously and said with surprise, "Wow, senior brother, is this the Dead Sea? This teleportation array is really magical. If we get here from Fengyun Mountain by flying boat, it will take at least a month. This will save time and we can hunt more blue cloud birds." Seeing a group of people hesitating, a young guard with thick eyebrows showed impatience and bowed his hands indifferently, saying, "This senior, fellow Taoists, welcome to Jiuji Island. Please get off the teleportation point and follow this passage to Jiuji City. However, please pay 10 spirit stones each first." Jiuji City is the cultivator city of Jiuji Island. It is located at the estuary. It is a must-go place for cultivators traveling to and from Jiuji Island. It is also a big city ranked among the top in the Yan Kingdom's cultivation world. The leading foundation-building cultivator seemed to have had many experiences in using the teleportation array. He already knew the attitude of the guards and was not surprised. He took out a bright yellow spiritual stone bag and placed it in the hand of the thick-browed guard. Then he turned around and said with a sullen face, "Be quiet, follow me to Jiuji City. After a short rest in the city, we will go to Lingbi Sea in 2 days." The 6 disciples behind him immediately quieted down and responded in unison, "Yes, elder." The thick-browed guard quickly checked the spiritual stone bag and found that there were exactly 70 spiritual stones in it. He did not stop them and let them leave. Watching the 7 people leave, the thick-browed guard placed the spiritual stone bag respectfully in a box beside the table with disdain on his face. The scholar in a turban who was sitting behind the table and flipping through a book did not even raise his head, as if he was immersed in the ancient books. At this moment, the runes on the teleportation array lit up again, and the spiritual light gathered, attracting the attention of several young guards. "Someone is coming again." Several guards just stood still leisurely, and 2 people walked out of the teleportation point. The leader was a young monk in green clothes, who looked about 25 or 26 years old, with dark yellow skin, but extraordinary temperament. Beside the young monk, a pretty female monk who was standing unsteadily, tightly grasped the right sleeve of the young monk, and her entire upper body pressed on his arm. These 2 people were Zhao Xiuxuan and Gongsun Beizi, the master and servant who were teleported from Begun Mountain. After Zhang Xiaoqin's test, Zhao Xiuxuan brought Gongsun Beizi to experience the teleportation array. Seeing Gongsun Beizi's pale face and unstable body, Zhao Xiuxuan comforted her. "The teleportation array involves space teleportation. With your cultivation level of the 8th level of key refining, it is naturally a bit uncomfortable. It will be fine after a while." Thank you, clan leader." Gongsun Beiying recovered from the initial discomfort and quickly stood up straight, with a hint of shame on her pretty face that was originally a little pale. The thick-browed guard looked at Gongsun Beizi with fiery eyes. Seeing the 2 of them talking and laughing, he was about to step forward to handle the matter impartially and call them off the teleportation point, when suddenly there was a clang behind him. Before the thick-browed guard could figure out what was going on, the Confucian scholar who had been buried in his books suddenly appeared in front of him and respectfully bowed to the young monk who walked out of the teleportation point and said, "Junior Zhang Xiao He, I am honored to be the young steward of this teleportation point. I greet you, senior." Seeing that their own stewards were treated so politely, the other few people were not dull people either, and they quickly followed suit and bowed. "Greetings, senior, Jinden cultivator. This is a Jinden cultivator, so young." Several young guards secretly glanced at Zhao Xiuxuan's face. Seeing that his age was not much different from theirs, if he had not taken some anti-aging pills, he must have established his foundation at a young age. In any case, they could not afford to offend him. Most of the Jinden cultivators are the founders of various sects, or they are the elders of large sects like Kingsuan Valley. Because the cultivation time is calculated in hundreds of years, many of these cultivators have strange personalities. It's okay to meet a cold one, but if you meet a violent one, it will be a disaster. With this thought, several people thought about whether they had offended anyone just now, especially the thick-browed guard. Thinking of the improper thoughts he had about the pretty female cultivator beside the Jinden cultivator, He immediately broke out in a cold sweat, as if the giant and cultivator could read minds. Zhao Xiuxuan didn't know what they were thinking, and he was not interested in knowing. Senior, do you want to go to Jiuji City? Do you need a junior to lead the way? Zhang Hai looked respectful to Zhao Xiuxuan. You are busy, I am just strolling around. Zhao Xiuxuan did not hit the smiling person, so he waved his hand to indicate that he did not need to lead the way. Zhang Hai showed a trace of regret on his face, then took out a jade card and a jade slip from his storage bag and handed them to Zhao Xiuxuan, saying, Senior, this is the guest jade card of Jiuji League. If you need anything, you only need to take this jade card to any point set by Jiuji League, and you will get the best courtesy. The jade slip is a map of Jiuji Island compiled by me, which contains various locations of Jiuji Island, Jiuji City, Teleportation Hall, Exchange Treasure Pavilion, Front Camp, etc. I have also marked various shops in the city, which can save you some time. In addition, according to the rules of Jiuji League, you need to pay 10 spirit stones per person after leaving the teleportation array. You are a giant and cultivator, so you don't need this. Zhang Hai is very good at dealing with things. Let's not talk about the jade card first. This jade slip can really help Zhao Xiuxuan, otherwise he can only wander around in Jiuji City. Zhao Xiuxuan took the jade slip and looked at it, then put it into the storage bag with his backhand, and then took out a bottle of pills from it and sent it to Zhang Hai. I don't like to owe favors to others. Your map is of some use to me. I'll take this bottle of soul-boosting pill as an exchange. He gave a bottle of top-grade soul-boosting pill. It was not made by himself, but it was a good pill he bought. It was very helpful for the foundation-building cultivators. Zhang Hai's expression changed. He accepted it excitedly and thanked him. Thank you, Senior. Then, Zhao Xiuxuan left the teleportation point accompanied by Zhang Hai. Walking out of the teleportation point formation, noisy shouting entered his ears, and what came into view was a small market. The cultivators who walked out of the teleportation point could go directly to the market to trade things. The demon core of the second-level middle-grade dragon water beast, Iron Magnolia. Take a look at the top-quality Yuhan Spirit Stone. Listening to the shouting one after another, there are all kinds of items for sale in this market. Demon beast materials, spiritual herbs and fruits, refining materials, magic tools, etc. Although small, it has everything. This is just a small market on the outskirts of Jiuji Island. What if we reach Jiuji City? Patriarch, where are we going next? Gongsun Beizi has completely recovered from the dizziness of the teleportation array. Looking at the huge red light column in the sky and the spiritual energy cover that is like the spiritual sky, everything she sees is new. This makes her, who is already lively, want to look around. Zhao Xiuxuan saw her thoughts and took out a jade slip from the storage bag and put it in his hand. The jade slip contains some items to be purchased this time. You are responsible for it. I will come to you later. In addition to trying out the teleportation array, another purpose of this trip is to purchase a wave of materials to prepare for the subsequent alchemy and refining of the life magic weapon. The prototype of the refining of the life magic weapon is naturally the Xianai sword pill. Now that the main materials and refining methods of the sword pill are in hand, he only needs to buy some other materials to practice and brush up the proficiency of refining the Xianai sword pill to a few levels. After that, refining the life magic weapon will be easy. Ah, sir, you won't come with me. Gongsun Beizi heard that Zhao Xiuxuan meant to act separately, and her pretty face, which was just smiling, immediately fell. Zhao Xiuxuan shook his head and said, You go first, I still have some things to deal with. Thanks for subscribing. Chapter 299 True Refining House. Jiuji Island is very big, and Jiuji City is also very big. So big that you can't see the end at a glance. In addition to the huge monk market in the center of the city and the palace city of Jiuji League, there are also various monks' mansions, auction houses, martial arts arenas, restaurants, brothels, gambling houses, etc. The buildings of the entire Jiuji Island are mostly made of stone, mahogany, and red gold. The layout is orderly, with various flying towers and towers scattered high and low, and the palaces are magnificent and majestic, which is not much different from the Emperor's imperial city in the secular world. Of course, the most commendable thing about Jiuji City is its market. The huge market is independent of the 4 cities in the southeast, northwest, and northeast, and is named Hongcheng. Due to the large size of the market and the complicated management, Jiuji League also used the 9 heavenly stems, Jia, Yi, Bing, Ding, Wu, Ji, Zheng, Xin, and Ren of the entire market as a small market. The shops in the market are named Jiai, Jiaer, Yai, Year, etc. As one of the best cities for cultivating immortals, Jiuji City is more mixed than Chaohei City. In addition, the monks in each county have different diets and personalities, so frictions between monks often occur. Therefore, Jiuji League has several foundation-building monks in each small market to maintain public order. Jiuji League is not a sect, but a monk alliance formed by more than a dozen mountain gates headed by the largest immortal cultivation forces in Yan State. In the immortal cultivation world of Yan State, there are countless such alliances, and similar ones include Zhenling League, Xian League, etc. Each alliance is responsible for managing specific matters. Jiuji League is responsible for opening up wasteland, registering and recruiting monks, escorting important resources, and dispatching recruitment tasks. When necessary, the giant monks in Jiuji League are also responsible for guarding the newly opened sea areas. Zhenling League is only responsible for matters on Zhenling Island. Xian League is responsible for resisting Western barbarian monks. These 3 monk alliances have the presence of the 4 top sects, Qingxuan Valley, Shuaiyu Palace, Liming Mountain, and Kongdong sect. After separating from his maid, Zhao Xiuxuan used his green snake pupil to suppress his realm to the 9th level of foundation building, and then strolled leisurely in the market. However, Gongsun Beizi had a hard time. There was a long list of items in the jade slip in her hand. It was too much to collect them in this huge market. Fortunately, Zhao Xiuxuan did not deliberately make things difficult for her. When they separated, he asked her to go back to Biggin Mountain to find some tribesmen to help her collect. Gongsun Beizi's tears turned into joy, and her expression of joy and anger was very charming. Back in Biggin Mountain, with Gongsun Beizi's identity as the maid of the clan leader, it was easy to gather all the clansmen in Biggin Mountain. When the clansmen heard that it was the clan leader's task and they could experience the novel teleportation array first, they rushed to sign up. What? It's the clan leader's task. I'll go. A rough-headed and rough-faced male clan member raised his hands high, looking excited. Sister Gongsun. Let me go. A beautiful female tribesman with long legs and big breasts held Gongsun Beizi's hand. With red lips and a pink face, as beautiful as a flower. Sister Gongsun. Zhen Huan wants to go. A young Zhen generation also pulled Gongsun Beizi's clothes, with expectation on his face, and a pair of big eyes full of tears, which made people feel pity. The tribesmen were too enthusiastic, and Gongsun Beizi couldn't handle it alone. On weekdays, most of these things were done by her sister Gongsun Beiying. As soon as her sister went into seclusion, Gongsun Beizi was pulled here and there by the tribesmen, and she immediately felt dizzy and didn't know what to do. Come one by one, the tribe leader said that not too many people should go. 6 people will be enough. It would have been better if she didn't say it, but when she said that only 6 people could go, the tribesmen used all kinds of tricks. The beautiful long-legged tribesman stuffed a bottle of elixir into Gongsun Beizi's bulging chest, and then whispered something in her ear. Gongsun Beizi's eyes immediately lit up. Xiu. You are so mean. Seeing this, the other tribesmen laughed and scolded the beautiful female cultivator. Humph, how can you be mean? Zhao Xiu snorted in retort, but did not reveal what she stuffed in. Although they scolded, they were not ashamed at all, and took out various bottles and jars to stuff into Gongsun Beizi's hands. Gongsun Beizi was overwhelmed for a while. What are you doing? At this time, Liao Ding, with one sleeve empty and a ruddy face, heard the movement and walked out leisurely to check. Behind him, Zhang Xiuqun, who was white-haired but full of energy, followed closely. Today, Liao Ding came to discuss the sale of Liangai Mountain's formation with Zhang Xiuqun. He and Zhang Xiuqun knew each other, and after finalizing the general matters of the formation sale, the two leisurely drank tea in the hall and lamented their respective experiences. Then he heard the noise outside, and couldn't help but curiously came out to see. The Zhao family members still respected Liao Ding and Zhang Xiuqun, the 2 priests. When the 2 came out, they stopped what they were doing. Especially Liao Ding. In just half a year, he assisted Chu Yazi in managing some matters of Chihuafang in an orderly manner. Now Chu Yazi has handed over most of the things to Liao Ding and Li Shuling. She is in the Lingshan Valley of Chishan to grow spiritual medicines and visit Zhao Lingting's grave from time to time. This is what Zhao Xiuxuan has always wanted to do. Chuyazi's lifespan is not much, and he doesn't want this grandmother to work harder, but let her enjoy her old age. In short, Liaoling's outstanding performance allowed him to quickly integrate into the Zhao family. The clan members also respected him and didn't feel strange because he was a monk of a different surname. Priest Liao, Priest Zhang. The clan members saluted one after another. The two felt warm in their hearts, and they all laughed and asked in a low voice about the reason for the gathering. Guangxin Beizi told Zhao Xiuxuan's instructions. Hearing that it was the clan leader's order, the two of them hurriedly applied for silence and prepared to treat it carefully. Two worshippers, please give us some ideas. Guangxin Beizi breathed a sigh of relief. Liaoling quickly replied, don't worry, let me think about it. Well, I understand that you all want to share the clan leader's worries, but it really doesn't need too many people. Just follow the clan leader's words and send 6 more people. When Liaoling said this, he also felt a little tricky. He was thinking in his heart whether there was any way to not offend these little guys and help Guangxin Beizi out. Since it was to purchase various materials, it was natural that mature and stable people who knew how to read people's expressions were needed. Otherwise, it would be inappropriate to send a young man to cause trouble. Liaoling and Guangxin Beizi discussed it and finally picked out a group of clan members, including Zhao Xiuxuan, a total of 9 people, and the remaining 6 people had to be selected from these 9 people. Although more people can help collect materials faster, since Zhao Xiuxuan said 6 people, then there must be 6 people. Liaoling would not make his own decision if there was one more person. In fact, he had no idea that Zhao Xiuxuan just said it casually. When Liaoling heard it, he felt that Zhao Xiuxuan had some deep meaning. The remaining 9 people were no less capable, and this made things even more difficult. Liaoling was a quick-witted man after all. His eyes lit up immediately, and he made a spell, and a dice magic weapon flew out of his storage bag. Ahem, this is a magic weapon that Liao got by chance. I have kept it in my storage bag and never used it. I didn't expect it to be useful today. How about this? The rest of you use your spiritual energy to hit the dice one by one, and those with low points will be eliminated. If there are more people with the same points, you will have to roll again. As soon as this move was made, the remaining tribesmen were eager to try and felt a novelty. After a few times, the chaos of people fighting over the dice was resolved. Okay, let's start now. Zhao Xiuxuan had never expected that what he had just casually ordered would eventually turn into a decision on the candidates by rolling dice. When he learned about this later, he was also stunned for a long time. After the clansmen selected 6 clansmen by rolling dice, a total of 7 people, led by Guangxin Beizi, activated the teleportation array through Zhang Xiaochen, and happily went to Jiuji Island to purchase materials for their clan leader. After experiencing the dizziness of the teleportation array and the grandeur of Jiuji Island, the clansmen parted ways, mostly in pairs, and started purchasing from various markets such as A, B, C, and D. During the purchasing process, a small incident occurred. Among these people, 2 clansmen rarely went out so far. After seeing the grand and prosperous appearance of Jiuji City, they inevitably made some noise in some shops, which attracted a snobbish shop assistant who thought they were bumpkins from somewhere and mocked them. Although the Zhao family had changed their appearance in the past 2 years, they still maintained their previous cautious mentality under the guidance of Zhao Xiuxuan. They did not care and lowered their voices consciously. However, there happened to be a cultivator who had completed the foundation building in the store who was investigating a piece of black gold. The shop assistant was worried that they would disturb the distinguished guests in the store, so he drove them out very rudely. The two did not feel that they had to argue at this time. If they were not welcome in this store, they could just change to another store, so they walked out of the store coldly. However, as soon as they left, the shop assistant chased them out and blocked them outside the store with 4 or 5 people, scolding them for their noise that caused the store to lose a big business and asked them to pay compensation. No matter how good their tempers were, they could not help it on the spot and cursed coldly. Dogs rely on the power of others. The clerk and his group relied on bribing the patrolling monks and insisted that the 2 of them pay compensation of 300 spirit stones. In fact, the guy saw that the 2 of them did not behave like monks from a big sect, but they had a lot of spiritual stones in their hands, so they wanted to extort some money. The 2 were trapped but not panicked, because they guessed that the people in front of them were just coaxing and deceiving, and did not dare to really do anything, so they used the communication talisman to lure Guangxin Beizi and the remaining tribesmen. Seeing Gongsun Beizi and the four people coming, the few people were not timid, but laughed at Gongsun Beizi's exquisite figure and fair and pretty face. However, after seeing the distinguished guest jade card in Gongsun Beizi's hand, they were immediately frightened and their hands and feet became weak, and finally knelt on the ground and kowtowed to beg for mercy. Among the tribesmen, Zhao Xiuxuan heard the whole story, and with a cold face, he asked the two tribesmen who had just been insulted to come out, and slapped each of them, and then they dispersed. When the tribesmen took action to fight back against the insults, Zhao Xiuxuan knew nothing about it. His figure shuttled among the weapon refining shops in the market. After the receptionist greeted him attentively, he walked out helplessly after a while. In this way, after visiting dozens of shops, Zhao Xiuxuan walked to a shop called Henlian Fu. It is better to say that it is a mansion than a shop. Looking at the majestic and tall gate, the continuous mansion walls, the unique formation, and the large gold-plated characters on the jade background on the door, Zhao Xiuxuan was a little dazed. It is worthy of being the #1 weapon refining shop in the entire Jiuji city, but this can't be called a shop. It is said that Henlian Fu is the place where this Henlian sect, one of the best weapon refining sects in Beiyun County, settled on Jiuji Island. Not only did it send hundreds of second-level weapon refiners to refine weapons day and night, but it also had giant and monks stationed all year round. Henlian Fu can produce more than 50 second-level magic tools every month, and there are many top-quality magic tools every year. The magic tools refined are frequent guests at the Jiuji City auction. At every auction, the various top-grade magic tools produced by the true refining house are particularly popular. Zhao Xiuxuan went in and out of dozens of refining shops, mainly to repair the Great Prison Demon Bell that was smashed by the Red Demon Puppet. Originally, these refining shops were full of confidence when they heard that they were repairing magic tools, but when Zhao Xiuxuan took out the Great Prison Demon Bell, a group of refiners shook their heads. Most of the refiners couldn't tell what the Great Prison Demon Bell was made of, let alone how to repair it. A few of them recognized that it was made of an extremely rare ancient copper, which is common in the northern desert country, but rare in the Yan Kingdom's cultivation world. Several shops didn't have this material, and they were not interested in repairing this magic tool. Instead, they wanted to buy the broken Great Prison Demon Bell in his hands at a high price. Zhao Xiuxuan walked out of those shops with a gloomy face. A shopkeeper kindly told him to come to the true refining house to try. Dong, the formation of Henlian Mansion is always closed, and there is no doorman at the door. Zhao Xiuxuan can only flick his finger to ring the formation. After a long time, no one answered from the door. Zhao Xiuxuan frowned and knocked on the formation again. Creaky this time there was a response. With the sound of a wooden door turning, the side door of Henlian Mansion opened, and a female cultivator with long sleeves and long clothes and hands folded in her sleeves walked out of the side door. The female cultivator's cultivation level is about the 7th level of key refining. She has black hair tied in turban on top of her head. She is dressed like a maid who greets guests, but her expression is extremely tired. Her beautiful eyelids and eyelashes are falling one by one, as if she will fall asleep in the next second. Seeing that the person standing outside the door was a foundation-building cultivator, the female cultivator forced a smile on her tired face and bowed, saying, "So you are the foundation-building senior. I'm Yaziner. I wonder what the purpose of knocking on the formation in your mansion is." Zhao Xiuxuan did not bully the weak and also bowed and said, "Zhao came here today to repair a magic weapon. Please inform me." When the female cultivator who called herself Yaziner heard that Zhao Xiuxuan came to repair a magic weapon, a trace of embarrassment appeared on her face and she said, "Senior, if you want to repair a magic weapon, the 3 shops in Jiuji City, Kuangiyun Pavilion, Jinhuo Tower, and Shibaoki Pavilion, are quite capable. I wonder if you have asked them there." Hearing her pushing business like this, Zhao Xiuxuan was very surprised. He thought about it and continued, "Zhao has patronized both Jinhuo Tower and Shibaoki Pavilion, but my magic weapon is really difficult to repair. Fellow Taoist Jin of Shibaoki Pavilion asked me to come to Henlian Mansion to try. Oh, there is such a magical instrument that even the Golden Fire Tower and the Stone Treasure Pavilion are difficult to repair." Hearing Zhao Xiuxuan say this, Yaziner became interested. However, the next second, this woman seemed to be particularly tired, and she couldn't help but yawn in front of Zhao Xiuxuan. After yawning, Yaziner realized that her manners were not elegant, and her face turned red. which added a bit of cuteness to her originally decent appearance. Senior, wait a moment, I still have to inform the elders in the mansion. I don't know if she felt ashamed or the magical instrument Zhao Xiuxuan mentioned aroused her interest. After Yaziner bowed, she went into the mansion to inform. Zhao Xiuxuan was not in a hurry. He stood with his hands behind his back and took a look at a corner of this Henlian mansion through the open side door. The transparent courtyard, 1 foot of a foot-high furnace in the courtyard, and then a huge stone wall screen blocked the view. The rest cannot be seen without divine sense. Zhao Xiuxuan would not do this recklessly. He then calmly observed his nose and heart. After a cup of tea, the yawning Yaziner came out of the side door, holding a long-handled jade hook to open a corner of the formation, and said, Senior, I have been waiting for a long time. Please come in. Zhao Xiuxuan smiled slightly, and then strode into the formation along the green spiritual light. Yaziner led the way and took him into this Henlian mansion. Thanks for subscribing. Chapter 300, Testing. Adhoa, Senior Zhao, please, Yaziner yawned again after she led Zhao Xiuxuan into the courtyard. I don't know if she felt that it was impolite anyway, so it didn't matter if she yawned again. This yawn was particularly comfortable. Although Zhao Xiuxuan found it interesting, he didn't ask more questions. The energy of a cultivator is not endless. After continuous hard work or fighting, they will indeed feel the same fatigue as ordinary people. At this time, they can restore their energy through meditation or the most common sleep. The courtyard of this Henlian mansion has 3 entrances and 3 exits. There is no one in the front yard. It is quiet and silent, and even a little deserted. When I walked to the courtyard, I saw a few scattered brown-clothed blacksmiths who were also yawning. They were listless and holding a pile of blacksmithing tools and going in and out of several small houses. What's going on? Why are all the people in this Henlian mansion like this? Zhao Xiuxuan was very curious. As if she had heard what Zhao Xiuxuan was thinking, Yaziner stuck out her tongue and explained, Don't blame me, Senior. Some time ago, news came out that a new secret realm was discovered in the depths of the Dead Sea. In this secret realm, there are a large number of Earth-attributed monsters with thick skin, sharp teeth and claws, which have caused a lot of trouble to our fellow pioneers. However, some people found that swords and magic weapons mixed with gold sand iron can easily break through the monsters' defenses, so the Jiuji League has been purchasing a large number of such magic weapons, and the elders have arranged for us to work day and night. As the receptionist, I have been dragged away by my senior brothers to engrave the formation patterns. Yaziner yawned and wiped the tears from the corners of her eyes. Zhao Xiuxuan found it funny when he heard that, but he didn't want to laugh out loud in front of others, so he held his breath for 2 breaths and squeezed out a few words. Thank you for your hard work, young lady. Yaziner shook her head and said obediently, It's not hard, not hard. Perhaps seeing that Zhao Xiuxuan, a cultivator who had completed the foundation building stage, had no heirs, Yaziner reminded him, Senior, I'm going to take you to see the steward of the mansion, Steward Li Shidong. Steward Li is also a cultivator who has completed the foundation building stage. Well, Steward Li has been very busy with the matter of the golden sand iron magical instrument recently, and he would not easily leave the weapon refining room. It just so happened that Steward Li was free today or something, but when he heard that Senior Zhao was here, he immediately came out of the weapon refining room. However, Steward Li has been in a bad temper recently, so please bear with me, Senior. Oh, Zhao Xiuxuan frowned slightly. Listening to what Yaziner said, this cultivator surnamed Li actually took time to see him in his busy schedule. He didn't think his name was that famous, not to mention that he just reported a surname. Maybe I'm overthinking it, Zhao Xiuxuan smiled in his heart, maybe it was just a coincidence. He looked at Yaziner and saw that her eyelids were still fighting. Her petite body was leading the way with energy. After thinking for a while, he took out a bottle of Yangshan pills from the storage bag and handed it to Yaziner. Yangshan pills not only nourish the mind, but also help to restore energy. Thank you for the reminder, young lady. I have a bottle of Yangshan pills here, I will give it to you. Senior, what are you doing? Yaziner was a little caught off guard, but Zhao Xiuxuan stuffed it into her pink hand without saying anything. Thank you, Senior. Yaziner bowed to Zhao Xiuxuan sincerely, and then put the pill into a round storage bag on her waist. Zhao Xiuxuan waved his hand. It was just a small gift, just 100 or so spirit stones. He didn't take it seriously. Yasuna got a benefit and deliberately slowed down her pace. She came to Zhao Xiuxuan and whispered about the hobbies of Li Guanxi. For a person who was obviously doing business, he acted like he was asking for help. It seemed that in Yasuna's opinion, the cultivators who came to Zhanlian Mansion to buy magic weapons or repair magic weapons all came with the idea of asking for help from Zhanlian Mansion. This made Zhao Xiuxuan have higher expectations for the level of Zhanlian Mansion. Maybe his Great Prison Demon Bell could be repaired. Although Great Prison Demon Bell was only a second-level magic weapon, its strength was much stronger than ordinary magic weapons, especially after absorbing the statue of the demon god that he accidentally got, the strange black gas of the evil spirit attached to the spear or fist, which could be said to be indestructible. Zhao Xiuxuan always felt that this magic weapon had the potential to be a magic weapon. He heard that a powerful enough weapon refiner could refine the magic weapon into a magic weapon. He just didn't know if the people in this Zhanlian Mansion had this ability. Manager Li, the guests have arrived. The two walked to a house with a strange beast head carved on the door, and Yasuna knocked on the door. "Come in." A strong voice came from the house, which was somewhat different from what Zhao Xiuxuan expected. He thought that this worried Manager Li was probably also depressed. "Senior, please, I won't go in." Yasuna bowed to Zhao Xiuxuan and smiled sweetly. Zhao Xiuxuan bowed in response, then pushed the door open with one hand and walked in. What came into view was the back of Li Shidan standing in front of a high desk. He was wearing a brown coat that was not easy to get dirty, and the cuffs were tied with white satin, which made him look capable. "I am Zhao Xiuxuan from Nanshan County. I am honored to be with you, Brother Li." Zhao Xiuxuan bowed slowly. Li Shidan turned around, revealing a light reddish-brown face, with a finger-thick burn mark on the right eyebrow. "Oh, you are so young? But you are also a cultivator who has completed the foundation building." Li Shidan praised him indifferently, and then quickly got to the point. "Brother, take out your things." The other party was so neat and tidy, which was beyond Zhao Xiuxuan's expectation. With a flick of his right sleeve, a ball of bronze spiritual light emerged from his sleeve, and finally turned into a bronze ancient bell half a person's height, which was held by Zhao Xiuxuan and placed on the ground. "Oh, it is indeed the ancient bronze." The moment Li Shidan saw the Great Prison Demon Bell, his eyes suddenly moved. Zhao Xiuxuan frowned when he saw this, and immediately noticed something strange. As expected? Could it be that this person knew I was coming? Thinking of this, Zhao Xiuxuan waved his sleeves violently. And the Great Prison Demon Bell, that had just been revealed, turned into spiritual light and drilled into his sleeves. "Dao, what are you doing?" Li Shidan was stunned at first, but when he saw Zhao Xiuxuan's expressionless face, he immediately laughed and explained, "Haha, Dao, don't misunderstand. Well, I did know in advance from Dao Jin of Shibaoki Pavilion that you were going to repair the ancient bronze magic weapon. To be honest, our Zhanlian sect is very interested in your magic weapon. We are willing to pay a high price for it. Please name your price, so you guys are on collusion to buy my magic weapon." No wonder that guy surnamed Jin introduced me to the Zhanlian Mansion so politely. I'm afraid he originally wanted to buy it himself and then sell it to the Zhanlian Mansion. In the end, he knew he couldn't finish it, so he gave it to Li Shidan as a favor. "Haha, you're taking me for a fool. What a waste of time." Zhao Xiuxuan felt very unlucky. He wanted to curse a few words, but he felt that as a Jinden, there was no need for him to get angry with him, so he just snorted and said, "Since your sect has no intention of doing business, then goodbye." After saying that, Zhao Xiuxuan strode out of the house and was about to go out. "Dao Zhao, wait a moment." Li Shidan obviously did not expect Zhao Xiuxuan to be so decisive. By the time he reacted, Zhao had already walked out of the house. He hurriedly chased him out to keep him. "Dao Zhao, why don't you negotiate a little? If you can sell this magic weapon to my Zhanlian sect, you will be a distinguished guest of Zhanlian Mansion in the future. If you want to buy the best magic weapon, you will be given priority. You will also be given a 20% discount. How about it?" Seeing that Zhao Xiuxuan was still not interested, he continued to walk out. Yasuna, who had just sent Zhao Xiuxuan to see Li Shidan, was yawning and walking back at this time. When she heard the footsteps behind her, she turned around and looked surprised. Seeing Zhao Xiuxuan coming out so quickly, she even smiled and bowed to greet him, but seeing that his expressionless face was a bit scary, she was so scared that she trembled when she spoke. Senior Zhao Xiuxuan was depressed at this time, so he didn't pay attention to her and walked straight past her. Seeing this, Li Shidong's face suddenly fell, but he still suppressed his anger and chased after him and said in a muffled voice, "You. Let's put it this way. I have a top-grade ghost sickle magic weapon in my hand, which is extraordinary in strength. It is much better than the damaged magic weapon of Dao Yao." Hearing him say this, Zhao Xiuxuan finally made a move. He suddenly stopped and left Li Shidong with his back. Li Shidong's face was happy. Just when he thought that Zhao Xiuxuan was moved, Zhao Xiuxuan slowly turned around, looked at him with cold eyes, and then spit out a few words in a cold voice. "If you make noise again, you will bear the consequences." Along with his voice, there was also a beam of giant spiritual pressure from Zhao Xiuxuan. This giant spiritual pressure whizzed and pointed directly at Li Shidong's eyebrows. Although it finally stopped at the eyebrows, it still frightened Li Shidong's heart. A chill rose from his tailbone and the whole person broke out in a cold sweat. Just this one look, the dignified Li Guanxi, who had completed the foundation building, was immediately shocked on the spot. This scene made Yazuna, who didn't know what was going on, dumbfounded. Zhao Xiuxuan didn't stay any longer, and turned around to prepare to leave this Hanlian mansion. At this moment, an old voice came from nowhere and said, "Dao Yao are just a giant. Why do you want to bully the younger generation of my sect?" Before the voice fell, a tit-for-tat spiritual pressure drilled towards Zhao Xiuxuan's eyebrows. Zhao Xiuxuan was completely furious. First, he urged his spiritual pressure and hit the opponent's spiritual pressure head-on. Then a dark blue soul sword drilled out from his eyebrows, whooshed a few virtual jumps in the air, and flew into a quiet thatched cottage behind the courtyard. "Hey! Dao Yao has a strong soul power." A purple light flashed in the quiet thatched cottage, and Zhao Xiuxuan's soul sword disintegrated. As if they were coming and going, 4 or 5 firebirds drilled out of the thatched cottage with a swish. Those firebirds drew an arc in the air and rushed towards Zhao Xiuxuan at a high speed. Zhao Xiuxuan slapped his storage bag, and a 7 or 8-inch green sword light sen came out, and with a few precise virtual slashes in the air, he cut all the firebirds in half, and then slashed the thatched cottage with a sword. Bang! A ball of purple light came out of the window of the thatched cottage and scattered the flying swords. The two exchanged a few moves in a moment, and Zhao Xiuxuan realized that the other party was just testing and had no intention of killing. Besides, there was no other movement in the thatched cottage since the purple light was sacrificed, so he did not make another move. Creaky with the sound of the door opening, an old man in white clothes walked out of the thatched cottage. He had a ruddy face, a strong body, and phoenix eyes. His beard seemed to have been trimmed, leaving only a finger-long gray beard on his chin. As soon as this person walked out, including Li Shidong, Yazuna, and the surrounding disciples, they all greeted him and said, "Elder Jing." Elder Jing ignored the others and glanced at Zhao Xiuxuan. Seeing that he looked so young, his face was slightly surprised, and then he asked Li Shidong with a sullen face, "What's going on?" Li Shidong naturally knew Zhao Xiuxuan's identity as a giant and cultivator at this time, and was so scared that his calves were shaking. Fortunately, his elders were beside him, giving him a sense of security, so he did not stand unsteadily. "Elder, this is what happened." Li Shidong told him what happened in 3 or 5 sentences. After hearing the whole story, the monk surnamed Jing's face changed 3 times in a row. First, he was happy, then he flashed a trace of embarrassment, and finally he was angry and scolded, "Asshole! Our Zhenlian sect is a sect that does things openly and honestly. Doing business requires mutual consent. You are just a manager, do you want to force a purchase?" The monk surnamed Jing scolded Li Shidong in front of Zhao Xiuxuan, completely ignoring his own move to test Zhao Xiuxuan just now. After scolding for a long time, the cultivator named Jing bowed to Zhao Xiuxuan with an apologetic look on his face and said, "My young friend, I am Jing Yanfeng from the Zhenlian sect. There was some misunderstanding just now. It was my fault for not considering it carefully. Are you a sword cultivator? Haha, fellow Taoist, your methods are really amazing. And your method of concealing your aura is also superb. If you hadn't revealed your spiritual pressure just now, I wouldn't have noticed it at all. Fellow Taoist Jing, you are too kind," Zhao Xiuxuan sighed in his heart. In view of the fact that the old man didn't do anything serious just now and was now speaking in a nice way, he didn't intend to make a big deal out of it. No, since you are here, why don't you come into my thatched cottage for a cup of tea? Let me also express my gratitude for the misunderstanding just now, Jing Yanfeng invited with a smile. Zhao Xiuxuan didn't want to stay any longer, so he decisively refused and said, "No, I have something else to do." As Zhao Xiuxuan bowed and was about to leave, Jing Yanfeng immediately threw out a bait and said, "Dao Zhao, why are you in such a hurry? It was my Hunlian mansion that did something wrong just now. How about this? To express my apology, Jing will personally repair the magic weapon for you. The ancient copper that is missing from Dao Yao's magic weapon may be hard to find elsewhere, but I have a small piece in Hunlian mansion, which can just meet the needs of Dao Yao's magic weapon repair. Moreover, if I personally take action, this magic weapon may be even better." Jing Yanfeng is an elder, and his attitude is so humble that other disciples are surprised, especially Yaziner, who looked at Jing Yanfeng with a strange look on her face, and then looked at Zhao Xiuxuan. Compared with them, Zhao Xiuxuan felt even more strange in his heart. Jing Yanfeng's initial probing and current courtesy have changed so much that it feels like a big turn. I'm afraid there is something wrong here. However, if this great prison demon bell can be repaired as he said, and it can be improved to a higher level, that would be great. Zhao Xiuxuan frowned and hesitated for a few breaths. While he was still hesitating, Jing Yanfeng suddenly ordered, "Zhiner, why don't you go pick tea for Senior Zhao?" Zhiner was startled when she heard the elder's order. She looked forward and saw Jing Yanfeng looking at her mysteriously. She didn't dare to think too much, so she said yes, elder, and then went into the backyard. "Dao Zhao, please come in." Zhao Xiuxuan glanced at Yazhiner's disappearing figure, lowered his head and thought for a while, and then followed Jing Yanfeng into his thatched cottage. Thanks for subscribing. End of this chapter. Thank you very much for reaching the end. Don't forget to like. Looking for more exclusive content and immediate access? Subscribe to our Patreon. Remember, every like, subscription, or donation encourages us to continue. Thanks to everyone. See you in the next video.